if they want to eat at the heavyweight banquet. This is Fight Night Live on talkSPORT. I know that the opening ident said that we were live in Saudi Arabia. Similar temperatures up in Manchester, but we're at the Co-op tonight for Fight Night Live as Joe Joyce takes on Filip Hrgovic. I'm Adam Catterall. It is a pleasure to be in your company. Joining me tonight to call you through the big heavyweight contest and a British heavyweight title fight as well is the Real Gold Kid. That's right. He is alongside us tonight, the one and only Mr. Paul Smith. How are you, buddy? You well?
I'm good, thank you, Adam. Thanks for having me. Glad to be here.
Great to have you on board. Of course, Spencer Oliver, always here as well. Spence.
How are we, my friend?
Oh, mate, I'm very well indeed. Very well indeed. Looking forward to a great night of action and calling you through all the fights this evening. The one and only dulcet tones of Mr. John Rowling. Take it easy on the sweets, you. Nicking all the Harry balls early doors.
I'm keeping everything smooth down here.
Listen, we've got a lot to get through because we've got Joe Joyce and Filip Hrgovic coming up as our main event later on. Alongside David Adeleye and Jamie TKV. That'll be for the British heavyweight title. Those fights will be taking place on talkSPORT from around about 9 o'clock. We'll be crossing over from talkSPORT 2. Before it, really looking forward to the Commonwealth super lightweight title fight between Jack Raftery and Orie. And we've also got the debut of Delicious Orie. A lot of hype from Frank Warren, his promoter, about him, so we're going to find out whether he is the truth a little bit later on this evening. As well as that, we're going to be getting stuck into all the latest boxing conversation, and you can join us on that conversation as well on the boxing YouTube channel, the talkSPORT boxing YouTube channel, that is. Get yourself on there. We're streaming live right now. You can hit the comment section, and if there's something that you want us to get stuck into a conversation about, we will absolutely oblige. Like I said, we'll be bringing you live commentary and plenty of topic of conversation, including lots of heavyweight chat tonight. We'll start though with Joe Joyce and Filip Hrgovic, shall we? Because I think I've been labelling it all week as a fight for relevance, Paul. Would you go along with that, given the current landscape of the division?
Yeah, but there's also an argument that the both of them are fighting to save the career, and I think that certainly is the case in Joe Joyce, without being too sort of negative on him. I felt like he should have retired after his last fight. I think Hrgovic hasn't really had that much of a good look and a good run recently. So this fight, I keep seeing people say crossroads. I think it's past that fight. I think Joe Joyce absolutely has to win the fight, and Hrgovic, if he wants to do anything in boxing, must win also. So, as you say, it's not a must-win, it's a must-not lose.
Where are you anticipating Joe's head to be at? Because the thing, his shtick was that he was the immovable force, wasn't he? He was the juggernaut. He comes forward. Yes, he took a lot of punishment, but he believed in the chin. Nobody could knock him out. But now, that's not necessarily the case. We've seen Zhang do it. We saw Derek put him down last time out. Has he stopped believing in the chin?
Correct. I don't think it doesn't matter whether you believe in your chin or not. If your chin goes, it goes, and ultimately any fighter will tell you towards the end of your career is usually when you start to get hurt a bit more, rocked a bit more, dropped. Shots that wouldn't have hurt you in the past will hurt you and put you over. And I think when you fight like Joe Joyce, if you haven't got a chin, you should call it a day, especially in the heavyweight division, because them punches with them 10-ounce gloves, they damage your health, and the more you take, the worse it's going to be. But listen, Joe Joyce will believe in himself. He'll still strongly back himself, and if his chin can hold out, because it's going to be tested by the way he fights, then who knows? But it's a big ask.
The comeback performance against, I know that he had the Cash Ali fight, but the comeback performance against Derek Chisora is probably why I'm more concerned for Joe Joyce, because he felt like he was a little bit reserved in what he was doing, mainly off the back of the Zhang knockout. It was a violent knockout. Obviously that's going to affect someone psychologically, and he felt like he was fighting within himself a little bit, and that kind of played into Derek's hands that night. We can't afford to see that version of him this evening if he wants to be successful, can we?
No, not at all, and that is what happens. You know, I remember the first time I got put down or stopped with a big shot, and then for about 3 or 4 fights after, especially the first few spars, I was always wary. And it wasn't gun shy as such, but you become a lot more wary. And then when you get your confidence back, you're fine, and you can go through the gears. But at the start, you're always worrying, thinking, is this going to happen again? Is this going to happen again? Now, for Joe Joyce recently, it hasn't been good, and he's been hurt more in his last probably 5 fights than he has in his whole life. And that will be a very big mental block to get past.
Where are you at with him, Spence?
Yeah, I sort of agree with Paul, sort of echo what he says there, really. You know, Joe Joyce is the juggernaut, was the juggernaut, and he was the guy. I mean, you go back to September 2022 when he had probably a career best performance against Joseph Parker, and you look at the shots that he was taking from Parker and the way that he walked through them, you just looked at him and went, this could be the guy to beat then the informed Tyson Fury. That was where people were talking and saying this could be the guy to topple him. Since then, you know, that I think the Zhele Zhang knockout was a bad one for him, and going back into that return was a really bad decision, I think, by the team, because it was another knockout, and he hasn't been the same fighter since. Yes, he got a low-key victory over Cash Ali, but then you see that loss to Derek Chisora, and the guy that was, you know, known for being so durable in the past gets floored by Derek Chisora in that 9th round, and you just looked at him and you could see the fragility around him and the vulnerability around him as well, and you go, you have to worry for a guy that fights with his face, and his main asset is his strength and the ability to be able to take a shot. Filip Hrgovic is a very strong guy, and you look at the loss now to Daniel Dubois, and you look at it and go, since Dubois has now kicked on the way that he has, well, actually, that weren't a bad performance. He hung in there, he showed a lot of guts. Yeah, his face got ripped to pieces, but he was still on his feet, and you go, I saw him on Thursday. I had a good chat with him, because we saw him at the airport and he was very broken about that. Sometimes a loss can be the moulding of a fighter. He's lost once, Hrgovic. He said it restoked the fire, he's come back, he's learned things, he's going to be bigger, better, stronger. That's a worry for Joe Joyce, because Joe Joyce, we've seen, you know, he is starting to look like he's on the back end of his career right now. And for Hrgovic, he may come back better and stronger. And if he does, it could be a very, very difficult night for Joe Joyce, and it could be a painful one to watch.
On Filip Hrgovic, Paul, as an observer, as a fan of the sport, he's flattered to deceive a little bit for me. He came out of the amateurs, this big pedigree, and you thought, here we go, this guy's going to be one of those to watch. And he just hasn't kicked off. I mean, I saw him live against Zhang. I personally thought he lost that fight against Zhang, but he got the nod that night, so maybe he got away with one. And obviously we saw him get found out against Daniel Dubois. Where have you been at with him? Has he exceeded your expectation? Has he lived up to it, or has he just not hit that level yet?
It's a tricky one, because with the Zhang fight, we were in the same hotel as him that time. My brother Callum was on the same show. He wasn't well all week, and we never seen much of him. And not many people will probably know this, because I don't know if he sort of publicised the fact that he wasn't well that week, but to still hold his own, so to speak. And I felt Zhang got that fight also on the night, but Hrgovic got it. To perform like that, I gave him the benefit of the doubt, but then obviously he obviously hasn't reached the potential that I believe he has, because I think he's a very good fighter. I think he's capable. I think he can punch, he can box, he can move. He's got the frame and the size, and he's got the confidence and the attitude, as we saw in the press conference a couple of days back. But I think this fight will maybe not answer all those questions, because I believe all the questions tonight are about Joe Joyce. But if he wins, as I think he should win, then the next fight will be the big one for him. But ultimately, as you said before, if he loses this, he's absolutely done, and the same with Joyce.
From a stylistic point of view, Spence, the speed is with Filip Hrgovic, isn't it, tonight?
And stylistic point of view, this works really well for Hrgovic. Everything's in his favour. You know, Joe Joyce is not going to have to look for him. He's not going to be very difficult to hit. He's got speed over, you know, the speed of foot, speed of hand. He's very durable. It's a tough night for Joe Joyce, but it's also very tough to see how he wins at this stage of his career, going on his recent form. We got to go back to 2022, when the last time really that we see Joe Joyce in any sort of competitive fight where he looked really good. You know, that's where we're at now. He has deteriorated rapidly over the last couple of years, and that is a big worry, because Hrgovic is a good fighter. He's solid. He's a solid all-rounder, Hrgovic. He does nothing exceptional, but everything he does is solid, and that is important. You know, he's got the fundamentals here to make it very, very painful tonight for Joe Joyce.
One thing on the matchmaking, because this was originally Dillian Whyte, and obviously he got injured, fell off, and then we get Filip Hrgovic. Once upon a time, we'd have got someone that we'd never even heard of stepping in, wouldn't we? I actually think this is a really good replacement opponent on such short notice to get someone of the calibre of Filip Hrgovic to step in?
He's a tougher opponent, that's
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah, it could
This
be.
is a tougher night than Dillian Whyte, I believe. You know, I think that Hrgovic is that much fresher. And like I say, that coming off a loss, that may have, you know, he may come back better and stronger, and that's a worry, that really is. But yeah, that's what we're being blessed with right now, that we are getting these fights now, that I think the promoters have realised, you know, that we live in this generation now where the public demand these fights. You know, we don't want to see these comeback fights and taking 2 or 3 years before you get back to the top of box anyone of any significance. Now, you know, the fighters are being forced to fight the fights that we want. It's not all about guiding your way to the top. You've got a graft to get there. You know, there's a big crop of heavyweights out there right now, and we're getting the fights that we've always craved.
As well as obviously the main event, we've got David Adelaide taking on Jamie TKV for the British title at heavyweight. We've had Fabio Wardley hold that title, he's just vacated it. We're going to talk Fabio Wardley a little later on because he's got a big fight coming up for himself at Portman Road in front of his Ipswich faithful. You've been there, done it and got the t-shirt and grabbed yourself one of them Lonsdale belts. How special are they, mate?
So special. It's one of the best belts in boxing, obviously looking wise, but to be the number one or the British champion, should I say, then that is obviously one of the main goals that young amateur fighters in this country who go through the old traditional route of trying to win the schoolboy championships, junior ABAs, senior ABAs, then you hopefully want to go on and win an area title, then a British title. Now there's the English title and the Commonwealth there as well, which was when I was fighting. But if you can be British champion, then usually it's a good springboard to then go for hopefully the European and then the world titles. A lot of people bypass the European title nowadays, which the man to my left, Spencer, obviously won, and it's a good title to bypass, to win. But that British title is like if the first sort of, in my opinion, the first barometer of a good fighter from this country.
No, I completely agree. And from a David Adelaide point of view, who's obviously competing for this evening, we saw him in against Fabio Wardley, came up short. He's bounced back against Saul Dakers. That was an impressive comeback performance in a real 50-50. And tonight he gets an opportunity to find out where he's at on that barometer level, British level.
Absolutely, you know, I think that, like I say, a loss can be the moulding of a fighter. He went in there against Fabio Wardley, thought he was going to go in there and blast him out. He'd come unstuck, but he learnt a lot from that. He changed trainers, he went to Adam Booth, who's a great tactician, and they've been working on things, you know, and that's all about pacing himself and not thinking he can just go out there and get rid of people. And I think the British title is such a prestigious title to win, and it's a title that fighters always want. And like Paul mentioned there, I won the European, but I went from southern area to boxing for the European in my next fight, and it's something I've always regretted.
Show off.
No, I've always regretted it. I thought I'll pick it back up on the way down, and it was a terrible decision in hindsight, because one of the guys that I beat for the southern area won the British, Patrick Mullins. I won the European, and I never got that opportunity. But what I'm saying is that title for every young fighter, Paul mentioned there the schoolboys and, you know, the junior ABAs, NABCs, senior ABAs, that's the sort of, that's the foundations that you go through. But the British title's always that dream as a young child. Is that something that you want? You think about the green and gold belt, you think about the WBC, and you think about the British. Anything else is a bonus. So yeah, it's a beautiful belt to win, and I know Adelaide has got his eye on this. He really fancies it.
Listen, I love cars like this. Everybody knows my thought process on belts and the amount of belts that are in the game of boxing. When you've got a British title, a Commonwealth title, proper titles in my opinion, those types of titles that we're competing for tonight, and the Commonwealth super lightweight title is up for grabs as well with Jack Raftery, who's probably bringing quite a lot of fans in here tonight to take on Orie Regan, who's coming over from Yorkshire in a bit of a Lancashire-Yorkshire derby for that one.
I'm really looking forward to that fight, actually. Spoke to Jack Raftery yesterday. He's in good form. He sees this as another stepping stone. And Orie Regan, you know, what an opportunity for him. Matt Macklin's managing him, looking after him. He's been boxing on small hall shows, 16 fights, 16 wins, 3 of those inside the distance. Had to do it sort of the hard way, never been past 8 rounds, but now gets his big opportunity. Matt Macklin was saying to me, though, it's all about getting that opportunity. Of course it is, and it's what you do with that. But he's never delivered on this stage yet, and that may be a big problem for him. You know, I think Jack Raftery, he's been boxing on these undercards. He's been getting used to this environment, and he will have to start a big favourite going into this one. Spoke to Raftery's old man as well, actually, and the old man come up to me whilst doing an interview and said, Spence, I want to tell you something, right? He said, 5 grand, I'm having 5 grand. I thought he was challenging me to a bet. He said, I'm having 5 grand and it goes to charity that my son wins a world title within the next 12 to 18 months.
Wow.
And I said, wow, no, I don't fancy the bet, mate. He went, oh, no, it's not a bet. I want to say this publicly I'm going to donate £5 to a charity of your choice when my son wins that world title. That's how confident I am. Lovely family, like him, but the confidence in his son is, you know, he can fight Raftery, the Demolition Man.
Yep.
It's for a reason. We'll see tonight.
He'll have some fans in as well.
He's been very active as well recently, and I think that is one of the big pluses in his column for tonight. He's been really active in good competitive fights.
You can hear the ring announcement going on at the moment because we've got a fight about to take place between Khalil Majid and Alex Murphy. John Rowland's going to be keeping across that for us, so if there's any blockbuster action in that fight, you'll be updated right here on talkSPORT 2. A little later on, we're going to be bringing you the debut of Delicious Orie, straight out of Team GB and into the pro game. That is going to take place right here on talkSPORT 2 as well, and then we'll have Jack Raftery against Regan. All live commentary right here on talkSPORT 2, which will take us up to around about 9 o'clock before we cross over to talkSPORT and bring you David Adelaide versus Jamie TKV, and then the main event of Joe Joyce versus Filip Hrgovic. Whilst all that's going on, I think it's only fair that we get stuck into some relevant conversation from the world of boxing. We saw a little earlier on today the announcement of a big fight on June the 7th in Ipswich, Portman Road, the destination. Fabio Wardley's got his dream to fight inside that stadium, and he's going to be taking on Jarrell Miller. From a Fabio Wardley fan point of view, delighted for him because he's gone, as you just said, he's gone through that barometer level. He's ticked a few of those boxes off. I personally think he's conquered the British scene now, and it's up about getting the big names on his resume and kicking forward and trying to eat at the top table. I
agree, and he's looked good doing so. He's beat obviously Fraser Clark a couple of times, and the last one was very, very conclusive, and he deserves this big opportunity. And what an opportunity it is. Queensbury have secured for him in Portman Road. It's a stadium fight in the summer against the big American, and he is a big American also. And I think it's a very, very good fight. I think after his last performance against Andy Ruiz over in LA, which I was at, I thought he gave a very good account of himself. I'm not as big a fan, should we say, but he can fight, and he's a big man, and he will certainly not come here to roll over or lie down, and he certainly won't come over here to keep quiet.
No, not at all. Listen, we can talk openly on this programme, we always do. I'm not his biggest fan either. Personally, I don't think he should be allowed to box because of what he attempted to do. It wasn't like he was caught with tainted supplements or anything like that. That fella tried to cheat. It's as simple as that. He got caught with the likes of EPO in, which is the Lance Armstrong drug. You can't accidentally ingest that. He did it on purpose. He tried to cheat in the build-up to the fight with Anthony Joshua. And this is a very, very dangerous sport. And when you are doing that and taking, I know this is going to sound quite extreme, but the life of somebody else into your own hands, I think there should be severe punishments for that. He's got some type of punishment. He has served that to an extent. And he's being allowed to come back in. I personally don't think he should be allowed to have these big paydays and benefit from what he did, but it is what it is. He is a personality. A lot of fight fans would like to see him maybe get flattened by Fabio Wardley, and that is why I suppose he's in this position. It's a wonderful opportunity for Fabio Wardley, and that's where I kind of want to keep my focus on this, because he's fighting in front of his fans in a football stadium, and he gets the opportunity to get a name that is recognised around the world to propel himself forward.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. You know, I think I was slightly disappointed that, you know, we get Miller as the opponent. There was talk, obviously, of Kubrat Pulev, who's a WBA regular champion, and that's something that I would have liked to have seen. I think that's a more substantial fight for him, and I think that it gives him better opportunities. We get the interim fight against, like you say, a renowned drug cheat. He's not been caught once, he's been caught twice, he's been caught 3 times. You know, it's a repeated thing, and there should be harder punishments for that. One thing the guy is, Jarrell Miller, he's very charismatic. He will sell a fight, he'll come over here, he'll talk his way in. We saw the fight against Daniel Dubois, where he got absolutely smashed to bits in the end, but he was in there, looked very heavy-handed. It's a dangerous fight for Wardley, but a great opportunity, springboard to put himself up there for these bigger fights. But I'm sort of with you on it. Like, I don't like the fact that he's been given another opportunity.
Yeah, it's a big payday for him on a big platform in a football stadium. Just one last thing on this, because I don't want it to all be about performance-enhancing drugs and Jarrell Miller and what have you. For all those fans that keep coming to me and saying PEDs don't do anything, look at the punch output of Jarrell Miller in his last 2 fights compared to what he did previously. He was famous for being a 300-pound fella that was throwing over 100 shots around, which is ridiculous. We now know why he did it, because he's now down 35% on his shot output in his last couple of fights, because the EPO ain't there helping him and aiding and abetting him. Anyway, that's me saying my piece on that. From a Fabio Wardley point of view, how impressed have you been with him? Because we're talking about a lad here, he ain't got a massive amateur pedigree. He's come from white collar, he's jumped into a lot of deep end fights, and he just keeps rising.
I agree. For me, that the Fraser Clark fight was always a case of, I think we've seen something similar over the years. I'm going way back now with the likes of, let's say, Tom Stalker and Masha Dodd, Sean Dodd. Now, one was an elite amateur, being all around the world and represented his country, and another one was coming through basically on small hall shows. And if you'd have ever had the chance to pick one of those to win at the start, you would have always picked Stalker. The same with Frankie Gavin and Sam Egerton. And in that fight with Fraser Clark and Fabio Wardley, one was a very decorated, established amateur who'd been around Olympic cycles with AJ and Joe Joyce, got his own Olympic cycle turned pro, and Fabio Wardley, who came from the white collar background. And it was a very intriguing fight for me, but it was one that I always felt Clark would have won. And in the rematch, I fancied Clark to come back, and Wardley proved me absolutely wrong and wiped him out. And it was a devastating finish, and he showed that he more than belongs at that level and above. And this fight could be one of those fights. You mentioned before about the failed drug test in the Anthony Joshua fight, which then started a cataclysmic just change in the whole division, did it? With Andy Ruiz stepped in and knocked AJ out. And the level of those fights were obviously above the one that Clark was at and Wardley was at. Wardley is now trying to knock on the door of that level, and this fight is ideal for him to do so. But this is a very, very tough fight for him, I believe.
Yeah, listen, for everything I've said about Jarrell Miller, he's a tough guy, isn't he? We've just seen him in his last two fights against guys that could do a bit. Andy Ruiz has got very, very fast hands. He came through that one against Daniel Dubois. We know he's got very heavy hands. And okay, it went late in that particular fight. He's a tough guy. Fabio Wardley will have to be extremely switched on if he's going to come through. He's very durable. He whacks very, very hard. And you've got to talk about the styles here. Stylistically, it's not a great fight for Fabio Wardley, who likes to have a tear-up. He's one of those guys that likes to get in there, bite down on the gum shield. He's one of those rare breed that enjoys getting hit, and against someone like Jarrell Miller, you can't afford to do that, because the guy carries dynamite. He's a big dude, and he carries dynamite in his hands.
Especially Spencer, the nose injury he has. He has a cut, doesn't he, on the bridge of his bone of his nose, and it opened up in the first Clark fight, and I was worried about that in the second fight. Yeah, Paul, I think remember a fighter from Blackpool, Brian Rose. You remember when he got that his nose split in a world title opportunity? I think it was against Martinez, and he never recovered from that because the skin is so thin there. It always reopens, and that will always be a problem for him. That will never go away. It's where the bone meets the cartilage on the nose, and it's a bad one. And any straight shots that land clean and flush, it will probably open up again. Carl Froch had one towards the end of his career, if I'm not mistaken. Brian Rose is one of the main ones, and Brad Spencer remembered that one and got onto that one. And it's a tough one. And I thought we just lost Paul microphone there. Anyway, just on the heavyweight division in the landscape, because obviously Fabio Wardley is probably one of those guys just underneath those top contenders. A win against Jarrell Miller, he might get them one of maybe the top contenders coming off the loss of one of these fights that we're all trying to make in this particular division. Spence, what do you make of the landscape right now, especially with the conversations in and around the likes of Derek Chisora being propelled forward with the IBF and maybe next in line for Daniel Dubois? Ajit Caballel's in that mix as the WBC interim. You've got Josie Parker, of course, WBO interim. What are you making of the whole landscape? Well, the whole landscape at the moment is we're in a changing of the times. We're in a changing of the baton. We've got that crop of heavyweights. Tyson Fury, is he retired? Is he not retired? Currently, yes, he is. Anthony Joshua, I think, will only have one more fight, 2 at max. You're looking at that, and you're seeing these top heavyweights. Alexander Usyk now, 38 years of age. How long's he going to go on? He's going to have another 1 or 2. You've got the new generation coming through. Fabio Wardley fits in that new generation. He's actually a danger for any heavyweight in the division right now because he's explosive, he likes to have a fight. He's got all those key ingredients that it takes to make it to the very, very top. He can weather a storm, he can come back, when he's been hurt before. We've seen that. We saw that against the guy that's fighting tonight, David Adelaide. He had to weather some big shots in there. Adelaide's very heavy-handed, so
It's an interesting time with the heavyweights right now, because with the new generation, the new crop that's coming through right now is a decent crop as well, which is always good, you know, and I think that it's always good when we've got it over here. Your Moses Itoma is going to be the next superstar of heavyweight boxing, I believe, and you need other dance partners to make the division as exciting as it is, and, you know, we have that coming through, thankfully.
It feels exciting. What do you want to happen at the top picture? Because I'm a big fan of meritocracy. If you're beating the right guys and you're earning your way up, you should be rewarded with your shot. However, I understand politics exists in this game, and it's a business, and various faces might not necessarily fit with title shots off the back of the things that you've earned. What should be happening next in the heavyweight division for you?
Listen, for me, Usyk is the champion, and I'm saying this, bear in mind that my brother has an interim world light heavyweight title, also the WBO. But the champion is Bivol, who beat Beterbiev, and they had all 4 belts. Now, if they vacate those belts and those belts go, then fine. I don't agree with all these mandatories, and I have disagreed with some of the stuff you've said about the belts sometimes, because I would never have got a world title fight if it was 1 belt. I am a fan of the fact that fighters like me and other fighters can get a chance. And listen, take the chance also and really run with it and become and achieve the dreams. But I also do agree that there's the one man in the division who everyone knows is the best, and I would like to see that. And that's why I love the Ring Magazine belt. But unfortunately, with the criteria that they have, sometimes they're not fought for, and they're not always available in good fights. But I was brushing up a little bit last night, having a little read up last night, and I was looking at Hrgovic and obviously where he was and where he was ranked, because I wasn't sure. He's ranked 20th in the heavyweight division on BoxRec, and he's not the 20th best heavyweight for me. He's a lot higher than that. And I was wondering where this fight would leave him and where Joe Joyce was. And as I said, I was just looking up and I see the likes of Chisora, Dillian Whyte, Michael Hunter, going all the way to like Lawrence Okoli and Gassiev. There's a lot of people in there that shouldn't be in there in these rankings, but it's not slim pickings for these fighters at the top. I think if we get Usyk in with any of them, Usyk is the man, but I don't think he's going to stay there for long. So all these belts are going to fragment, and we're going to have a really exciting heavyweight division with people fighting for, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, fighting for the scraps, fighting for the belts that are going to be fragmented, and I think we could see something similar in the light heavyweight division.
I completely understand that my argument from a fan point of view will not be liked or welcomed by people within the game of boxing, because opportunity is a good thing within boxing. I completely understand that, but from a fan point of view, trying to distinguish who the one is. So when we're talking on these shows, we can say that person is the heavyweight champion of the world, and there is no doubt about it. Everybody understands it. He's the guy. We'll all sit here and say Alexander Usyk's the guy right now, but Daniel Dubois could genuinely chirp up and say, well, hang on a minute, I'm the IBF champion over here, you know?
Yeah, listen, I'm a fan of the WBF, WBO, IBF, WBA, WBC. I'm a fan of that, right? So I'm a fan about the opportunity and where that takes you, and then it does set up the other big fights and the unifications. I'm not a fan of the interim titles. I'm not a fan of the super titles, like a WBA regular and WBA super. What is that? Oh, yeah? I mean, it's just confusing that, you know, the fan that likes to dip in and out of boxing when the big fights are on or whatever, they're going to be confused about all that. The interim titles, yeah, I get it, that it's just another name for someone to, if the title does become vacated, they get pushed up. It's all about opportunity, and getting propelled there is a great thing. But from the fan point of view, that's where boxing fans get confused with the politics and the different belts, etc., etc. That's the big problem that you've got. Do they then, those sanctioning bodies, do we need to get them all together to work together? Because, for example, you're the WBA man, right? You then wouldn't be ranked with the WBO or the IBF or the WBC, so therefore there wouldn't be any mandating of you fighting the WBC guy.
Because you've chosen to go in the rankings, or your manager has asked.
But we want to see you against the WBC guy.
I agree. Listen, I've always wanted to debate this with people, and it's very tough because I'm sort of sitting on the fence, if you know what I mean. Now, the UFC model, the MMA model, it's one company, it's one organisation, so I understand that there's one champion, and that's how it works. And I know you're a big fan of it, and I know how it works, but my argument to that is, I don't believe, and I'm no expert on MMA whatsoever, I'm a casual MMA fan. I watch every now and then if it's two good strikers, and my son makes me watch it. But if you're the number one and you're the champion, you're the champion of that
of
division,
the UFC,
that weight limit in the UFC.
Yep.
Every fight you have is going to be against the number one. So there won't be much longevity. You're not going to see champions having 5, 10, 15 defences.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
For me, as a fighter, that's a bad thing because you're in and out in such a quick time, and if you don't make enough money to secure your future, you're hanging around taking fights that you probably shouldn't take. Whereas if it's, let's say, one mandatory, one voluntary, one mandatory, one voluntary, that's perfect. I think that's really good, where you can, as long as they're in the top 10, you can choose a fighter, because then a top 10 ranked fighter who's worked really hard to get there can get an opportunity without having to wait till he gets to number 1, which is going to be fighting against number 2, 3 and 4, who are also very, very good fighters.
I'm a fan of the 4 governing bodies, but them all being ranked in the different bodies. So if you're in the WBA and you're a WBA champion, say whatever, and you're not being ranked in the WBC for that reason or whatever, I'm not a fan of that, but I'm a fan of the 4 governing bodies getting together and saying, right, this is what it is. Because he's well ranked in ours, or he's a champion in ours, he should still be ranked in yours and should be allowed the opportunity. Do you know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is...
Yeah, so you can mandate to fight.
Yeah, exactly that. They need to work together as a
but they don't, because they've all got their own individual...
That's the change that they need. You know, we're talking about putting it under one umbrella and one champion, etc. Where's that going to go? And Turkey Al-Sheikh talking about changing the game to that UFC model. I don't think that will work in boxing. I think the 4 governing bodies work.
Because what you're saying,
one governance.
I completely understand what both of you are saying. And from inside boxing, fighters, promoters, managers, what you're saying is it works. But from a fan point of view, the argument that you were just making there, I'm more excited if my champion is fighting the constant #1 contender all the time. If there's not a title reign that goes on for 3 or 4 or 5 defenses, I mean, if it happens, I mean, that's amazing. But if it doesn't happen and there's a constant change, the excitement of that division is constantly in my face all the time.
I totally agree with what you're saying, and I get it 100%. But what I think fans would have to realise and remember there is, if that's the case, then eventually 10, 15 years' time, the fighters are going to be coming and going that fast, and it's going to be like a fast-paced stream of fighters coming through, winning, losing, gone, winning, losing, gone, and then all of a sudden they might try and go back, but you know yourself, once you have a big loss, and it might be a big loss, it damages you both physically, mentally. You might not ever get back up to there. But listen, when we talk about the sanctioning bodies, it always sort of makes me laugh. I chuckle watching it. If you want to, people in boxing get confused. They think the commissions and the governing bodies are the bosses and the be-all and end-all, and the fighters aren't. The fighters are the bosses. And if you want any proof of that, you watch when there's a decision being announced for an undisputed fighter, how many times them governing body representatives are fighting to get their belt in and their T-shirts on the fighter. Fair. You'll soon see that the fighter is the boss and the key.
But is that not the top 1%?
It's totally the top 1%, but obviously then you have the sanctioning fees. Obviously you're paying 3% to each one of them governing bodies just to defend their title.
Yeah.
I would be a big, massive fan. I'd be a huge fan of if there's an ABC commission around the world and they have one belt in that commission, and that's the world champion, and therefore you're not paying a sanctioning fee to them because there is no sanctioning fees. You're fighting to be their champion.
Isn't that the Ring?
That's what the Ring magazine is, but you have to be in the top 3 in the world to fight for that. No, that is.
But is that not a good thing?
Quite a good thing. It is quite a good thing. I'm glad it's not just 1 and 2. You've got to be top 3 in the world to fight for that. And it's an amazing belt.
Like when your brother picked up that Ring magazine belt, that was to distinguish the #1 super middleweight guy in the world. Yeah. And therefore there was no doubt for me. I know that there was other champions that held the alphabet belts, but Callum at that time was the #1 168er.
Listen, it's still in his house, and it's lovely being able to see it every now and then. It's, again, after the Lonsdale belt, or with the Lonsdale belt, it's possibly the best belt in boxing. It's the one you used to have on the Rocky movies. It's the one Ali and Clay and all the fighters in the past had. And it's an unbelievable belt, but for what it stands for is the #1 in the division, and not many people win those, especially from this country.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting how the landscape moves, because we've obviously got a new player with Turkey Al-Sheikh, Dana White coming into the game with TKO. They're going to face a lot of challenges. I caught up with Dana White last week and we had a long chat about this. He's not green with it. He knows full well that there's lots of massive challenges. To bring the UFC model into the game, you've got to, especially in America, you've got to change legislation because you've got the Muhammad Ali Act, so therefore the promoter can't own the belt and all these types of things. There's going to be loads of things that come along the way that are roadblocks. And also, you're going to get pushback from within the sport, from promoters, from managers, from all these types of people, from sanctioning bodies that want, obviously, their love for the WBC, the WBA, or whatever it may be. It's going to be it's not going to be happening tomorrow. It might be 5 years or 10 years, It's going to be interesting how the landscape moves.
And I think that people that are talking about changing this, and that is one Turkey Al-Sheikh, and you know the conversations that I've had with him personally when we've been to sit down about his idea of what he's going to do in the sport, how he's going to change it, how he's going to clean it up, you know, change the governance of the sport, is by putting it under one umbrella, is by having one champion. He bought the Ring magazine, which tells you where he wants to go with that. The Ring belt is the most prestigious belt in the world. You guys have just talked about that and how and why it is so prestigious. And that's the way the landscape may end up. You know, we're not talking like in the next 2 or 3 years. We could be talking 5, 10 years down the road, but it may just end up that we do get it all under one umbrella. The Ring magazine is that one belt that you can win, and there'll be a ranking system to go through that, and there'll be different leagues to go through those as well, and that's maybe how it would all work. But that takes a huge change, but if anyone can do it, it is Turkey Al-Sheikh.
We're going to continue this conversation about sanctionings and rankings and various things like that, especially in the heavyweight division in a minute. Let's get an update from John Rowling, shall we? Because Khalil Majid and Alex Murphy are still in the ring doing a little bit. There's a few oohs and ahs going on. John, how's the fight playing out?
Well, it's a few oohs and ahs, and I promised that I'd interrupt your conversation, fascinating though it is, if we saw anything particularly explosive or anything which was in danger of establishing dominance one way or the other in this contest, but we've not seen it so far. It's a local derby, this one. Alex Murphy, 24-year-old from Salford, undefeated in 13 against Khalil Majid from Bolton, who's undefeated in 14. Majid probably the harder puncher of the two. Murphy maybe the better conditioned. They've fought a lot sparring together. They know each other's game inside out, and so far, as I suspected, it's been very difficult for one or t'other to establish a dominance. Halfway stage, I've got it 3-2 in Majid's favour, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was the other way, and this one is showing every sign that it's going to go the full 10 rounds. So your conversation can safely continue.
Thank you, Mr. Rowling. Listen, we'll keep you up to date with that fight. We do have the debut of Delicious Orie to come. We've got a great fight in the super lightweight division. Big heavyweights battling for the British title, and Joe Joyce and Filip Hrgovic is in our main event, and that is going to be across the whole talkSPORT network. We're on talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel as well, if you want to come and join the conversation. Now, based on what we've just been having a chat about, Paul and Spencer, let's talk IBF in particular, right? Because for me, the heavyweight landscape, I think, is absolutely dead easy to navigate. Usyk's the champion. Joseph Parker is his challenger. This is for me personally. Daniel Dubois holds a belt. Ajit Kabayel should be his challenger. I know the game might not work like this. So Derek Chisora now, who will be mandated for a world title shot by the IBF on April 22nd, that's what we're being told. Where does that sit amongst all of this? Surely that is holding up the meritocracy of the division.
Well, absolutely. You listen, I spoke to Derek Chisora about this situation. He said he's now getting mandated. He is mandated for that IBF belt. Daniel Dubois is the IBF champion. And he said, I'm sitting it out, mate. That is exactly where I'm going. You know, Derek's always been that guy, have gumshoe, will travel, will fight anybody, anywhere, and he always puts up that great fights. You know, he's one of those rare breed and old school throwback type of fighter, and who in this late stage of his career has just started turning it around. And that win against Joe Joyce last time around, he was an underdog again, and he pulled off that victory. He put himself in this position. He's gone, look, mate, I've had to earn this, and I'm going to hang around and wait for my opportunity. And that's where it is, and that's where the confusion sets in.
But is that not when you hear people like Dana White, Turkey Al-Sheikh talk about boxing being broken, is this not what they're referring to? These politics that, with all due respect, the IBF are actually following their own rules. I can't pull them up on it because they're actually following their rules. What they did, they issued an eliminator for the number 2 slot for Chisora and Wallin. Derek wins that, so he's now the number 2. They issued the number 2 because they'd already issued an eliminator for Bakoli and Ajagba, of which they've now removed because Bakoli steps in last minute to fight Parker. Ajagba then gets punished, and now the number 2, Derek Chisora, will be elevated to the mandatory slot and therefore called to fight for the IBF Championship. When the landscape's there in the heavyweight division, we're all absolutely thirsty for the best guys fighting the best guys. Again, I brought your brother up a minute or 2 ago. Callum, in the light heavyweight division, he's just come through a great fight with Boatsi. He's put himself now, for me, right in line to be fighting Benavidez. You go and beat Benavidez, you're going to be fighting the top lad. But I just think that we're confusing it by just adding these levels of politics and nonsense for the fight fan.
Well, where you are there, like Benavidez is the WBC interim champion
and the WBA
and the WBA regular champion, right? Which is effectively an interim title.
Yeah, but if you move the belts away, logic, just watching watching the sport, we all know Callum versus Benavidez. That winner fights the winner of maybe a trilogy with the big boys.
But that's what we're talking about with these, you know, governing bodies and where they're situated. Like Callum Smith, and rightly so, you know, has won that WBO interim world title, so he's waiting for his opportunity. But because of, like you say, the governance of it all, that is where the sport is broken. That is where the system is broken. I think that people get the confusion here when you hear Dana White talking about that and saying the sport's broken, and Turkey Al-Sheikh saying...
No, it's the business of it.
They're talking about the business. They're not talking about the fights that we've got and the fights that we're getting, because the sport's healthier than it's ever been. It's actually the politics of it. The system is broken. That's what it is.
I'm one who I've always slagged the IBF off. I've always disagreed with a lot of the stuff that they do. And coincidentally or strangely, they're the closest ones to what the UFC are, where they make you fight your mandatory every other fight.
They stick to the rules, yeah.
But if they stick to the rules constantly, every now and then there's a bit of common sense that's needed. Batebiev and Bivol had their fight, and then let's go to the heavyweight. Sorry, let's go to the heavyweight. You've stripped Usyk and made Dubois the champion. Usyk beat Dubois and beat him well.
Completely agree.
And now Dubois is world champion, when there's one man that's the world champion in the heavyweight division. It's been Usyk. And he won all 4 belts fairly. He hasn't lost one of them in the ring, but now all of a sudden there's titles breaking off because the IBF is sticking to this rule that they have, which in fairness is a decent rule when it suits, but not in that situation. You've just literally ruined the fact that there's an undisputed champion in the heavyweight division for the first time in a hell of a long time, and now you've just ruined it and fragmented it, and now you've got the fans again, oh well, who's the real champion? Is it Dubois? Is it Usyk? Is it whoever comes back? And it's the confusion that it's created just let them wait a little bit for the chance. They've had the shot. Let them fight the number 5 or something.
Or work with the other sanctioning bodies.
Or work together and don't strip him, because he is the undisputed champion. I'm a big believer of, let's say there's the undisputed champion. That's the Ring Magazine belt. He doesn't need them other belts now.
I agree.
Save your sanctioning fee. You'll soon see which governing body wants you to have them belts again if you don't pay the sanctioning fee.
Can we get to that though? Where's the fighter's head at? When you were little lads starting this journey out, I'm sure you had dreams of maybe the green and gold belt or the one that were on Rocky or whatever it was. Every fighter's like that, aren't they? They have the dreams of certain belts that they want to pick up. Do we need to change the mentality and just say, this is where we're going to go now?
This is nearer to Spencer's weight, but I remember the first time I ever saw Jake McLara's WBO belt in Everton Park Sports Centre, and I looked at it and seen all the red stones and thought, I want that belt, I want that belt.
Right.
And the WBC was a great belt, obviously everyone would want that belt. But if all them belts, let's say Carl Froch was the undisputed champion, or Andre Ward when I was fighting, if either gave every one of them belts up and said, we're no longer sticking to these titles, we're not paying the sanction fees, that's a bit your hand off to fight for one of the spare ones.
I think the simplicity of all of this, and you know, we're going into it, you know, we're trying to work out the ways that it could work.
But fans are having this conversation, so we might as well have it.
Catman, you've nailed it. You said it whilst we were talking there. There's a simple answer to this. The 4 governing bodies getting together and working that system out themselves. You know, and that is the way of doing it. Instead of the talk of getting rid of all the governing bodies, because that's the possibility. If Turkey Al-Sheikh goes, listen, we've got the Ring Magazine, we get rid of that, we do the leagues, do what they were talking about, and totally changing this broken system, or the 4 governing bodies can use their little noddles and put their heads together and say, right, let's work out this out.
I think they have to.
There is a system.
They have to.
It could be made.
The problem is, it's like what Paul was saying 2 minutes ago. There's a lot of money involved now in this game, especially at the top end. And those sanctioning fees, those 3%, 4%, they're worth a few quid when you're in an undisputed fight, aren't you? They have to get themselves together. They have to work together, because if they don't, what's going to happen is that the value of their belt is going to dilute, because Turkey Al-Sheikh or whoever is going to come along and say, this is the real champion. Might be Ring Magazine. This is where the real champion's at. Everything else will be that secondary tier.
There's a little bit of devil's advocate for you, Adam and Spence. Let's say Usyk tomorrow vacates all the titles. Do you still think Dubois will fight him? Or do you think he'll go and fight for the full title and defend it against the biggest money fight out there? Now, Usyk should be the biggest money fight because he's the main man, but the belts are ultimately what they want to fight Usyk for because he's the champion. But if he gives them up, I don't think they'll still want to fight him personally.
You are 100% right. But
I disagree with that.
No, I think that's 100% right. But then what needs to happen is that people like us and these fans, that we need to make the noise. That guy is the champion. Usyk is the champion. We need to obviously recognise that rather than pandering to the other nonsense that goes on in the game.
I agree, but what I'm saying is the reason I disagree, not saying that with all the weight divisions, the reason I disagree with Paul Smith on that situation is I think because Alexander Usyk is widely considered the #1 in the division. 100%. So whether he's got that belt or not, he's the man, right? So if he gives all the belts up and then goes, right, I'll fight Daniel Dubois for his IBF, he's still considered the man. Dubois will still be considered the challenger in every single way.
But what Paul just said there is,
beat the best.
Would Dubois want to fight him, or would he, for example, I'll do a rematch with AJ instead?
I think if you offer Dubois £1 million more to fight AJ for the belts or to fight Usyk for £1 million less, he's going for AJ.
Yeah, I agree with
It's just my opinion because ultimately to a boxer, to a fighter, then that belt means something.
Yeah.
It still means the world to us, to fighters, former fighters. You would still give a lot. You give your right arm sometimes to win.
No,
that belt.
the reason
that's why it's so tricky.
Yeah, the reason Daniel Dubois wants to fight Alexander Usyk and he wants to fight him next is one reason and one reason only, because he's considered the man, and Daniel Dubois wants to beat the man, and that was the guy that beat him. And that is the.
Is he not after just the undisputed status because he's the belt holder?
But that is the undisputed status. But what I'm saying is it's a win-win, isn't it? Because he gets the chance to avenge that loss, and then like when you're talking about modern eras, Alexander Usyk goes down as that guy.
Yeah.
Right? He's that guy. So Daniel Dubois obviously wants to box him, and it's all about timing in this sport. You're looking at Usyk going, he's had some tough fights, been around a long time. At some point, the wheels have got to come off. He's got to slow down. Daniel Dubois is going, is that opportunity? Calculated gamble, he's the man. It's a win-win. I get the undisputed and I get to beat the best of the modern era.
I'll tell you what's going to be really interesting, because for me, as I analyse that landscape in the heavyweight division, the kingmaker seems to be Usyk, because he's the man. And I think he's got a bit of a choice here, hasn't he? Because I know that the WBO have called the situation with Parker. He has a situation with Caballel, and he's obviously got this situation where he can become undisputed again by fighting Daniel Dubois. It's going to be interesting to see what choice he makes.
It is, and I believe that he should not be fighting for the chance to become undisputed champion again, because he should never lost it, obviously. So what I think in this fight is Usyk is probably sitting in, this is just my opinion, and I don't mean any disrespect towards Dubois, but when Dubois jumped in that ring after that fight, which I felt was a bit disrespectful, Usyk's probably sitting here rubbing his hands together thinking, oh my God, all I've got to do is beat Dubois again. Because he didn't struggle in the fight. It wasn't the fight that Dubois thinks it was, in my opinion. I watched that fight and I felt Usyk was comfortable. And he'll be even more comfortable in this fight.
Mate, we were there in Poland. I think one judge scored 1 round to Dubois, 2 judges scored 2 rounds to Dubois. Usyk walked that fight. He was very, very comfortable in it. Don't get me wrong, Daniel Dubois is completely different.
He's improved.
Completely different guy coming into it the second time round. But I agree with you, from an Usyk point, it will be really interesting to see what he picks. Personally, selfishly, I want him to pick Parker, because I think Parker has earned the right to have a shot at the top man. That's what I personally would like him to do. But I'm not going to argue with Alexander Usyk. He's the king, so he can do what he wants.
No, I agree with you. I think if you're going on merit, then Joseph Parker definitely deserves that opportunity. He definitely deserves that shot. He's beat Zhale Zhang. He beat a guy that was considered the danger man of the division at the time, Deontay Wilder. It's easy saying in hindsight, after he knocked out Wilder, oh, he was shot, he was totally gone. Well, no one felt that when he was first going in there. So you've got to remember how Joseph Parker's thinking doing that ring walk. He's thinking he's going in with a man. And then he gets in there and he beats him. He meets fire with fire and beats him at his own game. And you go, you've got to respect that. So on that merit, he does deserve his shot, without a doubt.
Yeah, I do fear that Ajit Caballel, for example, is going to miss out on this particular round, isn't he?
He's falling into that Joseph Parker territory, Caballel, isn't he? He's gone under the radar in many ways. But I would probably say the most dangerous man in the division, the most avoided man now in the division, because everyone knows, going in with him, Ajit Caballel, you've got a tough night, man. I mean, you would struggle to back against him against any heavyweight, really. Right now, you go, it's a 50-50 fight with anyone he boxes.
I hope Atoma takes his time, but imagine Atoma against Caballel in let's say 8 months, 6 months time.
Yeah,
a couple, maybe 2 quick fights for the Atoma, and then he jumps into something like that. Because listen, I don't think Mike Tyson's record will ever be broken. That's just my personal opinion. But there's a slight chance if he gets the fight. I can't see him getting the fight. But I don't think there's a rush really with the tournament. If he's not going to beat that record, don't rush him. Let him build in. Let him build his toughness up. Let him build his engine up. Let him build his experience up. Then let him loose on the division. But imagine someone like him against Caballero. It'd be a phenomenal fight.
Listen, I think there would be an argument you could put Atoma in with Kubrat Pulev, who's a WBA regular champion, so it's still a WBA world title, so it would go down as that.
Stop
he
it,
would
you.
No,
Stop
but
it.
I'm saying he'd beat Pulev tomorrow. I actually said that to Turkey, by the way, on talkSPORT. I said, listen, what about it? You're talking about breaking records. You got until, what is it, May the 16th? I believe it's May the 16th, is it?
Is that what it is?
I think it's
Is that
May
what
the
his birthday is?
16th,
Right,
I
okay.
believe, yeah. And you got until May the 16th. Pulev's there, 43 years of age, looking for a big fight, little bit of pension money. There's your fight. And then you go and break the records. But all of a sudden, it puts him in a brilliant position. But I was speaking to Frank Warren also about this situation. He said it's not like he doesn't think that Moses Itoma, and a lot of people will think this as well, beats Anthony Joshua right now. He said, but the thing is, this is why he's a great manager, Frank Warren, and he understands the game. He goes, we beat Anthony Joshua, now we're there. And the kids,
Yeah, you can't
he
come
said,
back.
we can't come back. And I need to, he said, I'm thinking about the long game here because we've got a superstar on our hands. And if you get it right, you can stay there a long time. If you let him move too soon,
I get that.
yeah, he can beat some of the big names, but imagine putting him in, you mentioned it there, Agit Kabayel.
Yeah, I get it.
You put him in with him now, I go, I don't like that fight for Itoma because Itoma's unproven, whereas all these guys have developed, they're proven. Itoma hasn't been to that dark place that Paul would tell you. He's been there in these fights where you've got, it's lonely, man. You get in there and you get late in the fight and it's like you're tired, you're finding it hard, the kid's getting stronger, and you've got to find something from somewhere. It's sort of like it's a weird place to go.
Yeah.
But we don't know if Moses can go there yet, but we let him develop as a heavyweight.
Here's one for you just to finish this off then. Do we as a fan base need to put less stress on fighters taking big fights and losing? That loss shouldn't mean anything.
A fighter sits there and will think, I don't care about the fans, I'm not losing. I'm not going to take that fight if I'm not ready for it. But a fighter also needs to be guided correctly. You just mentioned Frank Warren. Frank Warren's probably the best at building a fighter and getting a fighter from zero right to becoming a champion. And there was an argument in the past that he always did that with the likes of your Hattons and that coming through. But a young fighter, it's got to be calculated, and it's okay saying give the fans the best fight, but if you lose, some of them fans are so quick to just drop you also. Well, he's lost now,
Well, that's
so
what
he's
I mean.
done.
Do they need to change their attitude
and I
towards
agree
it?
that they do. Listen, I'm watching really good fights in the UFC with fighters who've all got losses. You're seeing champions coming through now, like Usyk aside. The rest of them have all lost probably, and they're still there at the top table. They're still there fighting. Are you going to not watch Beterbiev Bivol if they have a third fight because they've lost one?
No, I want to see it.
We all want to see it.
Yeah, listen, Paul, you touched on a good point there, actually. You're talking about Frank Warren and the guidance and how important that is to develop a fighter, to have the longevity of a career and have the best career that they can. He boxed Jonathan Thaxton in his 25th fight for the British title. Had they not took their time with him and guided him that way, and he come through that fight and he picked up a horrendous cut in that fight as well, then they moved on to that WBO title and he had, I don't know how many defences of that, but against ex-world champions who were well over past their best, but they were developing him, and he went on to become a great champion. And in 2005, when he beat Kostya, he had that build-up, he had that apprenticeship.
He was building both his fight skills, his mental toughness, and also his fan base in those fights, wasn't he?
Absolutely.
He was topping the bill at the Emin Arena, getting 10, 15,000 in all the time, and then the Kostya fight happened, and it was 20,000, full to the brim, and he was ready, whereas a year earlier, he may not have been ready for Kostya.
That's my point, Paul. I think, even a year earlier, he wouldn't have been ready for Jonathan Thaxton for the British title. What I'm saying is, boxing's all about timing and, taking the baton at the right time, development and all that, and that's what Frank Warren is great at. If he knows he's got a prospect and he can see the potential, he will take his time with them.
We can go down a rabbit hole here also, because that time of fighting with Hatton and Thaxton and that's when I just turned pro. You had 15 fights to learn your trade at the time, didn't you, Spencer? You didn't really, your weights, you move quick, and your weight division moved pretty quick. But nowadays, the fans also, and the promoters, they're expecting results winning your first 10 fights. And sometimes fighters need 10 or 15 fights to learn. It used to be the old saying, 20 to learn, 20 to earn. But now it's changed. Now it's probably 10 to learn, and then the rest to
well,
it.
that's attention spans of audience now, isn't it?
Yeah.
People are living in the phones. People are wanting things instantaneously.
But-
Society in general, you want it now.
But back in the, so mine was in '97 when I won the European title. I won it in my 11th fight. I beat Nazim Hamid's record, and is the quickest ever to win a European title in his 12th. He beat Vincenzo Belcastro. The mistake I made, right, by skipping that British title and winning that European title, I ended up number 5 in the world with all the governing bodies, and I couldn't
can't
go
go back.
back.
Yep.
So every fight was a hard fight, and then when I look back on it now, I go, the longevity of my career, I cut it short by years and years because I put myself in a position too soon. They go, yeah, you recognise that talent, and I think at the time you think if you're good enough, you're old enough. That's not the fact. And I think that Ricky Hatton is a prime example of that, and that's how you really should be guided. Like sometimes a fighter can jump too fast, and that was what, echoing what Frank said there about Moses Itoma. Spence, I do what I do, like what happened with you, put him in that position. But it's where he goes after that, and
Yeah.
that's the problem.
Just before we hand over to John Rowling for a breakdown of the fight that is just completed in the background, I just want to get your opinion finally, because we've seen Wilder announce a fight in the heavyweight division. Talk of Anthony Joshua coming back into this mix. What Usyk decides to do might affect Anthony Joshua as well. How do you see them still playing a part in the heavyweight division?
Deontay Wilder.
Either of them, Anthony Joshua and Wilder.
I personally don't want to see Deontay Wilder in a boxing ring again. I didn't want to see him after his last fight. I think it's the wrong place to overstay your welcome, and I feel a few of these fighters are overstaying the welcome. Anthony Joshua, not so much. I don't think he's overstaying it. I think he has a bit more to offer to the game, but I think he's got to sort the team, the routines, strip it all back to basics, see if he still wants to fight, because he can still make a lot of money out of this game, even though he has a lot of money. But he also still has a chance if he can get things right tactically, technically in the gym. But in his last performance, tactically, technically, it just wasn't there for him compared to what we've seen in the past when he won the titles and lit the division on fire.
Yeah, I'm with Paul that, you know, Anthony Joshua's still got a lot to give to the game. There's still a lot there with Anthony Joshua. Let's talk about Deontay Wilder. No, forget that. Don't want to see him in the ring again. You know, I think the loss to Joseph Parker, he looked a shell of himself. The last loss to Zhale Zhang was horrible to watch. We saw the shell of a former great, fearsome heavyweight, and he looked terrible. He wouldn't have even won a British title that night. Deontay Wilder, please, forget it, it's just a name. Don't want to see him in the ring no more.
We're about to get the announcement of the fight that is just completed in front of us. John Rowley, did it liven up from your following conversation?
It did liven up. Let's see who's won it. It was tight.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Steve Gray scores it 97-94. Judge Howard Foster scores it 96-94. And Darren Sargentson scores it 96-95. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision and still undefeated, Khalil, the real deal, Majid.
Well, that's gone down very badly with the contingent of fans who've come down from Salford for Alex Murphy. It was a close one, but Majid, the more precise and more powerful puncher, I had very little between them at the halfway stage, but I just felt that Majid, by virtue of the fact that he had the harder punch, although Murphy in punch counts might have landed more, he did precious little damage. He got those 13 wins, hasn't got a stoppage on his record, and it really was sort of powder puff arm punching for the most part from him, and Majid winning it by a couple of rounds, one round. That's kind of whereabouts I had it. Steve Gray had it 97-94, which is by 3 rounds, but this lad Khalil Majid, trained by Buddy McGirt, he just knew a little bit too much, hit a little bit too hard, and his undefeated record goes on, and he'll maybe move on to a higher level.
John, thank you very much for keeping across that. John's going to be back with you in a moment or two for the debut of Delicious Orie. We've also got the Commonwealth super lightweight title fight between Jack Raftery and Regan. Before we move over to talkSPORT and bring you David Adelaide and Jamie TKV for the British Heavyweight Championship, and that'll be followed by our main event as Joe Joyce and Filip Hrgovic go at it right here in Manchester. Don't go anywhere, we've got some live fights for you next.
Went in the Olympics as one of the favourites. I think he was in the top 3 seeds to win those medals. Very unfortunate in that opening contest. Actually, I thought 6 of the 8 Brits that lost, they were unlucky. But Delicious was one of those unlucky ones. I think he lost the first round, won the next 2, and he should have gone through. That obviously ruined his chances, and he decided to turn professional. I like the kid. He's a great speaker. He likes to learn. He's a hard grafter. He's done his apprenticeship as an amateur. They're in the amateurs now as well, you know, without the head guard, so they don't have to adapt as much to turn professional now. Sometimes when they stay in that cycle for too long, they can't snap and change it out of that style. Now that's going to be the big thing. Can he change? Because Delicious Orie is quite straight backed. He's got that amateur sort of style, like you remember the likes of Richie Woodall and people like that, but he's sort of adapted and he could use that amateur style in the professional ring. It's going to be interesting to see if Delicious Orie can do that.
Well, obviously, we haven't seen him as a pro yet, Paul, but I know that you've been across him as an amateur, and the hype and the noise in and around him. Take yourself back to that professional debut. I know that there's a lot of pomp and ceremony in and around his professional debut. Bit of pressure on him tonight, but it's important that he gets rid of those nerves early doors and delivers, doesn't he, in order to capture that fan base?
It is, and it's important, as Spencer's just mentioned, and it's important to know now. Now, I disagree with the no head guards in the amateurs. My son had his first senior fight the other day. He won well, he won every round. He got across your head, his eyes completely closed after it. And you're putting miles on the clock for these young kids who are going to eventually, hopefully, turn pro and achieve their dreams. In tournaments, especially the Olympics, I don't see it's idiotic in my opinion that you can get a cut that needs 4 or 5 stitches. There's a doctor there that's going to put 1 stitch in because you're fighting tomorrow again.
We had that problem with Fraser Clark, didn't we? He picked up that cut in the semi-finals and he didn't get that opportunity to go on and box for that gold medal. So I'm in agreement with Paul here that I think head guards are there for a reason, and I think they're good and they're beneficial. They shouldn't take away from that because they do pick up. When you get that level, elite level, you know, when you're competing in the Olympics and whatnot, the heads will go in, they will bang. Yeah. And when you're fighting every other day in competition, you know, it's very unfair if you get into those late stages and lose that through injury as opposed to against the opponent.
I agree, and on the other hand also, it's setting them up to be better pros because when they're getting in there, it's not all new. When I got in and I had no head guards, and I was like, whoa, this is the weirdest thing ever. But these are used to that now. They're getting in, and it's not the first time they haven't had head guards on. It's numerous times they've done it.
Thomas Schreiber is just making an addressment to the crowd here at the Co-op Arena. So we're going to let him take over from now.
Memorial. Sadly, Colin Hart has passed away at the age of 89. Colin was not only known to the boxing community, but also to the public in general, having been the lead boxing journalist for over 5 decades with the Sun newspaper and was active until his passing. He was inducted into the International Boxing Hall of Fame in 2013, and his knowledge of boxing was not matched by any other. He certainly will be missed. At this time, I ask that you all please rise for a moment of silence as the timekeeper tolls 10 in memory of Colin Hart. Thank you very much. May God rest his soul.
A classy tribute from Queensbury and the Zone there. Just taking a moment out of the scheduled fights to pay tribute to Colin Hart. And John Rowling, obviously, a great man. I was lucky enough to spend a lot of time with Colin and pick his brains, and I've no doubt that you've done the exact same thing over the years.
For rather longer. He's been a great friend of mine, both personally and professionally, for more than 4 decades. He was a lovely, kind man. His depth of knowledge of the whole boxing game, the boxing industry, was spectacular. He was the last working British journalist who'd been at the Rumble in the Jungle, Foreman against Frazier in 1974, and I was out for lunch with him only about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And although physically by then he was starting to get extremely frail, the intellect, the boxing mind, which had been razor sharp for so long, was undiminished. And all I can say, really, looking back and hearing...
Last fight I ever had with Edgar was outside school when I was about 14. And I remember feeling like it was the weirdest feeling in the world for me, Spencer, throwing jabs at someone with no headgear on, and then the clashes of heads happen whether you like it or not. That's why I disagree with it in the amateurs, because seasoned pros and young pros are clashing heads. What do you think amateurs are going to do? You know what I mean?
Paul, I think I was there at that debut, actually. Didn't you have that blue stripe going through your head?
We had.
That's right. Yeah,
we all got it done. It was red. It was red. We all got it done in the Commonwealth Games, and I just kept it on, and my brothers leaded me over it, my mates leaded me over it, but it was just one of them things. When we were in the Commonwealths, we all got red and white in our hair for the England team, and I turned pro right after it, and it was still there, so I just kept it.
I'm going to let you know a little secret here. I knew you had a coloured stripe in your hair, but I am colourblind as well. I don't know why I thought it was blue, but I knew that you did have a stripe there. And I remember that debut you had there. There was high talk of you when you was turning over as a professional, because your style was very suited to the game.
Yeah, there was a good few in our team.
Impact.
Yeah, there was a few good obviously good fighters in that same team. Obviously David Hay, Darren Barker and the likes, but David Hay had a slick pro style. I had a pro style. Barker was a very amateurish style, even though he turned pro and adapted really well to the professional game, but I was always more suited to the professional. I was trying to be a better amateur. My brother Stephen was trying to be a really good amateur so much, and then struggled a little bit more to adapt to the pros, and then took to it well. Liam was just a pro fighter trying to be a decent amateur. Callum was probably a mixture of both. He was a good amateur and then developed to the pros well with a nice style. But you see some fighters who were just naturally suited to the pros. Matthew Macklin at the same group, he was very much suited to the pros. But once you get in there, obviously, it's a daunting place. First big fight on a pro undercard, the little small gloves on. The best feeling in the world is putting them gloves on in the dressing room thinking, oh, I can't wait till it's in here, but then you forget he has them on as well.
Well, you can hear the dulcet tones of ABBA ringing through. Thomas Travis about to introduce the fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with the big boys of boxing. 4 rounds scheduled in the heavyweight division. Brought to you by Frank Warren on behalf of Queensberry, along with their great sponsors, Riyadh Season, 32 Red, That Prize Guy, and Unibet. Our timekeeper is Chris O'Connor, and when the bell rings, our referee in charge and scoring this contest will be Steve Gray. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing white trunks with black and weighed in officially at 293.8 pounds. Coming to us from Sarajevo, Bosnia, he brings a professional record consisting of 3 wins, 7 defeats, with one of those 3 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Milos Veletic. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing white trunks and weighed in officially at 245.9 pounds. Hailing from Wolverhampton, England, he had a stellar amateur career, proudly representing Great Britain at the 2024 Olympics. And now tonight, he makes his highly anticipated professional boxing debut. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Delicious Orie.
gentlemen. Okay, fellas, if a call break, I expect you to step back. Don't deliberately throw punches around the back of the head. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck, lads.
There you go. Final instructions from Steve Gray. Just a little reminder, we are streaming live on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. You can come and join the watch along there. Delicious Orie about to get his professional tenure underway, and calling you through that is going to be Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
He stands 6'6" and called Delicious because his dad was an R&B fan and he liked the American group All For One, and there was a guy called Delicious who was a singer in that group. Therefore, in front of us, Delicious Orie. And as a lad growing up in Wolverhampton, I would suggest that he probably had to be quite a tough guy to go through school with that particular name. He's had the first scoring shots in this opening round of this 4-rounder, his debut appearance, and he's landed a couple of solid-looking right hands. Another one there taken on the gloves by Veletic, who's the shorter man, standing around 6'2". Delicious Orie, if you fancied a bet on him to win this fight, I had a look at that. Not that I was seriously thinking of putting money on. He lands another good right hand there, but most bookies had him 100 to 1 on. In other words, you needed to put a quid on to make a penny. Was your money there, Spenny?
Listen, I think that pound's safer, if I'm totally honest. Delicious Orie started this one so well, taking the centre of the ring and really ramming those right hands in. This is a brilliant start by the Olympian. Another right hand slams him to the side of the head, and Veletic taking them ones well there, but how many more of those can he take, John?
Well, he'll be wanting to get out of this with a stoppage victory, I'm sure, for him and his trainer, training at the Steel City Gym up in Sheffield with Grant Smith. Very familiar to those surroundings up there, of course, having been in the GB elite squad for so long under the auspices of the likes of Richie Woodall and others, keeping such a close eye on his development. And many people think that he should have won that Olympic opening bout, and he said himself it's a disappointment from which he thinks he will never fully recover. But if he goes a long way in the pro game, well, it's going to certainly help. He has to take a right hand in there as he leans in and falls in behind a right hand aimed at the body. Minute to go now in this opening round.
Yeah, little reminder there from Veletic, just to say, listen, keep your hands up, son, stay focused, because I am in this one. I will throw shots back. Another right hand there from Veletic, but mainly be dominated this first round by Delicious Orie, who took centre of the ring, working everything off that jab, and he's been really slamming the right hands in. Again, a 1-2 goes in there, and Veletic taking those shots well.
I commentated right the way through his Commonwealth title progress when he took the gold in Birmingham. Boxed beautifully right the way through there, but if there was a question about Orie, it was about the fact that although he lands a lot of punches and technically looks very correct, does he really have the full weight of punch to go right to the top of the pro division? Well, time, of course, will tell on that one, and Veletic just closing up in the closing seconds of this opening round, trying to keep a tight guard. Orie has telegraphed a little bit the big right hands he's been throwing, but he clearly takes that opening round, Spencer, no doubt about it.
Yep, dominant round there in the first round of his professional career, out the way, and that is the best round to get out the way. And he slipped into the professional ranks very nicely indeed, didn't he? Veletic was on that back foot, he was moving around the perimeter of the ring, and he went into survival mode very early. Delicious Orie was working well behind the jab, ramrod jab, and then throwing through that right hand as well. He landed the shot a couple of times, but an impressive first round there, and one he will be glad is under his belt.
Orie only took up the boxing game. I hate to use that word sometimes, boxing game, because it's a lot of things, but it's not really a game. But he didn't come into it until late. He came in after trying to establish himself as a basketball player. Couldn't do that, but the fact he didn't start boxing till 18, quickly, Spenny, count against him.
Well, listen, it worked for Anthony Joshua, didn't it? He didn't start until 18 either, and look what he went on to achieve. World Championship silver medals, Olympic gold medals, two-time World Heavyweight Champion, British Champion, Commonwealth Champion. So, you know, there is time, and he's still learning, and he will still continue learning. Grant Smith, who's in that corner as well, the father of Dalton Smith, will be a good addition to this team.
Yeah, Grant told me before this fight began, when I was just having a word with him, he said, it's the first heavyweight I've ever had. Well, it's not a bad heavyweight to be starting with, is it?
Nope, certainly isn't. Jab there from Vilatek, who's just threw that one out. A little reminder again there for Delicious, just to stay focused. He can't switch off for a moment. This is heavyweight boxing. One shot can turn things around, but he's in complete control as he pushes forward again.
Vilatek, roly-poly sort of figure, and only with 3 wins in 10 contests and no signs of being a big puncher, but sometimes being a heavily built character doesn't necessarily stop you having a punch. He has to partially block another big right hand from Orie there, and Orie this time switches the attack to the body and lands a heavy right hand into the roly-poly midriff of Vilatek. Yeah, you think of people like David Ruiz, I mean, he could punch, or can punch.
He certainly can, yeah. And Delicious Orie looks like he can punch as well. He's really ramming that right hand in, just misses the whiskers there of Vilatek as Vilatek moves back, and he's gone into complete survival mode now, and he doesn't look like he's fancying this. You just suspect now if Delicious Orie decides to turn that screw, he could get the job done here.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Vilatek has too many attacking ideas. Orie on the front foot, trying to close him off in the corner, lands a solid right hand. Vilatek just sways back, takes a glancing blow and another one, but he looks as though he's starting to be there for the taking with a minute to go in this second round. And Orie, he's surely measuring him for the perfect right-hander, but he's not quite found it yet.
No, Vilatek's now moving around the perimeter with his hands down low, his mouth has now come open as well. Big right hand slams in, just misses another right hand there as well. Orie, and he's in complete control with 40 seconds left in this second round.
Yeah, how much more of this is Vilatek going to fancy? If it goes as far as that, we're going to be going into the corner at the end of the round and hearing from the trainer of Delicious Orie, hearing what sort of advice he's getting, and again he falls in behind an attempted left-hand, right-hand combination. His power shots not quite timed, and referee Steve Gray has to split them. Last 10 seconds of this second round, and I wonder what Grant Smith is going to have to say to Orie when he makes his way back to the corner. Just needs to measure his shots maybe, not fall in, don't cramp his own style. Let's hear how Grant Smith is going to react to the performance of the big man so far.
All right, breathe, yeah, breathe.
Try too hard.
Somebody pass me this up. Yeah? You are?
Trying too hard.
Right, yeah, you're going too far out. You're showing him too much respect. He's not throwing, DJ. Only time he throws is when you take your time and wait and pause. Fuck me, man.
Okay.
Show him no respect. Hands tight, strong legs. Walking him in, walking in. Break that guard like you've been doing. Sit down on them shots and let him have it. Then touch him up, touch him up, touch him up. Chop, chop. Touch him up, chop. Hook into gap. Show him no respect. Drink it.
Well, I think we got the message of that one. Fairly concise observations, Paul Smith, and just telling him to settle on his shots and do what he can do.
I agree with the sitting on the shots, but I haven't seen anything of his jab tonight. Just get the jab out. Everything will come off the jab. Look at the size of him. He's at least 6'4". Just pop your jab out. Start landing with the jab, and then the better the jab, the better the right hand will be.
And, of course, apologies about some of the language from the Orie corner. You'll be hearing a bit more of that, I suspect, through the evening. But Grant Smith, fairly urgent to instill the right impression on Orie about the pro game as he goes into the third round of his professional career. He's taken the first 2 rounds, but he's not really had Vilatek in big trouble. And he misses again with a big sweeping right hand over the top. Vilatek gets his shoulder in there, clasps Orie in close and stifles him, stops Orie putting any meaningful shots together, and he just needs to just try and time his attacks a little bit more precisely.
Yeah, John, what they call that is trying too hard. He's trying to impress here. We heard Grant Smith in the corner saying, Delicious, look, walk forward, keep your hands up, walk him down, this kid will go. If you do it, you're trying too hard, you're overreaching with the right hand, or you're closing the space too much. with that right hand as well. He just needs to settle down, stop looking for that one big showreel knockout with that right hand and just pick your shots. You know, systematically break him down, because Viličić will go here if he lands the right shots.
Well, you do suspect that if Orie could just put a 3, 4, 5 punch combination together with a couple of headshots, then Steve Gray will be taking a very close look at Viličić, who's doing nothing at the moment. Takes another good right hand, then throws a right hand of his own from distance, but Orie again misses with a right hand counter over the top. Viličić gets his gloves up high again. Orie tries to switch to the body but doesn't find the sizable target, then misses again with a right hand over the top. And Orie just struggling to put the punches together that he'd really want to impress his fervent Wolverhampton followers with, and those who've watched him in the amateur game over the years, and he's not really quite doing it so far.
Well, this is the way that this goes when you turn into those professional ranks. You either get that showreel knockout or you struggle, you over-try, and as the rounds go on, you're too keen to impress, and that's what's happening here with Delicious Orie, who's dominating this contest and winning everything in there, but just over-keen at the moment.
Well, there's no doubt that he's winning this round as he did the first two, but there's a difference always between the professional sport and the amateur sport, and what people who switch over say is that it's the strength of the guys they're in against, which is the first big thing to notice, and the fact, of course, that not always are the people in there against them trying to win. Sometimes they're just trying to survive, and it's not always easy to find a way through the defences. There goes the belt shot rather than the punches, just to win and beat what's in front of him. We're going to the final round now. He's got 3 minutes to put it together now, Spencer.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to try and do now as well. He's going to try and close that gap. What he needs to do here, Delicious Orie, is just let those shots flow. He's looking for that big right hand, loading up with that. Viličić is good at surviving, and now he's starting to fancy hearing that last bell, and that is what Viličić is going to be trying to do here. Hear the final bell, and now Delicious Orie needs to be creative, you know, he needs to find that opening, create the opening. That was better, followed there with the right hand with the left hook.
And far better, and he's also doing what the old boxing adage suggests: work off the jab. Jab your way in, get your way into range, and then let the body shots go and put it together from there. He's dominated this final round so far, but now he does try to wind up again on a big overhand right, which was short of the target. Couple of jabs do find Viličić, and then turns a jab into a little cuffing hook, and Viličić nothing back. There's a good right hand from Delicious Orie, takes it well though. Left hand counter from Viličić, but no power in it, and there's now 1 minute 45 remaining in this final round, and Orie is trying to pile the pressure on.
Yeah, as expected now, Delicious Orie going for that grandstand finish. He wants to get this job inside the distance. If you look down Viličić's record, the people that have stopped him, Matty Harris stopped him in a round, and he would have wanted to have done something very, very similar. It hasn't happened for him. Paul Smith hit the nail on the head there. He's trying too hard, closing the gap, not controlling the space, and that is where the fight is won and lost. If you control that space, the distance is right. Once you get the distance, the right hands will land. Well, again, just missing the right hand job.
This lad who was born in Russia, moved across, was brought up in Wolverhampton, came from a poor background, and he was working on the doors of Birmingham nightclubs, he said, at the age of 18, when he'd actually never been in a nightclub. He put himself through university, picked up a first-class honours degree, and now here as a fighter reaching for the stars. But the evidence of this opening match as a professional is that there is still a long way to go. A bit of reddening around the right eye of Orie. I'm not sure if that's been done by a punch or a clash of heads. Again, he's short of the target with a swinging right hand. Viličić back onto the ropes right in front of us, and Orie again falls in, and Viličić quite happily holds on, clings on, denies Orie space to land his power shots. Orie forward again, trying to walk Viličić into the corner for one last big attack as we move into the final 10 seconds, but it looks unlikely to come. It looks as though Viličić will go the distance. Orie misses with another swinging right hand, and there it is, the final bell. It's going to be a win for Orie, but he's had to go the full 12 minutes.
Yeah, Veletech there making things difficult for him. He knows how to survive. He's got that experience. It was his 12th contest. He's lost 7 of those. Now looks likely that he's lost 8 of those because Delicious Orie dominated that fight from the opening bell, started finding the range with a jab, but he was overreaching at times, falling short at times, just couldn't find that distance. That was the big problem for him there. But overall, 4 rounds, 4 victories in those rounds.
Paul, what did you make of it?
Quite similar to what Spencer said. Obviously, listen, we have to remember this is his professional debut, and as far as debuts go, it's not a bad effort at all, but we expect big things because of the amateur pedigree from Delicious, and it's just a bit of work that he needs to do in the gym on his technique and his footwork. As Spencer said, and what I noticed straight away is when he's throwing his shots, his feet are not in range, so he's falling short or he's leaning over the front foot, and better fighters than Velicic will capitalise on that. But listen, a very successful professional debut. He didn't lose a round.
And high-quality sparring, maybe, in the future will be something that'll help us sort that out. Here's Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of boxing, our referee in charge, Steve Gray, scores the contest 40-36 for your winner and successful tonight in his professional boxing debut, Delicious Orie!
So Delicious Orie is up and running, winning his professional debut, but as the boys said there in commentary, lots to learn, lots to add to the arsenal before we hopefully see him out next. Do stick with us, we've got the super lightweight Commonwealth title on the line between Jack Raftery and Orie Regan. We're going to be bringing you that next here on talkSPORT.
I don't wanna talk. Now is history. I play all my cards, and that's what you've done and do. Nothing more to say, no more race to play. The winner takes it all. The losers only small. Beside the victory, that's how destiny. I was in your arms, thinking I belonged there. I didn't listen.
Yeah. Welcome back to the court, live in Manchester for Fight Night Live. It's Joe Joyce versus Filip Hrgovic. That's our main event that we're going to be bringing you on talkSPORT. We're going to be crossing over there in around about 20 minutes from now. So be poised if you're listening to us on talkSPORT 2 or consuming us on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. We still have the super lightweight Commonwealth title to get involved with, and of course the British heavyweight title is going to be on the line for David Adelaide and Jamie TKV. Before we get to that main event, it's heating up quite nicely here in the Manchester arena. Spencer Oliver is out and about around the ring right now, and he's currently, I believe, speaking to Frank Warren on his own DAZN debut this evening. Over to you, Spence.
I am, gentlemen, Mr. Frank Warren. So Frank, first show on DAZN, big changes.
I'm loving it. I mean, you know, it's a new challenge for us as a promotional company. You know, and I've said on many occasions, we want to be the best promoter on DAZN and deliver the best shows. And you know, it's going to be a really good night. We had a great fight. The opening fight was a really exciting fight. And I'm looking forward to the next three. They're going to be exciting.
Yeah, you've got some great fights on here tonight, but this is very heavyweight heavy this evening. Joe Joyce versus Filip Hrgovic. We find both of these guys in funny places in their career, and even more so for Joe Joyce, you know, coming off those back-to-back losses against Yele Zhang and then last time out against Derek Chisora. Frank, is it a must-win for him?
Oh, yeah. He's lost 3 of his last 4. And, they, you know, against good fighters, good fighters. And it's funny, I look back and think only, what is it, maybe a couple of years, 18 months, whatever it was ago, he was the bogeyman for everybody. Yeah, he had that great win over Joe Parker. And look at Parker where he is now. So you want to emulate that tonight. He can't afford to lose. He's 39 years of age now. If he don't come through this tonight, I feel he's going to be very limited in where he goes at the top level.
I mean, you're controlling this heavyweight landscape right now with all the fighters that you've actually got there. You know, what is the position for the winner of this one? Because people, you know, many years ago, these sort of fights would not have happened because you go, where does the winner go from there? What would the winner get out of this?
The winner would fight somebody in the top 10.
Right.
You know, look, we're trying at the moment to get together, get this fight for the 4 belts together. We'll either do it or we won't. And whatever, if we don't, then the governing bodies are going to order one after another mandatories.
I mean, let's talk.
And that means all these guys are vying for position, excuse me, to be in there, to fight for those titles. So it's a very, very, it's exciting times for them, really exciting. You know, the heavyweight division's never been so lively for a long, long time. And these fights are happening. We're making them happen.
You know, we was talking about the mandatories and the position of the governing bodies and everything earlier on this show here. You know, you got a funny position going on right now with Daniel Dubois and where he goes next, with Alexander Usyk where he goes next. I mean, can you give us any light on that, Frank? I know you're working hard behind the scenes, but, you know, what's the next move for Daniel Dubois? Who do we see him in with?
I'd like him to see him in with Usyk. I'd like to see that rematch. It's very controversial the first time round. I'd like to see that again. Daniel's a different fighter, I believe, from the first fight he had with Usyk. He's coming in leaps and bounds against top quality opposition, undefeated fighters, former 2-time world champion, and done the business and done it in style. So for me now, it's capitalising on that, and hopefully we're getting that fight. If we don't, he'll either have his mandatory or he may fight Joe Parker.
Listen, I was going to ask that about Joseph Parker. It's very unfortunate the way that fight didn't happen at the final hour there. You know, where does Joseph Parker fit into this picture? He's coming off the back of a couple of wins, and a lot of people would argue he deserves that opportunity. Where do you see him fitting in this picture, Frank?
There was a contract signed for the fight. It was there. It didn't happen, as we all know, for whatever reason. Since then, things have moved on. You know, Joe's in a great position. The next mandatory title out of the 4 governing bodies is the WBO. So if we can't get the
fought the unification together, then he is in and he will fight. That's where we are.
I mean, would that WBO then become vacant, and then we could see a fight with, you know, like Joseph Parker?
If Usyk give it up, then it would be vacant, and it's either the number one or maybe we make the fight for the 2 belts with Daniel. There's lots of permutations. One thing for sure, the fights are happening. We're making them happen.
Frank, I've just got to ask you just quickly, you know, the prestigious title, the British heavyweight title, we've got to talk about these boys have really been on fire this week. David Adelaide, Jamie TKV, exciting fight.
Yeah, it is. I'm listening. I don't like all that stuff at press conferences, but it happened. And let's hope it's going to be as exciting as that. You've got these 2 guys, they were good friends, I understand, and they sparred a lot with each other. So they know each other, they both fancy it, so it's going to be interesting. But you know, again, you know, you look at David, he had that loss against Fabio. Look how he come back against Soldakis. Looked really, really good, in great stuff. So he'll want to build on that, put another sterling performance in, and if he does, it'll be European next.
Listen, the heavyweight landscape always changing, and it could be changing again tonight. Back over to you guys.
Spence, thank you very much, obviously, for catching up with Frank Warren there, but I see lots of heavyweight names and faces ringside, so before we actually get the next fight on, mate, get up, get walking around, get the microphone in the face of the likes of the Fabio Wardleys of this world, or the Dillian Whytes who's just turned up. Come on, man, who else is ringside for you? Who can you see?
I've got Dillian Whyte here, boys.
Go for it.
Oh, here we go. Are we on? Are we on?
You're on,
Oh,
mate.
sorry, mate.
It's all yours.
Sorry.
Go for it,
all right,
pal.
we're ready. Dillian, how are you, my friend?
Not bad. A bit pissed off I'm not fighting tonight, but all good, man.
Yeah, I mean, talk to us about the situation, Dillian, and what's going to happen for you next.
You know what? My finger is almost healed, as you can see. You see the scarring is there. It's not even healed yet, you know what I mean? I crushed my finger. If I cut it, it would have been easy, because I crushed it between 2 weight. It tore all the ligaments, and I still wanted to fight. I was up for fighting. My team pulled me out. So I just speak to Frank now. He's saying around the end of June, so that's perfect, you know. That's perfect for me. I mean, I'm in shape. I carried on training and did the best I could do, so I'm ready to go.
Are you punching with that hand now?
1 second. Hey, nice to see you, bro. Yeah. I can start punching it now. I can just about make a fist. So yeah, I'm ready to rock. The end of June, early July is perfect for me. You know what I mean? Perfect.
Brilliant. And who you got your eye on there, mate? Because there's some big names out there for you now. You're well placed. Who do you fancy next?
I got to look and see who's around, because there's all these fights have been made and opponents taking this opponent. So a lot of the guys that was below me stepped up to my level now. So there's lots of fights going on. So I got to speak to George and Frank and see what they suggest and what's the best fight that's going to sell. Because it's not about sellable fights, so we have to see.
Listen, Joe Joyce, Filip Hrgovic tonight, that's an interesting fight. You know, you wonder where the winner goes, where the loser goes. Could the winner be going in with you?
Yeah, I hope Joe Joyce win. I'll still look to fight Joe. But it'll have to be later in the year, because he's going to need to rest. So, but I hope Joe win, because I'm British and I support the British, and we all want our countrymen to do well. So yeah, I hope Joe wins, you know.
Yeah, and we've got that brilliant British title as well, David Adelaide versus Jamie TKV. How did you see that one?
Very interesting fight. I think TKV needs to be careful early. I think if you get through the first 4 or 5 rounds, he will come on and wear Adelaide down late and stop him. But if he starts slow and cumbersome, he could get knocked out early.
Brilliant, Dillian. As always, mate, great chatting to you, boys. We're heavyweight heavy. Back over to you.
He keeps handing back to me. I want him to keep going round the ring. Spence, come on, man, in your crust. Is Fabio Wardley in the house? Let's see if we can get hold of Fabio Wardley, because he's had a big fight announced earlier on today, hasn't he, Spence?
Say that. Sorry, mate. Sorry, I was caught up there. I was just sorry, mate. I was in the presence of boxing royalty. Daniel Dubois is there, but I think we're just going to start this fight, so we're going to get Daniel after.
Right, all right, mate. There you go. Look at him. He's even directing the show now, Spencer Oliver from ringside. There you go. We'll hopefully get back ringside very shortly with Spencer Oliver to capture the imagination of everybody that is there. But the who's who are here. There's a lot of people in attendance. It is a big night for Queensberry, as Frank was just pointing out, as they've made that move over from TNT Sports into the into the DAZN broadcasting platform, and this is where everybody seems to be right now. Matchroom have been here for a long period of time. We've had Golden Boy promotions from the United States over here as well. Now, obviously, with Queensberry, it's becoming a bit of a powerhouse as DAZN. And from the political point of view, Paul, it doesn't make fights a lot easier to make when you've got everybody on the same broadcaster.
It does. I love the old song, Why Can't We Be Friends? And to be honest with you, it's great seeing all these promoters talking again. You see the cheeky little grin on Frank's face and Eddie's face when they're together now. And listen, there's nothing wrong with a bit of healthy rivalry and healthy competitiveness between stables and between promotional banners, but it's not nice when they're in and out of court and they're fighting with each other and they're constantly slandering and slagging each other off. It's good seeing them work together for the better of boxing and for the better of the fighters, and ultimately the fans are benefiting from now seeing these fights that wouldn't have been made a few years back, but ultimately it probably is down to Turkey Al Sheikh for the reason why these fights are happening, being the mediator in between them both and the money man. But we're seeing good fights now, and it's good seeing the promoters getting along, in my opinion.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 12 rounds, and it will be for the Commonwealth Super Lightweight Championship. Brought to you by Frank Warren on behalf of Queensberry, along with their great sponsors, Riyadh Season, 32 Red, That Prize Guy, and Unibet. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in Charge, Suzanne Potts, along with the Commonwealth Boxing Council, Supervisor Debbie Down, Timekeeper Chris O'Connor. Our 3 judges assigned will be Howard Foster, Ron Kearney, and John Latham. Our referee in charge, third man in the ring, will be Darren Sargentson. Introducing to you first the challenger, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing white and green tartan trunks and weighed in officially at 139.1 pounds. Coming to us from Leeds, Yorkshire, England, he brings an undefeated record with 14 wins, and 3 of those 14 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the undefeated challenger, Orie. And his opponent across the ring in this championship contest, he is the defending champion, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing pink with silver and weighed in officially at 139.12 pounds. Hailing from Oldham, England, he is undefeated with 25 wins. 16 of those 25 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the current British and WBC International Silver Champion, and tonight, the reigning and defending Commonwealth Super Lightweight Champion, Jack the Demolition Man Raftery.
Fellas, you both know the rules. Keep it clean, nothing low, watch your heads, and when I say break, take a step back. Most importantly, defend yourself at all times. Best of luck, lads.
A bit of Lancashire versus Yorkshire. You can't beat a Battle of the Roses clash right here in Manchester tonight. For the Super Lightweight Commonwealth title, calling you through Jack Raftery and Corey O'Regan, it's Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
Thank you, Adam. Jack Raftery, the champion, a big favourite to win this one. Slightly the taller man, hair tightly braided, fighting in pink shorts tonight, and he had a very good win not so long back against Henry Turner, and then followed that up with a defence against Rhys McMillan, which was here on the 8th of February. It would be for the British title as well, but Corey O'Regan, more a lightweight in his fights so far, hasn't done enough to be ratified as a British title challenger by the Boxing Board of Control, so this one is just for the Commonwealth title. Corey Regan managed by Matthew Macklin, who's sitting not in a commentary seat for once tonight, but away in a neutral corner.
Yep, spoke to Matthew Macklin about this opportunity and he said that's exactly what it is. Corey Regan got the phone call. You know, he's 16-0, 3 KOs, been boxing on those small hall shows, only ever been 8 rounds actually, and it was about opportunities. What he does with that, can he deal with the big lights? Well, we're going to find out tonight.
Raftery undefeated in 25, Regan, he's undefeated in 14, but with just 3 stoppage wins. He's not a big puncher, but he's got good footwork, and already he's showing that as he's skirting around the periphery of the ring, ducks low and lands a solid left hand into the body of Raftery, who's from Oldham. Regan, now living in Leeds, was born in Dewsbury, just down the road.
Yep, Raftery has a great fan base here, and you can hear them already getting excited as he walks forward, hands held high. The Terminator looking to do a demolition job here.
He'd love to have a spectacular win to delight his fans, I'm sure. We're going to be switching networks shortly. If you're listening to us on talkSPORT 2, the action will be continuing on the main talkSPORT channel from 9 o'clock. And of course, you're going to be able to watch our beautiful faces on the talkSPORT YouTube channel.
Yeah, Raftery stalking forward, holding centre of the ring, still nice, solid look around. Raftery, Regan moving around the perimeter of the outside, southpaw stance, whips out a right hook there, lands that well, and it's a good start here from Regan, and he will take confidence from this.
Snaked out a rangy left hook around the high-held guard of Raftery there. Raftery just a little bit flummoxed, I think, by the southpaw style at this point. There's another good right hand from Regan. Aimed, or rather showed, to throw a right-hand lead and turned it into a hook and made it a scoring shot around the left-hand defensive glove of Jack Raftery, the older man by some 3 years at 29 years old. But Regan is again up on his toes around the periphery of the ring into the last few seconds of this opening round, and I think this has been a decent opening round for Corey Regan. Let's get the thoughts on that one from Spencer Oliver.
Yep, Regan started that one very well, moving around, and he grew in confidence as the round went on. Jack Raftery holding centre of the ring, hands held high, and he was just looking to try and manoeuvre around and create an opening. Paul Smith Jr., I'm going to bring you in on this one. Regan, we haven't seen him at this level, but that was a good start from him.
That was a good round. I gave him the round. I think he landed the cleanest shot, although not the most powerful shots. He's pot shotting and stealing a couple of shots here and there, then rolling, slipping, getting out the way. I think the only negative for Regan in that round is he's moving a lot. He needs to make sure that he paces himself. This is a long fight. He's got a long way ahead of him, and if he can move like this and keep this up, then this is the way to win the fight, but he must conserve some energy.
This is over 12 rounds, Commonwealth Super Lightweight Championship. Jack Raftery from Oldham against Corey Regan from Leeds, and we've given the slightly the taller man, the southpaw Corey Regan, the opening round. Incidentally, there's some real heavyweight support for boxing on the far side of the ring. Dillian Whyte sitting right next to promoter Frank Warren and his son George, alongside Fabio Wardley, who's going to be fighting for the WBA regular title. That's correct, isn't it? Over at Portman Road on the 7th of June.
Yeah, the WBA interim title actually is on the line there, and we've got the IBF champion Daniel Dubois sitting there as well. So it's heavyweight heavy in here, and we've got a great heavyweight contest coming up. But back to this one, the super lightweight Commonwealth title on the line, and Jack Raftery holding the centre of the ring again well here, stalking forward, looking to close that range and tie Regan down. Regan doing a lot of moving at the moment.
But Raftery yet to really find any scoring shots of note in this contest, and the question for Regan as he just takes a glancing blow to the left-hand side of his face from a right hook from Raftery. The question is whether he can maintain this skitter-scatter tactic throughout a full 12 rounds. That's lovely movement from Regan there. landed a right-hand lead and moved away under the attempted counter from Raftery, and then does it again. And now a 1-2. He's boxing really well here, Regan.
Yep, up on his toes now. There's a real spring in his step, and he's fancying this, Regan. But as Paul Smith Jr. just highlighted there, you've only been 8 rounds. 12 rounds is a long old distance, a long slog. When you get into those penultimate 10, 11, 12, that's when you got to dig deep. And that's when we'll find out about Regan.
Yeah, and Corey's not really a big puncher. He's a mover. He's a lightweight in against a fully fledged super lightweight in Jack Raftery, the Commonwealth champion. But it's all Regan at this point, so he puts together another right-hand, left-hand combination, and then a left off the back foot and moves away. Fast-footed, great balance from Regan out of any attempted counters. But there is a right into the body from Raftery, and that's one of the few solid punches that the champion from Oldham has been able to land so far. Regan back onto his toes. Right hand, left hand into the body, and then uses good footwork again to get out of range and out of way of any potential counters coming from Raftery.
Yeah, Raftery's stalking forward, and that's what he needs to do, target the body and slow Regan down, because Regan at the moment is first to the punch, moving around, flicking the left hand, flicking the right hand side to side, making it very difficult here for Jack Raftery, and another round in the bag for Regan.
Yeah, Raftery's going to have to find some solid shots, maybe some body shots to take the spring out of the legs of Regan. And now we're going to go into that Jack Raftery corner and hear what sort of advice they're going to be giving to him, because at the moment he's trailing 2 rounds to 0.
Don't be getting there and overlooking too much. Back off the blocks a little bit sharper now. Go off and come here with the shape, right? Yeah. What about the body? Body shots are good. You're probably not seeing enough of them. Yeah. Keep your little fake game away, yeah? 10 seconds, chorus!
The words of advice coming in that Raftery corner from Steve Maylis, who's one of the quietest spoken of the trainers. You don't hear him ranting and effing and blinding too often, and that's how he's seeing it in the instructions he's delivering at this point. But I think it's fairly clear that Regan's taken the first 2, Spencer.
Yeah, absolutely. Corey Regan's had a good start. He's boxing out that southpaw style, and he's beating Jack Raftery to the punch at the moment. Throws the 1-2 again, and then away. Jack Raftery's feet just a little slow at the moment. He needs to now start closing that gap and letting the shots go. But a lovely 2 backhands again there from Regan.
Yeah, right hand, left hand combination, and then thudded in a left hook into the body as well. This is good work from Regan, and he's showing there that he's not just a powder puff puncher. He really delivered those 2 left hands off the back foot with genuine intent, and Raftery needs to find something similar. Well, he got his man in the corner, and again, a good sneak left hand this time from Regan, and then fast footwork to get him away out of harm's way, and good defence as Raftery tries to unload, and 1-2 more through the high held guard from Regan. And this is lovely boxing again from the Leeds man, who's making it, Paul Smith, at this point, he's making it into his fight.
He's making it into his fight, absolutely, but he has to be very careful, as I keep saying that. He started this fight in 4th gear, in my opinion. Raftery's just easing into the fight with the proven championship pedigree that he has. He comes on strong late all the time, Jack Raftery, but Regan has started really well, but it's at what cost? Will it take a factor and make a factor in the later round, because he started really fast?
And it's going to be draining his stamina, maybe, although he does trade very much on that. 1, 2, 3 attempted big hooks from Raftery, all whistled through thin air over the head of Regan, who puts together another really sweet right hand, left hand combination, and the left right down the tube, and a lovely right hand from Regan as he used the ropes to skip away to his right side. He is boxing beautifully here, Spencer.
Yep, he's absolutely schooling Jack Raftery in there at the moment. He's first to the shot, he's throwing the combinations, and more importantly, he's oozing confidence. It was about whether he could cope under the bright lights, and boy, is he dealing with that. And as these rounds are going by, he's picking it up, picking the pace, and at the moment, Jack Raftery looks completely baffled.
Well, he's going to have to find something more than he's produced so far. He's going to have to find a great deal more. He got into range there and landed a left hand to the body, and there was a clash of heads. And is there a bit of a mark around the left eye of Orie Regan? It was a clash of heads which did it, if it was the case. Oh, and he's caught him! He caught him on the break with a right hand, and the referee sends him away to a neutral corner. Regan down, being countered. He's all over the place. He's trying to recover. Is the referee going to allow him to continue? He does. He steps out, and they're in the last few seconds of the round. Oh, he's caught by a big left hand right on the bell. Regan gets through, but he makes his way back to his corner like a drunk after a huge night out on a Saturday night. Yeah. He took some massive sucker punches there.
Yeah, it was a desperate walk back to the corner there, and I'm looking at him on my TV monitor, and his eyes have clearly not come back together just yet. There was call for break, he went back, and Raftery landed a booming left hook, and it landed flush on the chin. He went down like a sack of potatoes. He done well, Matt, to just get up off the floor there.
Let's just listen into the corner, to the Regan corner. How did they get him up after that?
Way out, that was all, okay? Deep breaths, Colin. Deep breaths. Boxing, yeah?
Welcome, listeners, to talkSPORT, a dramatic Commonwealth Super Lightweight title fight here. Jack Raftery, the champion, was 2 rounds down against Orie Regan, but floored him with a big right hand in the 3rd round and caught him right on the bell with another left hand. The referee must have thought twice about allowing it to continue, and we've got a great atmosphere at this massive arena here in Manchester. Already we've seen a professional debut from Delicious Orie, the young heavyweight prospect. He recorded a 4-round points victory. A win as well for Royston Barney Smith. Talented super featherweight from the South Coast beat Cesar Ignacio Paredes. And coming up after this, we've got David Adelaide, as blood now is pouring from the nose of Orie Regan, and he's been caught again. He's being taken back to his corner. The mouthpiece has come out, and they've got to wash it, and he's taking time here, and I think deliberately there's no rush to get it back in.
Absolutely not. He walked back to that corner like a drunk. He was under heavy pressure there. Raftery, who's a good finisher, is going in for the finish here. He's landed some good shots. Big left hand goes in again. Regan looks in desperate trouble. The legs, John, still haven't come back.
Well, it's a genuine super lightweight again. Jack Raftery against a lightweight, stepping up a division, and the power punching is coming from the champion now. And after a terrific couple of opening rounds from Orie Regan, he's in survival mode now with 1 minute 40 to go in this 4th round. He's 2 rounds to 1 down, but with the knockdown, the judges will have it level at the moment, but the onus is on Regan now to somehow put Raftery back onto the back foot and to use his speed and mobility to do what he was doing to such great effect in the opening 2 rounds.
Yeah, Regan not able to move like he did in those opening 2 rounds, and that was because of the torrid 3rd round that he had there. He went down heavily. He finished the round in desperate trouble, and I tell you, he's in desperate trouble again as another left hook lands. His hands are down low, his nose is bleeding heavily, and this is bad signs here for Regan.
A minute to go, and Raftery is going looking for him. Regan ducking this way and that, the leads man, and he tries to avoid a big left to the body, big left over the top. We've got heavyweight action coming up for you later on with David Adelaide going to be fighting, also Joe Joyce up against Filip Hrgovic, and down he goes again for a 2nd time. Regan, referee's not given it, he should have done, because the glove touched down after he landed with a body shot, Raftery, and Raftery is coming in looking perhaps for a way to finish this one in the last 20 seconds of this round.
Yeah, John, I'm going to say Raftery's got a terrible swelling over the eye, and as I say that, the left hand lands. Regan in desperate trouble. The referee has called it a no knockdown, but that left hand landed, and the legs are all over the place. Left hand, right hand.
And now just seconds to go. Can Regan survive? That's the question. He comes back with a solid left hand of his own, and he gets through to the bell. Referee didn't give that one as a knockdown. I thought there was a knockdown earlier in the round, but it wasn't given. Adam, what a fight we've got here.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, it's fantastic action. The fans are absolutely loving it because the man that they're supporting, Raftery, has managed to get himself back in it. It's going to be interesting because at the time when, at the end of the third round, when the knockdown happened, they were in a clinch. Then there was a separation, and then the right hand come in. Did the referee shout break at that time? If he did, then there's a serious conversation there about whether the fight should be allowed to continue. If he didn't, then obviously we've got to look at Regan maybe from a point of naivety, that he's just switched off for a split second and it's turned the fight on his head because he was fighting beautifully.
It's down to the referee though to pick that up, so there's no one's fault here, but the referee's Paul Smith Jr. I'll bring you in on that situation. What are your thoughts on that?
I think Darren Sargis is a decent referee, but that was a knockdown. A right hand landed, then there was a bit of a delay and he's fell forward and touched the canvas. That was a knockdown in my opinion.
Well, we've got a real dramatic fight here. Those heavyweight fights coming up after this. David Adelaide against Jamie TKV. Really good London battle, that one. And Joe Joyce against Filip Hrgovic. And that's one which neither man can afford to lose, maybe particularly Joyce, if he's going to become a force in the heavyweight division again. Another solid left hand, which you heard whack home, thrown by the super lightweight champion Jack Raftery, who's now trying to cut off the ring, trying to stop Regan, trying to block the escape routes and trying to land big punches, maybe to put him down once more. There's a smear of blood coming from the left nostrils of Regan as Raftery switches the head, attack to the body. 1, 2, 3, big body shots, and then a huge left hook, and Regan is feeling the cumulative effect of those punches, but he gets through the danger point and tries to fire back, but it's really pea shooter stuff against heavy artillery.
Yeah, I've got to say, Regan's showing tremendous character in there because there's some huge body shots going in. He's really feeling them. The left hand slams in again. Raftery with a swelling over the left side of his eye. Body shot goes in. Did he touch down again there, Regan? He bent over, but the referee didn't jump in.
Well, if he didn't touch down, he came about as close as you could do without doing so, and he is really piling the pressure on here, Raftery, thudding home hooks, lefts and rights, planting himself and really throwing them with terrific intent. He's not just touching the targets, he's punching right through it, and Regan knows all about the power of the older man who has this real scrapper's reputation that he's beginning now. British champion as well as Commonwealth champion, just the Commonwealth title on the line here, and he is now surely very, very much in the ascendancy.
John, Matthew Macklin's going over to the corner to ask whether they should be pulling him out here.
That's the Regan corner. Matthew Macklin, who's looking after Regan here, and he doesn't want to see his man get huge, sustained punishment. And I think he's suggesting the towel should come in, and it's been thrown in. The towel's been thrown in. It's all over. Regan beaten on his feet, and the information that Paul Smith was able to pass to you there was spot on. It was Matthew Macklin saying, look, this is a guy who I'm trying to guide as a lightweight. Let's not see him get absolutely battered and annihilated here tonight and have his career ruined.
Too big for his own good, John, and when you're the manager, it's your responsibility to direct the corner to stop the fight if it's your opinion. The manager did the right thing there in the corner, I think did the right thing.
Yeah, it was good stuff there from Matthew Macklin, and also, I have to say as well, right the way through the fight, what good stuff from Jack Raftery, because Regan made a terrific start with his speed and mobility and boxing skills, but then the sheer power of Raftery.
Yeah, I noticed that I was talking to Adam while you two were talking about the fight and guiding us through it brilliantly. It looked like man versus boy in there, and the size of Jack Raftery compared to yesterday after the weigh-in, he must be at least a stone heavier, at least in there. And I don't think Regan has bulked up as much as what Raftery obviously had. You can tell by the size difference in both. But Regan started, in my opinion, 4th gear, 5th gear, and Raftery was just warming into it. He started hitting him to the body. He started finding a home with those body shots, and they then zapped the legs out of Regan pretty sharp, Spencer.
Yeah, Paul, you nailed it right from the opening there. You said he started in 4th gear, and that is clearly the way it went. Jack Raftery, who picked up a swelling over the left eye, it looked a little bemused at the start of that one, and I think that you could clearly see that Regan had moved up from lightweight. Raftery, who's a huge super lightweight, and once we got through that second round, that third round where the big knockdown happened, then Raftery switched the attacks to the body, and he was hitting it like he was hitting a heavy bag in the gym, planting his feet, really driving the shots in. Matt Macklin, who's an ex-fighter, knows when a fighter's coming apart, knows when a fighter's falling apart. Paul Smith Jr. picked up on it. He saw our man jumping up into the corner, and Matt Macklin done the right thing there by stopping the fight and saving that young kid to fight for another title another day in his own weight division. Great performance, great effort there by Corey Regan, but Jack Raftery proved that he's a formidable force at super lightweight.
Well, lovely scenes of celebration in that Raftery corner, and in just a moment or two we'll get confirmation of the result, and a very good win indeed for Jack Raftery. Corey Regan, brave, possibly on the edge of being too brave. Thankfully, the white towel was thrown in by his trainer on the instruction of manager Matt Macklin, and so Jack Raftery has maintained his undefeated record. It's now 26 out of 26 and a 17th inside the distance.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes, 26 seconds of round number 5. The red corner retires their fighter, and our referee in charge, Darren Sargentson, accepts their retirement. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, and still Commonwealth Super Lightweight Champion, Jack.
talkSPORT. More high density, super real, kick by kick commentary from more leagues than ever. Over 450 games.
Cricket balls are red, baseballs are white, American footballs are brown, and tennis balls are yellow. We don't even think about it really, but the story behind the tennis ball is actually quite interesting and even involves Sir David Attenborough. I know, here's the tale. Tennis has its roots in 12th century France when people used to make balls from all sorts. Cork, wool, chalk, animal fur and even human.
It's a lonely place to be if you are a fighter, and tonight we've got two heavyweights that find themselves in that exact place. For Joe Joyce and Filip Hrgovic, it really is must not lose if they want to eat at the banquet of the heavyweight top table. This is Fight Night Live on talkSPORT.
Left hand from Joyce, and is he going to get up? I'm not sure he is. Joe Joyce by knockout in the 11th round.
We've got great styles for each other where we're going to come forward, go in the centre of the ring and bash each other up.
The winner of this fight will go on, and the loser's going to have to really seriously think about his future.
One moment Joshua is killer, another month Wilder is a killer, another month Fury is a gypsy king. Every month there's different opinion.
Hrgovic now goes looking for the finish, and Orie turns his back, and the referee steps in at the same time.
Welcome to Manchester and Co-op Live, where we've got Joe Joyce versus Filip Hrgovic in the heavyweight division, and the last chance saloon is quite an apt description of tonight's fight. I'm Adam Cattle. It's an absolute pleasure to be in your company. Alongside me this evening, the real Gon Kid himself, the one and only Mr. Paul Smith. We've got heavyweights in the main event, and we've got heavyweights in our core main event tonight, Paul. And I know that we've been speaking quite a lot tonight on talkSPORT 2 about the ramifications for the two lads in the main event, but it really is a must-not-lose fight for either of them.
Yeah, definitely. I think you've hit the nail on the head. It's not a must-win, it's a must-not-lose. And there is no way back for the loser of this fight, in my opinion. And both fighters are very proud fighters. They're Olympians. They won't want a way back if they lose this fight. They'll know there's no real viable route to come back from this. So it's a must-win, and these must-win fights always bring good action, usually good, good work rate from both fighters, a bit of desperation, a bit of must-not-lose, so the tactics go out the window, and they always make for fun fights.
Welcome to our listeners on talkSPORT. If you've been tuning into the football, we've been hard at it on talkSPORT 2 and across the talkSPORT network, especially on the boxing YouTube channel, where we're still streaming right now, and you can come and join us and get involved with this live broadcast from Manchester. Spencer Elmer, part of the commentary team this evening. Joe Joyce has lost 3 of his last 4. We were speaking on talkSPORT 2 a little earlier on about belief in the chin. He's called Juggernaut. Comes forward all the time, believes that he can take as much punishment dished out, and he'll get you in the end. But is that air of invincibility now gone with Joe Joyce?
Well, listen, let's rewind to September 2022 when Joe Joyce arguably had the best win of his career against Joseph Parker, and you looked at him that night and he was the juggernaut, and he was steamrolling through everything Parker took at him, and at that point there we said this could be the man to topple the then king Tyson Fury. That's how good he looked that night. Since then, with a back-to-back losses to Zhele Zhang, more recently that loss to Derek Chisora, where he was on the floor in the 9th round, and you looked at him, he looked a shell of his former self. The confidence seemed to have gone. There wasn't the same intensity in his work. Filip Hrgovic coming off that loss to Daniel Dubois, but it was a tough loss. It was a galling loss. He finished on his feet. He said he's gone back to the gym, rebuilt himself. It's been the moulding of him. He's going to come back better. This is a tough night for Joe Joyce, because as we heard him saying there in the build-up, it's going to be a great fight for the fans, because we're going to meet in the centre of the ring. But that doesn't bode well for the juggernaut, not on recent form anyway, and I worry for him. Hrgovic is a great fighter, the most avoided man in the division for some time. Now he goes in against Joyce. Is he still the same fighter? If he's not, it's a bad night for him.
I'm going to send you out and about around ringside, if that's all right, Spence, because there's a lot of heavyweight names knocking about. Fraser Clark's just walked past me. Fabio Wardley's currently up on stage. Dillian Whyte's in the house as well. So we'll try and get a little word as well with the current IBF belt holder in the shape of Daniel Dubois, who is also in the building too. From a Filip Hrgovic point of view, Paul, he's kind of in the same situation, isn't he, as Joe Joyce? I know we're saying must not lose, and a lot of the trap this week on talkSPORT has been Joe Joyce heavy, but it's the exact same situation for Filip Hrgovic.
He is, and I just feel with Hrgovic, because of how he's looked in recent fights also, he hasn't really performed to his ability and to the levels that he probably feels that he can reach as a fighter. And this heavyweight division at the moment, it's all pretty much tied up. So these type of fights are fighting to try and get that chance against one of the top fellas for one of the belts. He has to look good tonight, in my opinion, not just win against Joyce, but I think he can look good because of Joe Joyce and how he fights. I think we always talk about styles gelling, and I think these will gel really nicely.
One of those guys that holds one of those belts is Daniel Dubois. He's currently ringside with Spencer Oliver.
Yeah, I'm here with the IBF champ, Daniel Dubois, and Daniel, top of the field tonight, Joe Joyce, Filip Hrgovic. Now, you know both of these guys well. You know, you've been in with Joyce, you've been in with Hrgovic. What are you expecting here?
You know, I like Joe. I like both of them. I fought both of them, so they both helped me get to this level where I am now. And you know what? May the best man win.
Yeah, it's a great contest, and it's a must-win for both of these guys. And I want to talk about you, Daniel, and where you go next. You know, there's a lot of interest there. You've been working well with Don Charles. I've seen you in the gym. You're looking fantastic. But when are we going to see you in the ring again? And will it be Alexander Usyk?
Well, those are the names that I want. Usyk, Parker, or AJ. One of the big three, you know? That's what I'm after right now. And I heard a lot of people saying that after the Parker thing, that I'm ducking people, but right now I just want to deck someone.
So you'll have any one of those names right now?
Hey?
I said you'll have any of those names right now?
Line them up for me, I want them.
Listen, you look in great shape. When are you looking to get back in the ring? Have you got any idea of it? Can you give us any information on that?
Just stay tuned, guys. I'm coming back soon, and I can't wait to get back in there. You know, firing on all cylinders.
Absolutely, and we can't wait to see you in there. Look, we've got the prestigious British heavyweight title fight coming up now. David Adelaide versus Jamie TKV. Interesting fight, this one. Who do you see winning that?
I really like this fight. I can't wait to watch it. I can't pick a winner, but I'm really excited for this one. This is you know what? This is a good fight.
Oh, mate, I can tell you're excited. It's making me a little bit nervous, if I'm honest. I'm sitting there, mate, and I can see you starting to shape up. Listen, Daniel, always great speaking to you, and we can't wait to see you in the ring again.
Yeah, for sure. You know, back with a vengeance. I can't wait.
There we go, guys. We're going big. World heavyweight champ Daniel Dubois. Back to you.
He's got an absolute rascal jacket on as well as Daniel Dubois. I'll tell you what, since that Joe Joyce fight, and since the dance with Usyk, you can see the confidence is starting to surge now with Daniel Dubois. He really is, whether it's the team up with Don Charles or whatever, something's gone on there, something seems to have clicked. He really does believe in the ability that he does have, and he's sticking to what he is when he steps into that ring rather than dancing to somebody else's tune.
Listen, if I was built like him, I would be the most confident man in the world. There wouldn't be nothing stopping me whatsoever, you know. And ultimately, I think the Usyk fight obviously didn't go well for him, but then he bounced back against Jarrell Miller in a very good win. The Hrgovic fight was a good win, and obviously he proved me and probably many people around the world, not the country, wrong in beating AJ the way he did. And he did well that night. He looked really good that night, and his confidence now must be firing on all cylinders, as he's just said. Now, he surely can't fear anyone in the world. If he believes genuinely, which I don't, that he was controversial against Usyk, and the fight that he had was unfair on him, then he should be absolutely brimming with confidence.
Well, we'll find out if we can, if that fight is going to come to fruition at some point this year. One fight that is coming to fruition this year, Fabio Wardley is taking on Jarrell Miller, and the latter is actually ringside tonight, and Spencer Oliver is with him.
He is, mate. I told you I was going heavyweight heavy, and we don't get much bigger than this one. Jarrell Miller, great news. Fabio Wardley, you must be excited about this.
Oh yeah, most definitely, man. Another day on the job, but you know, they don't get better than this.
Yeah, listen, Wardley's on a good run of form. You've obviously been keeping a close eye on him. You know, you're going into his backyard. You don't mind that?
I've fought in many backyards before and come out victorious. Only one time I came over short with Dubois. You know, we seen Andy again at his backyard. I beat him, I got a draw. So, you know, I've never been afraid to take fights in people's backyard. And it's another one of those things that I'll keep proving on and again. I'm a warrior, I'm a fighter, I come to win. And they can say what I want, I'm a 300-pound tank.
Yeah, listen, a man sitting to my left there who I've just caught up with, Daniel Dubois. You was in a good fight with Daniel. I know you'd made that quite obvious that you wanted that rematch. You come through this fight with Fabio Wardley. Is that a fight that you'd like to chase next?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, most definitely he has the title now. I more than double want the rematch, you know. Even if he didn't have the title, I still want a rematch. But it makes it even more juicier, you know. But Daniel Dubois is one of those guys, you just can't hate. You just gotta like the guy, you know, he's a gullible. And every time I see him, we smile at each other, you know what I mean? But a lot of respect there for the kid. And hats off to him, but I gotta kick his ass though. I gotta get it back.
Listen, just quickly, Joyce Hrgovic, who wins?
I'm going with Hrgovic. I spar with Hrgovic. That's the homie too. We've been in Miami training together. So I'm pulling for Hrgovic on this one. And David Adelaide is my little brother, so he gotta smoke him.
There you go, guys. You heard it from the big man himself, Jarrell Miller. He's going big man. He's going Hrgovic. Back to you.
Cheers, Spence. Listen, whilst that conversation was going on, we were privy to a little backstage monitor of Jamie TKV and David Adelaide. Jamie TKV is just about to make his ring walk right now. You can hear the tune in the background. Obviously, it's synonymous with the Rocky movies and what have you. But they were having a little bit of verbals backstage on the top of the ring walk. This is going to be tasty, man. I don't know what's happened in their personal lives, because once upon a time they were friends, but there's some real needle in this week, isn't there, Paul?
There is. I was watching a press conference and they said they're actually mates, and then all of a sudden a couple of things got said that neither didn't like, and they're definitely not mates now. Only wanted to kill each other. The table got thrown. They were arguing, calling each other every name under the sun, and they're still at it now just before they walk into the ring.
What an opportunity, though. I spoke to you on talkSPORT 2 a little earlier on about the beauty and the prestige of the Lonsdale belt. Heavyweight British title on the line for both of these guys tonight, to go down in history with some of the great British heavyweights that we've had in the past.
Yeah, definitely. Listen, any British fighter turning pro, anyone born on these shows, they want to win that Lonsdale belt, whether they're heavyweight or down to light flyweight. They always want to try and win a British title because it's such a prestigious belt, and no matter what you go on to win after it, I know fighters that have gone on to win world titles, multiple world titles, they still cherish that British title. It means so much.
Spence, welcome back to the seat there. You were right in the mix of it with all the heavyweights there, my friend. Obviously, we're going to get stuck into this heavyweight contest now. I've been impressed with Adelaide, especially off the bounce back against Sol Dakers. He challenged himself against Fabio Wardley. He came up short that night on the Riyadh season card. To bounce back in the way that he did against Sol Dakers got a massive tick from me, and obviously tonight I think he comes into this fight as the favourite. And I'm saying that because I've watched Jamie TKV a few times, and I think he's flattered to deceive a little bit. You know a little bit more about him because he's been on the boxer cards. Where are you at with him?
I know a lot about both guys, actually. I know that Adelaide since he was an amateur. I know that loss to him, that hurt him. It hurt him a lot. He had to go and rediscover himself. He went soul-searching there. He teamed up with Adam Booth, which is a great team up for him because Adam's all about the psychological side as well. And David said he's rebuilt himself many ways, not just physically, but mentally. And he's come back a better fighter, and we're going to see more of that tonight. Jamie TKV, yep, he's looked a little overweight at times, and, you know, maybe that's been his big problem with slow feet and maybe slow hands, but he's got himself in shape here because he knows he has to be in shape. It's a fascinating fight because you go, Adelaide would start a big favourite here. Adelaide would start a big favourite in those early rounds for 1, 2, 3, 4. If TKV can get through those rounds, it becomes interesting. But like I say, this was all about David Adelaide and whether he survives at this level and steps up to the next one.
Well, we're going to find out in a moment or two as David Adelaide's just made his way into the ring. Pink stockings, black shorts, green top, colour combo.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our co-main event. It is scheduled for 12 rounds, and it will be for the vacant British Heavyweight Championship. Brought to you by Frank Warren on behalf of Queensberry in association with Boxer, along with their great sponsors, Riyadh Season, 32 Red, That Prize Guy, and Unibet. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge, Charles Giles, timekeeper, Chris O'Connor. Our 3 judges assigned will be Howard Foster, John Latham, and Darren Sargentson. Our referee in charge, third man in the ring, will be Ron Kearney. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold and green and weighed in officially at 254.9 pounds. Coming to us from Tottenham, London, England, he brings a professional record of 8 wins, just 1 defeat. 5 of his 8 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the current IBO International Heavyweight Champion, Jamie TKV Shakiva. And his opponent across the ring in this championship contest, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing green and red and weighed in officially at 239.13 pounds. Hailing from Ladbroke Grove, London, England, he brings a professional record of 13 wins, just 1 defeat. 12 of his 13 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the hard-hitting former WBO European champion and current English heavyweight champion, Big D, David Adelaide.
Boxers, David.
Okay, gentlemen, you've had your instructions in the changing room. You know what I expect. Keep it clean. No punching on the back of the head. No punching in the kidneys. Okay? No hitting and holding. Keep it tidy. Touch gloves. Come out boxing on the bell.
A little bit of a playful pat there from David Adelaide as the referee's instructions were just announced to begin this fight. You're listening to talkSPORT. It's Fight Night Live from Manchester. We're on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel right now, streaming across the world. You can come and join us and watch along with our commentary team calling you through, David Adelaide and Jamie TKV, and that commentary team is Spencer Oliver and John Rowley.
Round 1. Well, who got the better of the stare down at the introductions? Adelaide looked fearsome. TKV fixed him with a similar look of intent, and the last little act between them was David Adelaide getting hold of Jamie TKV's chest to suggest, I think, that the muscle on the left-hand side of his chest was not quite as firm as it might have been. He lifted it up as he might have done playfully and nicely rather than aggressively.
Absolutely, the mind games, even when we're eating in the centre of the ring. But listen, Jamie TKV has lost a hell of a lot of weight for this contest. There's been a big build-up. These are friends turned enemies. They're from the same area. They've sparred many rounds together. They know each other inside out. But that friendship has turned into an enemy. And then it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes, because both guys fancy this, by the way.
Adelaide a 9-1 on favourite with the bookies. They rate him as a very, very strong favourite, and I think the general feeling is that Adelaide will be particularly dangerous early on. TKV tries to walk him onto a jab, not able to do so. Referee Ron Kearney could be a busy man in there tonight. Minute 45 of the opening round gone, and no real punches of note thrown so far. Adelaide, slightly the taller man, stands around 6'4.5". TKV a more flabby sort of physique. Adelaide absolutely chiselled, feints to throw a right hand to the body, thinks better of it, and the two heads come very close to clashing as TKV comes charging in behind his left hand lead, and the referee's going to have to get a grip on this. He's not separating him, and there's an untidy maul, and he's going to have to do more than just say break.
Yeah, as I said, John, they know each other well, so you would expect this. Neither guy really stamped their authority early in this opening round. Adelaide just tries to get off with a left hook there, just falls short as they tie up in the centre of the ring again. 54 seconds left on the clock, and nothing really happened here so far in this opening round.
TKV told us he knows how to win it, and he knows how to beat him, and he'll just do it. He says he'll destroy him and wear him down. Well, it would. The right hand got inside there, and the left hand came back from Adelaide. Both of them landing little solid shots in close. 30 seconds to go in the opening round. Jab towards the body from TKV. No real massive power shots yet, though. Perhaps that's just as well, because both of them are real knockout artists, and if they do land clean, then the opponent is going to know about it. Again, the referee allows some naughties to go on in close, punches around the back of the head, and he's going to have to get a grip on this, Ron Kearney, or he could start to lose control. Jab from TKV, no great snap or power in it, and not an easy opening round to score, that one, Spencer.
Yeah, very difficult round to score. No one, as I said, really stamped their authority in that one. Adelaide was trying to hold centre of the ring. He was carrying that left hand down by his waist, trying to lure Jamie TK in, be in. Jamie didn't take the bait. He was flicking out with a jab as well. Like I say, these guys know each other. It's going to take a while to settle down, but trust me, when it settles down, the fireworks will go off. Both of these guys throw big bombs. They're both heavy-handed, and Paul, still a long way to go.
And do you agree that the referee's got to get a grip on this, or we're not going to get the fight we should get?
He has to get a grip of it quick, but what I'm seeing in this fight, it could have either set fire pretty fast, or it could be a bit of a snooze fest, because both fighters have got a bit of fear of each other because they know each other well. They're both very tentative to engage, in my opinion, and we're not seeing the fight catch fire like we thought we would.
Well, we'll see. 10-rounder, and we go now into the second round. Close opening round. Who did he score it to in the end, Spencer?
Well, I couldn't separate them. I don't think that anyone really deserved to win the round. It was one of those ones you just got to level peg that one and see what happens here in the second round. But Paul Smith Jr. hit the nail on the head a little bit there. It might be one of those where they know each other so much, they're both fearful to step in. This could be one shot turns all this around, but who lands it, who knows?
Well, it'll go down as 10-10 maybe on the scorecard, although on Spencer's it goes down as 0-0. 30 seconds into the second round, and still nothing really has happened as they pull each other together in a clinch, and the referee says stop boxing, and this time they do, and he suggests to TKV that he's the one who was doing the naughties in close there. Two of them land simultaneously with jabs. Adelaide maybe threw the better shot. Adelaide, born in London of Nigerian parents. Jamie TKV Shikeva, born of parents born in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And nothing to split them in this second round so far, and it's turning into a mess.
Yep, not what we expected, is it, so far? I mean, there was a big build-up to this one. It started on the Wednesday of this week in talkSPORT. Both guys went at each other. That continued outside of the ring. Thursday, we see the press conference, Jamie TKV throwing the table up in the air. Friday was more settled at the weigh-in, and we was expecting fireworks, but John Rawling, we've had nothing yet.
Nothing yet at all. The table's taken more than either of these so far in this fight. Midway through the second round, left thrown towards the body by TKV. Adelaide traps his arm under his right bicep, and they're bound together. The referee splits them, and now underway once again, or underway after a fashion, and neither of them really... Oh, hello. There's a push with the left-hand side of the forearm by TKV, and as the referee shouted break, or half shouted break, he was smashed, Adelaide, with a right hand to the left of the head. Again, not great refereeing.
No, the referee was a little slow there, but listen, if you can get away with it, you'll get away with it. Two big guys, and they'll go for that big right hand, goes round the side there from Adelaide. He just starts moving closer, but TKV quickly ties him up again, and this is a real messy affair. And let's bring Paul Smith Jr. in again here with 30 seconds to go in this round. Paul, neither guy stamped their authority yet.
No, Adelaide's just thrown his first big, meaningful right hand, and he almost landed it. He's been quite negative tonight. I think I'd like to see a little bit more from him and just engage a bit, but there's that fear factor / respect where they know each other very well, so both fighters are very tentative to engage.
Last few seconds of the round, Adelaide tries to throw a left hook, blocked by the right arm of TKV, and then a right hand again, well blocked. And they go back to their corners, and we'll have a listen in to the TKV corner here and see what sort of instructions he's getting as to how to impose himself.
You've got to maintain a game here. The only time he can build momentum off his jab, and look like he tried to do there, is when you lose the initiative with your jab and feint. The barrier feint, barrier jab, mix it up and down, every now and then, off that jab of the body, sink the right hand in. Yeah?
He's looking for power shots. He's more jabs in the space here and fight for it. That's breaking his time and he doesn't know when to go. You must stick to it, be disciplined in it, yeah? He goes down in the space game,
He works in the Ben Davison gym, Jamie TKV. Ben not there tonight. And Barry Smith is the man giving the advice in the corner as we go now into the third round. Do you think Jamie TKV maybe just edged that?
No, I'm not sure he did. I think that Adelaide may have just edged that one with the bigger right hands at the end of the round, the more significant punches that landed. One of those ones, though, subjective scoring could have gone either way, and it could have been another 0-0 round for me.
Adelaide has the advantage normally in speed and athleticism between the two of them, but he's not really making the most of that so far, and no punches really landed so far in this second round. Adelaide is again held close by TKV, who lands a little sneak clubbing right hand in close, and the referee tells him off about pulling his opponent on in close. Adelaide misses with another big left hook and missed by a distance, and the timing of David Adelaide has looked poor so far, and Adam Booth in that corner is going to have to do something to sharpen his man up, surely.
Listen, this is all about controlling the distance, and neither guy has really stamped it there. You know, that's good work there from Jamie TKV, working with the jab. That's when he needs to let those right hands go, but like I say, it's all about distance control, and that's what creates the timing, and that creates the speed, and then comes the power, and neither guy really established that yet. Jamie TKV throws a good right hand, probably the best fight of the shot so far.
But Adelaide caught him with the right hand when he was on the way in and followed up with a left hand, and now throws a left as TKV turns his back. It landed in the kidney area, and he's going to have a word with Adelaide about that, I think. He's telling TKV off about some of his behaviour in that move, and now, oh goodness me, the two have touched gloves. A show of respect between the two of them, and the first time that they've overtly done that in the fight so far. Come on, boys, let's see a bit more boxing.
Yeah, we just need to see that jab working for either man, and then let those shots go at the right distance. Both been smothering, they're working there. A bit of a ball fest so far, and we're in this third round. Jamie TKV stalking forward, looking with a feint. Left hand carried low. Adelaide sitting on the ropes, looking to counter with a big right hands, but guess what? Nothing's come again.
Trying to sucker TKV in, saying, come on, man, I'm standing here, go for it. Misses with a left-hand counter, Adelaide that is, and you can hear what the crowd make of it. There's some catcalls, boos and jeers from the big crowd here in Manchester. They're not particularly appreciating what they're seeing here. They want to see some more proper action between these two men who talked a great fight and so far have produced anything but.
Yeah, no one's really delivered here. Jamie TKV flicks the jab to the head, down to the body again, looking to be creative, trying to create the opening for that right hand. But again, nothing coming back. Both guys meeting in the centre of the ring, and I'll bring Paul Smith Jr. in again here. Paul, what do either man need to do here?
I keep saying the same thing, but neither are willing to engage and to actually let the hands go. Good exchange of jabs there from both fighters, but it's few and far between. As soon as the clap is here, they're both having a little bit of a go, but They're both very tentative to actually get into punching distance and let the hands go.
Adam, that is not a good fight so far. No way.
No, there's not a lot of action, gentlemen. Obviously, I'm on board with everything that you're saying. Paul, do you think it is because they know each other so well that maybe they felt each other in those sparring encounters and they're just wary of what might come back the other way?
Yeah, and what I also think as well is we've been saying about the main event. This fight is also for both of them because they're friends and they know each other and the same group of friends, let's say. It's a not-lose fight. You cannot lose this fight because it's bragging rights for friends and they're both very, very tentative. Listen, they're not scared. They're not scared of anyone, but they're both very wary of letting go of the shots with each other. They're wary of counters, they're wary of missing a shot. Every time Adelaide throws a left hook, he's getting his head violently out the way just so he doesn't get caught. And I think they both just need to let the hands flow a little bit more.
Check is out! Round 4!
We're going to the 4th round. Are we going to see a bit more genuine action than we've had in the first 3 rounds so far, when frankly it's been very difficult to separate them? Maybe Jamie TKB just about did enough to edge that last round, but it's kind of a feeling rather than any real knowledge or definitive scoring one way or the other, and he misses with a couple of jabs now. Adelaide stands, flexing his muscles, feigns to throw shots and then thinks better of it. Half wound up for a right hand and didn't deliver. TKB misses with a left jab, winds up going over the shoulder of Adelaide, and then another one. Adelaide walks into him, clasps him and stops him throwing anything meaningful, any real power shot in there.
Yeah, that's the problem that we've got at the moment. That both guys are throwing a single shot and then the space is closed. And here we see it again, tied up in the centre of the ring. Jamie TKB feinting, holding the centre. Both guys simultaneously carrying that left hand low, right hand by the sides. There goes the right hand from David Adelaide, but both guys again just slump on the ropes, and the crowd getting unhappy with this one.
There's a lot of leading British heavyweights sitting at ringside tonight who are going to be looking at this thinking, what is all this about? We could surely account for this. TKB misses with an overhand right, and now Adelaide again strangely hesitant in delivering any sort of attack and trying to establish dominance. He does throw a left hand finally, and the referee speaks to TKB this time about going in low and boring in behind his forehead.
Listen, you've heard me speak to a lot of heavyweights out there tonight, and I'll tell you one that I haven't spoken to, and that's Moses Atauma, who's sitting in the front row there. I tell you what, John, he'll be licking his lips at what he's seeing right now, won't he?
Yeah, I think he'd rather fancy this, wouldn't he? He's not noted for a lack of speed, nor for a lack of aggressive intent. He might be the real superstar in the making of the younger crop of British heavyweights, and it might not be too long before he's going to be going for some sort of world title shot. Again, Jamie TKB lunges in behind his left-hand lead like a knight on horseback, miscuing his lance, and now they come forward again, and it's Adelaide who's looking and feinting to throw something that doesn't deliver anything, and in the end, yet again, an awful untidy maul.
Yep, I think if anyone's doing any sort of work, it's Jamie TKB, maybe just working behind the jab, and that might be enough to be winning in these rounds, but nothing significant landing, and Adelaide again misses wildly with that left hook as we hear the 10-second clacker going. And I tell you what, there's 3 people in that ring right now, and the little fella in the middle, the referee, he's the one doing all the work.
Well, you're listening to David Adelaide against Jamie TKB on talkSPORT from the Co-op Live Arena in Manchester. We're a sizable way into the fight, and nothing of note at all has happened as yet. But we're building up to our heavyweight main event, Joe Joyce against Filip Hrgovic. The two of them are gloving up right now. I don't know if they're going to be watching, but I hope they're a bit more keyed up, and I hope they're going to deliver a bit more than this.
Well, I think there's a lot more on the line for them too, because we got the established British title on the line for the winner of this one, but for the loser of the next one, where does he go? Is it the door shut? Is it career over? When you get to that stage, a must-win fight, surely, just surely they have to deliver. We've got 4 rounds down for this British heavyweight title fight. David Adelaide versus Jamie TKB. Who knows who's winning it, because no one really has landed anything significant. The referee doing the right thing here by calling a time up. I was hoping he was going to bring them to the centre of the ring and give them both a little telling off.
They sent TKB back into his corner to get himself dried off.
He couldn't have been sweating, surely.
Well, I doubt it. Well, this has been one of the worst supposedly top-class heavyweight fights that I've seen for a while, this one. Are we going to finally see some quality work from one way or the other? TKB trying to throw a couple of jabs, tries to double up on that left-hand lead. Adelaide feints to throw a right uppercut, thinks better of it, then does throw a left hook, which is taken on the forearms and gloves. And still 30 seconds into the 5th round, we wait for a genuine, big, hurtful punch from either man. TKB tries to switch the attack to the body, misses with a right hook, then got into the target with a slightly tired-looking left hand. Tries to double up on the left jab towards the head. Once more, Adelaide just gets in and clinches. We're told that Jamie TKB has thrown twice the number of punches that David Adelaide has done so far in this fight, and he gets in now with a couple of right hands. First one may have caught Adelaide on the bicep, second one hits him somewhere on the shoulder, and now the referee for the umpteenth time has to split them.
Yep, the heads coming dangerously close together as well there, but David Adelaide just hasn't found the range, and he misses wildly again there with a left hook.
And it looked to me as well as though he deliberately put her elbow in there. I think the referee spotted it and said something about it, and there was a mock bow of acknowledgement from David Adelaide. 2 more jabs from TKB, taken on the high-held gloves, and then a jab to the body again from Jamie TKB. And nothing coming back from Adelaide, who's feinted so often to throw big punches and big attacks, but so rarely is delivered.
Yeah, very poor performance so far from Adelaide. As the referee calls back, Jamie TKB throws probably the best shot of the fight so far and lands the right hand and got told off in the process.
Can't help thinking that a more experienced referee would have been a better call to have been had officiating this one, because there's been times when Ron Kearney has looked as though he's not really quite had the respect of the 2 men. A couple of jabs from TKB. One does score to the body. Adelaide feinted to throw a counter, now comes in with a forearm into the neck of TKB, and it's Jamie TKB who's told off by the referee. Mystifying.
Yep, I'm not sure that he's told the right person off there. I think it was Adelaide that was doing all the holding and headbutting, and very messy again, and surely the referee's going to have to pull one of these off and deduct a point and try and get a grip of this contest, because neither guy being penalised here, and they're both guilty of making this fight very, very messy.
I can think of a few old-style referees that have just called a time-out here and said, look, you professional boxers, let's just see something resembling professional boxing going on in there in the ring, because at the moment, Paul Smith, it ain't happening.
No, it isn't. The first name that springs to mind is the old Richie Davis. He just took no nonsense in here tonight. For Adelaide, his jab, when he lets it go, it's very few and far between, but when he actually lets his jab go, I feel that is the key for him in this fight. He needs to let his jab go a bit more. Jamie TKB needs to get his feet into range and then let his shots go, but at the moment, it's like he's fencing. It's like he's trying to just touch the forehead of Adelaide and get right back out of range for fear of taking a shot. If he lets 2 or 3 shots go, both fighters could do that even, but at the moment, it's just big singles and then a hold, big single hold, and there's no combinations or real fluid boxing coming.
Well, who's winning the fight is kind of anybody's guess. I can honestly say, sitting here at ringside, I do not know. We're halfway through the fight and we've seen so much, well, so little genuine aggression and genuine boxing skill. It's very difficult to score it one way or the other.
John, there's a big right hand gone in. Just as you said that, and I'm not sure he's going to get up here.
And it's TKV who's on the floor. Adelaide caught him, and the referee wants to see him walk towards him, and he might be about to stop this. Is he going to allow him to continue? He wants to let him go on, and he does so, and now Adelaide's looking to knock him out. Looking to find another big punch. Huge punches coming in, but nothing clear. But TKV sinks to the canvas again. It's a 5 at 6. I don't think is he going to get up. He does, but he's on very unsteady legs. He goes back to a corner, and it's waved all over. And David Adelaide has won what was an absolutely dreadful fight. He finally landed a big punch in that 6th round, put him down, and the fight's all over. That can happen, I guess, with heavyweights. You find the power punch to win it. That's what David Adelaide, and I'm sure Adam Booth will argue he did, that the fight was an absolute mess, and the corner are protesting violently in front.
Because the referee called break, and as they broke, he got whacked with that big right hand. Again, they are going absolutely mad here.
The referee, I have to say, from an early stage, was out of his depth. And what's going to be done about this, I really don't know. All around here, people are shaking their heads in disbelief because there was a break called, it seems, and after it had been called, yet the gloves went down and he landed 2 or 3 huge punches. Down he went, and the fight was over. But before then as well, well, the refereeing was an absolute
The ref
mess.
says break, step back.
Oh, terrible there, yeah.
The referee says break, step back, and a left hook comes over and knocks him out.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Look, he's breaking, he's stepping back, and he's knocked him out.
Well, honestly, having seen the replays, which we're watching now again and again, I have to say that was an absolute disgrace. He called
the
break,
ref clearly
the gloves
says
were down, and he was totally without any form of defence. And Adelaide lands a massive left hook, and the fight's effectively over.
You can see the TKV corner arguing now with the referee. The referee says break, step back. Adelaide lands a left hook to the head, and TKV is down.
Yeah, we couldn't see it from this angle sitting down, the commotion that went on. We're looking at it now on our TV monitors, and that was terrible. Let me repeat, terrible refereeing. He called break, clearly looked at the referee and got nailed with a peach of a left hook. Disgusting.
There was a time a few years ago when the then chairman of the British Boxing Board of Control, John Morris, got up to step into the ring as chairman of the Boxing Board of Control and fielded complaints and fielded questions from people like me walking into a ring with a microphone. And if ever there was a question for the chairman of the British Boxing Board of Control, it's right now, because what happened in there is absolutely wrong and was potentially incredibly dangerous.
John, sorry to interrupt you. You can see both corners now debating and defending the fighters, obviously, but from what I heard when it happened in live in real time, I heard break, step back, bang, and then the shot landed. We've watched it on the replay. You can clearly see
he's breaking.
One fighter goes to step back, and the other one throws a left hook and knocks him out.
Ben Davison, who actually wasn't working the corner tonight, but is with the Jamie TKV team, he's been in there, and it'd be interesting to hear.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 55 seconds of round number 6. Our referee in charge, Ron Kearney, waves off the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, and now the British heavyweight champion, Big D, David Adelaide.
The official announcement is a technical knockout in favour of David Adelaide, but the debate is raging ringside right now because it's quite clear. We heard the referee say break, step back, and now the pictures that we are watching ringside show that he was interfering with both fighters at the time of the knockout.
You can clearly see it, and this is the frustrating bit for me. Just stick to the rules, and if the referees aren't strong enough to stick to the rules, we need new referees, because you've said break, step back. He didn't even have to say step back, he just needs to say break, but he said break, step back, and then a left hook lands and the fight's over.
The referee stopped it, so I know what they're saying, I'm pinching the swing.
Well, the microphone. Have we got the microphone on David Adelaide? Let's try and listen to David Adelaide, who's being addressed in the ring right now.
A fan-friendly performance, but look, man, there was a method to the madness. I know Jamie well. And I know exactly the shots he throws. I know what he does. So when we was doing certain things, we was waiting on him to do certain things, but it's a 12-round fight. When I rush it, I get told off. So I wanted to take my time this time, and yeah, I suppose I done it.
Watching it ringside, it seems as though both of you were doing things after the referee said stop, so it could have gone both ways.
Yeah.
Ultimately,
he did it to me, I think. Was it the second or third round? 2 rounds before, and he hit me with the same shot, so I know how to switch on. But at the same time as well, there was something on his body, and it was getting in my eyes. I don't know what it was, but they rubbed some sort of cream on him, and every time he was in a clinch, I couldn't see. I was getting blinded. But look, man, they don't want eyes boxing, innit? So.
One thing we do know is that you possess a lot of power.
Yeah.
And once the finish was there, you're a good finisher. You've shown that in a lot of your fights. Once the finish is there, you always seem to get the finish.
Yeah, that's no doubt. You know, I'm a delivery man, so I deliver knockouts. But, yeah, on to the next.
That's always the question, right? You don't get time to celebrate this. It is on to the next. There are a lot of heavyweights ringside that want their crack at a British heavyweight title shot. Fraser Clark is there. I know Moses the Talma is there as well. What do you want to do next?
Whatever the promoters and my coach say. I'm on fighting anybody. I know when I won the British title, I know it puts a target on your back, so yeah, I got eyes behind my head, so I'm on everyone as well as who's on me.
And that's what we want. I do want to bring Jamie in as well. Jamie, if I can quickly have a word with you as well. That's good to see that between you two. There's a lot of animosity before the fight, a lot of respect during the fight. What happened, according to you, once the referee said break?
The referee said break, and he went. So, but first I got to give glory to God. You know, he put us here, first and foremost, as always. But yeah, we're here. It happens, isn't it?
How was the fight going for you? In terms of your game plan and what your team have put together, how would you say the fight was going? Was it going according to the game plan?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So outboxing, but yeah, it was going well.
What do they do next with you, Jamie? I mean, are your team going to repeal this? I can see a few angry faces behind you. Are you going to move on? What do you want to do next?
We'll see. We'll keep working. We'll move on always.
Congratulations to you both. Fantastic build-up.
Something as well. I don't want Jamie to get no hate from my fans, my supporters. They're going to go online and they're going to blast him. I don't want none of that happening, man. He's 8-2. He's still young and he's still got a good career ahead of him. I think nowadays, man, the sport of boxing can be too fickle. Somebody takes a loss and they want to write the person off and say, done with your career. It's not that, man. Me and Jimmy go back to when we were teenagers. There's no way he's got to give up now. And listen, with the way things go, we're probably going to fight again before our careers finish. So I'll definitely be seeing him again. But like I said, I know Jamie. Jamie knows me. It's just a bittersweet feeling. I lost to Wardley the exact same way. We was in a clinch. I got clipped. It can take your leg sometimes. It can daze you. And then the finish is there.
Well said, and congratulations, the new British heavyweight champion.
And Oladipo getting a little carried away there with what David Adelaide's just won. He just won the British title, obviously, against Jamie TKV in very controversial circumstances. British heavyweight Fraser Clark has actually very kindly just come and joined us. We were all up in arms here on our commentary that the referee has called break in that moment. Jimmy's stepped back and he's been clipped. What was your take on it as you were watching it from ringside?
Exactly the same, and I mean, the referees, they're there to look after you, yeah? Now, you're either saying break and you're getting yourself in the middle of two heavyweights, which, don't get me wrong, no one wants to do, but you can't sort of half go, half not. If you do that, you're asking for what's just happened. Jamie TKV was winning that fight, and for me, through incompetence, he's ended up on a bad end result.
Listen, you're 100% right. The boys were saying in commentary there regarding the officiating of the fight, as Jamie just walks past us there and Fraser's just having a quick chat with him. As the referee didn't really get a grip of the fight from the early doors. I know there's not a lot of action, there's a lot of coming together and maybe the styles didn't gel. He didn't get a grip of it early doors, and as you rightfully pointed out there, in that particular moment, you've got to apply the the rules to the actual game. He's hit him on a break. It's not a knockout in favour of Adelaide. It's a disqualification the other way.
Exactly that. And listen, it wasn't a barnstormer. Let's put it that way. And it needed some fire, but we wanted that through fair play. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's not Jamie's fault. It's probably not even David Adelaide's fault neither. No. Like, it's sort of instinct, but you've got to put yourself in between the men and do it very fast to stop that happening.
Fraser, thanks for coming to join us, mate. I know that you're a busy man tonight. Thank you very much for giving us a little bit of an expert opinion from the heavyweight division. Do stick with us. We're going to pick the bones out of all this before we get to our main event in a moment. You're listening to talkSPORT.
Cricket balls are red, baseballs are white, American footballs are brown, and tennis balls are yellow. We don't even think about it really, but the story behind the tennis ball is actually quite interesting and even involves Sir David Attenborough. I know, here's the tale. Tennis has its roots in 12th century France when people used to make balls from all sorts. Cork, wool, chalk, animal fur and even human hair. Uniformity was found centuries later.
Manchester in the Co-op Live Arena. It's Joe Joyce versus Filip Hrgovic in our main event. That's coming up in a moment or two, right here on Fight Night Live. As you listen to talkSPORT, we're across the talkSPORT network. We're on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. I'm sure if you've been watching the live stream this evening of our watch-along from Manchester, you will have seen our faces and the constant conversations that we've just been having ringside in the aftermath of David Adelaide versus Jamie TKV. A British title fight. Okay, it didn't catch fire. The styles didn't mix. It wasn't the most entertaining. But it finished, I think the round was the 5th round. It finishes in the 5th round off the back of a referee calling break when both guys came together. David Adelaide, off the back of that call, then lands a hook to the chin of Jamie TKV, and he just can't recover. A shot after the call of break. But David Adelaide has his hand raised, and it's a TKO victory in his favour. The British Boxing Board of Control, for me, had an opportunity right at that moment, Spence, to step in and say, hang on, we've just had a look at the screen, we've got this wrong. We're going to overrule that, maybe class it as no contest or a disqualification. We're going to reorder that fight. That is the logical next step. We don't kick this down the road. We need to take action within the next 24, 48 hours, don't we?
Straight away, it has to be reordered. There's no getting away from it. You missed a little bit out there, actually. The referee called break and then tapped him on the arm a couple of times, hence why he looked at the referee, because the referee tapped his arm, which caught his attention. He looked at the referee, and David, who's now out of his eyesight, has pinged him with a left hook.
They appointed a referee who, in my opinion, Adam, was totally, utterly out of his depth from a very early stage in the fight. And it's all very well sort of saying David Adelaide shouldn't have done this, shouldn't have done that. The fault is with the ref, who was clearly hopeless tonight, and also reflects very badly on those within the Boxing Board of Control who actually decided that he should be the man to take charge of that fight. He was out of his depth.
Absolutely. The next step, though, the British Boxing Board of Control have to take control of this over the next 24 to 48 hours, because the last thing they want is us on talkSPORT on Monday morning discussing this without there being a resolution. We need a resolution like that.
I don't want none of this. I don't want to hear none of this. We don't work on Sundays. That needs to be done by the morning, mate. That needs to be reordered, and they need to reschedule that fight.
Speaking of heavyweights, you can hear Thomas Schreiber in the background there just making a couple of announcements, and what he is doing, he's announcing, or officially announcing, the fight that was made public this morning, that is going to be taking place on June the 7th, Portman Road, Ipswich, where Fabio Wardley is taking on Jarrell Miller. Both of those guys, I mean, they're both big lads, are both currently stood in the ring just in front of me right now. If you were listening to us on talkSPORT 2 a little earlier on, you know my thoughts on this. I am delighted for Fabio Wardley. I think he's a British heavyweight that has really done well over the last 2 years. In particular, he's earned his opportunity to fight in front of his beloved Ipswich Town fans, and what a chance he's got, obviously, to now propel himself away from British and European level and onto a scene where maybe he's talked about on that world level and gets in with the big boys. He's going to be facing Jarrell Miller. You know my opinions on Jarrell Miller, whether I believe that he should or shouldn't be in the sport given what he did a couple of years ago. It is what it is. The game has rewarded him with another opportunity, but I think, as you can hear with the fans, they maybe share a lot of the same thought process that I've got.
Listen, mate, that's what's broken in the sport. When we're talking about certain things being broken and governing bodies being broken, that's what's broken in the sport, is our drug chiefs are allowed to resume their careers, and not only resume their careers, get life-changing money, life-changing opportunities, and that's the wrong thing. Jarrell Miller's guilty, and there's a few other fighters I can mention they're guilty of that as well, but, you know, now tonight it's about being mentioned about this fight. It's a dangerous fight here for Fabio Wardley, who puts his WBA #1 ranking, mandatory ranking, on the line to go in for the interim title in what could be an absolute barnstormer. Stylistically, as we're watching these two on the monitor, nose to nose, literally, this could be a fight, a cracker.
Are we we're playing Rocky music whilst these two are going nose to nose?
Well, yeah, but I think that it's guaranteed that these two are not just going to go nose to nose, they're going to go toe to toe in the centre of the ring. They're going to lock horns, they're not going to feel out, you're not going to see any jabs going in. These boys are going to deliver.
Well, it's all coming up on June the 7th. Fabio Wardley with a wonderful opportunity there, of course, to be fighting at Portman Road. A stadium fight for him at this stage of his career. Listen, a dream come true for him, Paul. For a young man that obviously started out on the white-collar scene, he's progressed quite well. I think the matchmaking of him has been really, really good. And obviously over the last couple of years, he's really stepped up that level, hasn't he, and conquered the British scene at heavyweight.
He has. Listen, you see a lot of people doing white-collar or unlicensed, and they're never really going to amount to that, no matter how much training they do, even with top coaches. And Fabio Wardley certainly bucks that trend. He's a very, very capable fighter. He's proved that he's beyond British level, and he belongs on these big stages now. And I'm delighted for him to get his opportunity, because he's paid his dues. He's done it the hard way. He's come through British champion. He's better than that now, and this is a huge fight for him, and hopefully a life-changing payday.
No, absolutely, and a win propels him obviously towards that feasting table in the heavyweight division. Whilst you were just over there for a second, Paul, we were talking about and picking the bones out of what we've just witnessed with David Adelaide and Jamie TKV. It's important that the British Boxing Board of Control take control of the narrative, because obviously talkSPORT's going to kick up tomorrow and on Monday, and we're going to have conversations about what should and what shouldn't happen. It's important that we've got a resolution to the scenario, so therefore they need to come out, make a statement. We got that one wrong. We are going to reorder that fight for the British title. Whether it was attractive or not for 4 rounds, that's by the by. What is the right thing to do is to reorder it, because David Adelaide, with all due respect to him, had his hand raised off a really controversial moment where the referee has separated both lads and an illegal shot has gone in.
And listen, I don't want to see Adelaide take too much stick for that also.
No, it's not his fault.
It's a fight. You punch until you're told not to punch. But the referee calls break. He was slapping hands also, which I don't really like to see. I'm a fully grown professional. I'm a full-grown man, professional fighter. Stop slapping me hands. If you slap my hand and he hits me, that's on you, not me. So I would like to not see it reordered. I'd like to see something done about that tonight.
Well, you can hear the tune in the background that's just kicking up, which kind of points us towards our main event. We are live on talkSPORT's Boxing YouTube channel. We're also live on talkSPORT, and we're getting you closer to the action this evening. I believe Spencer Oliver is actually out and about with his microphone, and he's going to be speaking to one of the guys that has just been in the ring. We spoke to Jarrell Miller a little earlier on. Let's get a few words from Fabio Wardley, shall we? Spence, over to you.
Yeah, I am going to be speaking to the one, and that is Fabio Wardley. Fabio, big news just announced there, the big fight in June. Jarrell Miller is the guy. Is that the one you wanted?
Hey, look, big news. Big opponent, big stadium, big venue. That's all I'm about. That's all Fabio Wardley is about. It's about big nights and big occasions. And look, I stepped up to this level, this world level of heavyweight boxing, and I said, you know what? Who's the biggest, baddest man around here in the streets? Let me try to find him. Let me pull him out. We picked out Jarrell Miller. We said, okay, cool. That's the big guy. Let me take him out. Let me prove my point.
Hey, listen, mate, you've proved your point on a number of occasions. And Jarrell Miller, you look at this fight and you go, stylistically, none of you guys are going to go looking for each other. You know, it's made set to be a barnstormer, and you picked out like one of the most difficult styles for you. That's what you get off on, though, that, don't you? You do, don't you?
Hey, look, I think you've seen enough of my fights now. You've watched me in the ring enough times. You know what happens if you want to try trade leather with me. You know what happens if you want to try stand in the center of that ring with me. I will not take a back step. I'm not moving. I'm not going nowhere. So if he wants to try it with me, he's going to find out the same way all my other opponents are back. It's a real bad idea.
Listen, you're WBA #1. You're putting that on the line there as well. I mean, you come through this fight in June. It's a homecoming stadium fight. You've always dreamt of that. You come through that one. What would the next roadmap be for you there? You're looking to move on to the bigger guys.
Yeah, look, when I was made #1 by the WBA, a lot of people had a lot to say about I'm not ready. I haven't tested myself at that level. So, like I say, that's why I said, okay, cool. Let me pick the biggest, meanest guy out there. Let me tick him off quickly, and then I'm on to world honours. Then I'm hunting them world champions.
Listen, just before I let you go, mate, just a quick one before I throw back to the studio there. We've got the big fight coming up. Joe Joyce versus Filip Hrgovic. It's a must-win for both guys. Who you got?
I think I'm edging it slightly to Hrgovic. It depends if Joe is the 2.0 that he's saying here. If he comes back with a bit more head movement, a bit more bounce in his step, then maybe, yep, we can see it with Joyce. But at the moment, I'm edging it to Hrgovic.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, mate. Fabio, thanks so much for your time. Listen, guys, we're having brilliant fights being made with these British heavyweights. Another one in June here with Fabio Wardley. Back to you.
Joseph, I love Spencer Oliver when he's ringside. He's floating around, he's in the mix, he's got the microphone out, he's talking to every man and his dog. And as that was going on, Thomas Stryber just made the announcement to bring Filip Hrgovic towards the ring. Listen, the jury's out for Filip Hrgovic. He was a brilliant amateur. Lot of hype in and around him when he turned over as pro, and he's done extremely well. He's done everything that has been asked of him. Maybe had some fortunate decisions go his way. But last time out against Daniel Dubois, he ended up getting run over. This is the bounce back tonight, taking on Joe Joyce. As we've been billing all week here on talkSPORT, this is must not lose. Not just for Joe Joyce, but also for Filip Hrgovic. If he wants to be eating at the top table of the heavyweight division, tonight he's got to win, and he's got to win in style to regain that relevance. Time to introduce the juggernaut.
Let's welcome to the ring from England, Joe the Juggernaut Joyce.
Would you ride for me? Would you hold the fire? Would you slide for me? If the face hit the wall, would you hide with me? Would you be a ride or die type of wild for me? Rough around the edges, I ain't perfect. If you stick around, I'm sure to make it worth it. Heal all your traumas, baby girl, know you're hurting. We can build an empire, that's for certain.
They don't want a war with big juggernaut, big juggernaut. They don't want a war, they don't want a war with big juggernaut, big juggernaut. They don't want a war, they don't want a war with big juggernaut, big juggernaut.
Please forgive me, because I know that Joe Joyce is into certain superhero characters and what have you, and he is wearing a head guard, as we've seen him wear before, as he makes his way to the ring. I have absolutely no idea what the reference is when it comes to the character that he is mimicking as he makes his way, but he's got a little moderate jog on as he's come past me on the left-hand side. Drapes in white and black. Joe Joyce bouncing over the top rope on a very big night for him. He's lost 3 of his last 4. The belief in the juggernaut chin seems to be fractured. Can he regain it tonight, and can he deliver on what could be the most important night of his professional career so far? He's in the ring, Filip Hrgovic is in the ring, Thomas Stryber is ready with the microphone in his hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our featured bout. It is scheduled for 10 rounds, and it'll be for the vacant WBO International Heavyweight Championship. Brought to you by Frank Warren on behalf of Queensberry, along with their great sponsors, Riyadh Season, 32 Red, That Prize Guy, and Unibet. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge Suzanne Potts, along with the World Boxing Organization. President Gustavo Olivetti, supervisor Charles Giles, timekeeper Amjad Ditta. Our 3 judges assigned, scoring on a 10-point must system, will be Steve Gray, Ron Kearney, and John Latham. Our referee in charge, 3rd man in the ring, will be Howard Foster. And now, boxing fans joining us live worldwide, and boxing fans here in Manchester, England. The time has arrived for the main event of the evening. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing white, red, and gold and weighed in officially at 250.6 pounds. Coming to us from Zagreb, Croatia, he is a 2016 Olympic bronze medalist, now with a professional record of 17 wins, just 1 defeat, 14 of his 17 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former IBF and WBC international champion and the former IBF interim heavyweight world title challenger, Filip Animal Hrgovic. And his opponent across the ring in this main event, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing white with black and gold and weighed in officially at 275.1 pounds. Hailing from Putney, London, England, he is a 2016 Olympic silver medalist, now with a professional record of 16 wins, 3 defeats, 15 of those 16 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the hard-hitting former WBO interim heavyweight champion of the world, Joe the Juggernaut Joyce.
Come on, Joe. Okay, guys, spoke to you both in the dressing room. We both know what I expect. Keep it clean, break straight away when told. Both you watch your heads in close. Good luck to you both. Touch gloves.
There's a lot of nervous faces ringside. What has Joe Joyce and to that extent Filip Hrgovic got left? Can one of them deliver and restore their own relevance in the heavyweight division? We're about to find out. Calling you through our main event live on talkSPORT. It's Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
Thank you, Adam. Penny for their thoughts when they were standing face to face. All sorts of doubts, I'm sure, would be there beneath the surface, as well as programmed, confident thinking about what they might achieve during this fight. It's going to be a very, very difficult and potentially lonely night for one of these two men up there tonight.
Yep, it's a must-win contest for both of these guys. They met some 12 years ago. That was in the amateur ring. Joe Joyce got the victory that night, and can he do the same in the professional ring here at the Co-op Live Arena?
Hrgovic looks to throw a right hand. He was short of the mark, and Joyce keeping his gloves up high, not really throwing anything of particular power so far. Left jab to the body, and then a good left jab to the jaw, but then back comes Hrgovic with a right cross which catches Joyce on the side of the head. Joyce short with a left hand and a right hand thrown at the body. He's got a little bit ponderous look here. Joyce takes another right hand to the left hand side of the head, and the big question, I'm sure, here tonight is going to be whether that legendary punch resistance that has served him well earlier in his career, is it going to be there tonight, or has it gone in that fight against Derek Chisora and against Zhile Zhang before that? Has it gone and gone forever? Hrgovic throws a right hand towards the side of the body and then switches the attack for the head. Joyce swayed back, or then takes another right hand on the left-hand side of the head, and it's all Hrgovic in this opening round, and I'm afraid to say at this point that Joyce's timing looks out and he's short of the target.
Yeah, interestingly, Joe Joyce has started on the back foot here. That's not a good sign.
There's a cut,
and there's a
Spencer.
cut as well.
To the left eye of Hrgovic. Right hand again from Hrgovic, aimed at Joyce, but that left eye is cut, and it looks as though it might be significantly cut. We'll get a look at that at the end of the round.
I tell you what, John, he's going to roll the dice a little bit here, because that has reopened from the Daniel Dubois fight, and that cut was a bad one, and it looks a bad one again, and that will give Joyce confidence, as Joyce now taking the centre of the ring for the first time in this contest.
Is he going to be able to capitalise on that? That cut over the left eye is obviously going to be the target for Joe Joyce from here on in. He'll try and accentuate the damage there. I think he was done with a punch, not with a clash of heads. He's short of, or Hrgovic tries to wind up a huge right hand, but he was way off target. The two land simultaneously with jabs as we go into the last 10 seconds of the round. Joyce turns his back as Hrgovic lands two right hands. Back comes Joyce. Tries to throw punches to the body, but what a good opening round. And Joyce doesn't want to get out of the way of Hrgovic. Finally does so. Hrgovic back to the corner. Joyce back to the corner. Drama in plenty.
Yeah, there was. It was a strange start to the contest from Joe Joyce, who started on the back foot. Anyone that knows Joe knows that, you know, his boxing ability is not particularly good, but he's known as a juggernaut for a reason. He walks forward in straight lines, lets those shots go, but he was giving Hrgovic the space, and Hrgovic really dominating that first half of the round. And Paul, I'll bring you in here. Then the cut appeared. It seemed to appear from, I think it was a jab, and it opened, and I think that is a cut that's open, resurfaced from the Daniel Dubois fight.
Yeah, the referee has just called the cut a punch. He said the cut was caused by a punch, but this for me is a bit worrying. I don't like what I'm seeing from Joe Joyce.
We will see. A reminder, you can watch along with us ringside here in Manchester. Head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel right now to get involved. This is Joe Joyce and Filip Hrgovic live on talkSPORT. Hrgovic tries to throw a right hand. Joyce saw it coming, swayed back and deflected the blow with his forearm. Now tries to throw a jab to the body of Hrgovic, who's back onto the front foot, catches Joyce round the back of the head. Referee didn't spot that one, I don't think. Left to the body from Joyce. The two of them land simultaneously, and Joyce is trying to dictate terms from centre ring. High-risk strategy, maybe.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, this is heavyweight boxing. One shot can turn it around. Joyce is sitting in the pocket. He's leaving himself open, but he's got to be careful he doesn't get too greedy here, because Hrgovic recognises that wound is open, and he's launching those right hands in. He's throwing some of them, John, like he's bowling a cricket ball.
Like that one, lands right on cue, and another big shot, and another. Joyce takes them all, shakes his head as much as to say, you're going to have to find more than that to get me out of here. But the Hrgovic corner on their feet, right in front of our position, commentating here at ringside in Manchester, urging their man forward. Another right hand from Hrgovic.
That left eye is looking bad now, the blood flowing into the eye of Filip Hrgovic. It's going to affect his vision for sure, and it's not going to be too long before the referee looks at that. The bad cut when Daniel Dubois fought him, and that has reopened, and it looks really bad.
And the referee, Howard Foster, a very experienced man. He'll be keeping an extremely close watch on that, you can guarantee. And I'm sure he'll be going back to the Hrgovic corner at the bell to end this round in just over a minute to see at close quarters just how bad the damage is. Joyce tries to load up a chopping right hand into that damaged right eye. Can't find the target, but now he does. Left hand under right hand. This is a good round for Joe Joyce.
Yeah,
big right over the top though from Hrgovic.
Joyce is starting to fancy this though. He's growing in confidence here, holding his ground. Hrgovic letting the right hands go, but Joe Joyce responding as both guys stand centre of the ring. Big right hand there by Joe Joyce. Just skimmed the whiskers there of Filip Hrgovic.
30 seconds to go. Who's going to get the better of these seconds to end the second round? There's a right across from Hrgovic into the back of Joyce's head. Takes it well again and uses good footwork to get back to centre ring. It takes two more shots from Hrgovic as he gets into range himself and aims a right hand to the damaged left brow of Filip Hrgovic, the Croatian, who turns Joyce on the ropes and lands a couple of headshots, and then another one, but then back comes Joyce. Closing seconds of the round, and no shortage of action there. An old-fashioned stare down between the two of them. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it really was there. Both guys staring at each other for a good 10-15 seconds.
Paul, I'll bring you in. That was a good round there from Joe Joyce. Just seemed to grow in confidence. That was the confidence builder he actually needed. Started getting success, finding the range, and he can build on that now.
Yeah, it was certainly a better round than the first round, but this is a shadow of the old Joe Joyce that we used to see, and I do feel uncomfortable with what I'm seeing. I think if Hrgovic actually just puts his foot down, realises that he can't miss when he's letting the right hand go, just get his feet in range, let your shot go a little bit more, he's going to have a lot more success. Joyce is just far too easy to hit, far too lethargic in my opinion. Compared to what we used to see of Joe Joyce, it's like he's in slow motion.
Well, they've been working away feverishly on the damaged eye. Seem to have done a good job. The blood no longer flowing, at least for now. Have you scored the first 2 rounds, Spencer?
Well, yeah, the first round by Filip Hrgovic, the second round to Joe Joyce, but Paul's right in what he says here. Joe's really gambling because he can't get too greedy because he could pay the price. Big right hand there, just skim the whiskers of Joe Joyce again. Hrgovic really loading up for that shot, and you just sense the way these two are fighting. I can't see this going 10.
No, it doesn't look like it, does it? Joyce beat Hrgovic as an amateur. This is an altogether different set of circumstances, and so much is at stake here. Hrgovic now tries to unleash that right hand again, blocked and parried by Joyce, who says he knows everything there is to know about the skill set of Filip Hrgovic. The two of them stand 6'6". Joyce is the heavier man. Hrgovic maybe the quicker and the more athletic. Who's going to get the advantage? 10 rounds to find out, and so significant to the future of both men. Here comes Joyce. Left hand, right hand. Left hand looks as though it was the centre of the glove, inside of the glove. The right hand was legitimate, and another one, finding the damaged eye of Hrgovic. And this is good from Joyce.
Yeah, good little spell in the contest here from Joyce, and that right hand has opened that calf. Even worse as the blood flows down the left side of Filip Hrgovic's face. It's looking a mess in there at the moment, and Joe really oozing confidence.
He has the look of a man with very much the eye of a tiger. Two of them land simultaneously with jabs, maybe the better punch. That time came from Hrgovic, and then there's a right cross from Hrgovic. Finds the side of the head of Joyce, and Hrgovic is coming on strong as we approach the final minute of this third round. Maybe a round apiece so far, and still the reddening of that left eye gets worse. The blood on his cheek, and he's blinking uncomfortably, Filip Hrgovic.
Yeah, he's in bad trouble here. Big right hand there from Hrgovic. Just forced Joe Joyce to step back, and he followed up with another right hand. And to the body, Joyce soaking the shots up, comes back with a left hook of his own.
And he's showing real fighting spirit here, Joe Joyce, but he's having to absorb a lot to get there. And when we get to the end of this round, assuming the fight goes as far as that, we're going to go into the Joyce corner. There's another right hand from Joyce, and another one all the time. The left eye is the target for the big man from Putney.
Yeah, he's still pushing forward now, Joyce, growing in confidence all the time. Hrgovic, big right hand there from Hrgovic. The corner jumps up in the air. Joyce soaks it up and comes back with one of his own. A real old school tear up here as we're in Hrgovic's corner. Both guys letting their hands go.
Toe to toe, and only seconds remaining. There's the bell to end a dramatic round, and Joyce took some huge shots in the closing seconds there, Paul, but he came back. Let's just go into the blue corner and see if we can hear what they're saying to Joe Joyce.
All right. Swallow. How you feel? Okay? All right. You're controlling 90% of the round, and in little bits of ill discipline, you're getting caught. Yeah. You don't need to force it yet. That was round 3. Okay. We got 7. You're controlling the rounds, and he's blowing out his ass and he's cut. Control it, all right? Okay. Don't force it. Keep doing your work from long. All right. When you're in the long range, okay, I want you to be feigning, I want you to be stepping, or I want you to be working behind the straight shots. Don't just watch him, all right?
That's the words of Steve Broughton.
Come on,
there,
keep
Paul.
it.
Last few seconds of that round have turned into an absolute barroom brawl.
Yeah, listen, it's quite calm and succinct advice. It's actually good advice for Joe Joyce. The straight shots are the one, but if you're going to keep marauding forward and plotting forward, you need to keep your hands high and your head moving.
Is he going to be able to do that? How did he score that last round, Spencer?
Yeah, I maybe give it to Joe Joyce for the majority of the round, but the last 10-15 seconds weren't so good. But you say, is he going to be able to do that? But has he ever been able to do that? Joe Joyce is known for his toughness, walking forward, and there's only so much punishment you can take. Sometimes uncomfortable to watch, but with the cut on Filip Hrgovic's left eye, Joe Joyce is really starting to fancy this. Anyone's fight here in the fourth round.
Joyce is trying to roll back the years, trying to produce his form of 2, 3, 4 years ago, and he comes forward again as Hrgovic on the ropes right in front of us. Hrgovic leaning back. Good jab from Joyce. Hrgovic tries to respond with a right-hand counter taken on the gloves, and then Joyce punishes him with a chopping right hand of his own, working in behind the jab, throws a good right into the body. Solid, heavy shot from Joe Joyce, who's still looking confident here.
I tell you what, there's a strong look around Joe Joyce at the moment. He's fudding that jab in, and is there a little bit of fragility to looking around Filip Hrgovic? He's looking a little fragile. Right hand goes in again there, but there's a new air of confidence about Joyce.
If Joyce can win this one, it will be an upset on the cards of the bookmakers, who had Hrgovic a big favourite to win this one tonight. But Joyce on home territory here in the UK, up here in Manchester, the man from London may be just about edgy at the moment, but every time he launches an attack, he looks vulnerable to those fast right-hand counters of Filip Hrgovic.
Yep, that's what's keeping you on the edge of your seat here. There was that right-hand counter, and Hrgovic come back with a left hook, right hand, left hook again, and Joyce trying to walk forward, but how many of them can he take? One right on the side of his head, just soaked that up. Incredible stuff here, showing a lot of character again, Joe Joyce. Hrgovic having success.
Joe Joyce's right eye is starting to swell up quite noticeably by the second. There's bruising underneath that eye, not affecting his vision as yet, but by no means uncertain that it will happen at some point in the future. Right from Hrgovic was taken on the shoulder by Joyce, who swayed away out of the danger zone. Difficult one to score this. Joyce was getting the better of it, but Hrgovic has come back well in the latter stages of the round and catches Joyce with another right hand and another. Joyce on the front foot, trying to leave the abiding impression of aggression with the judges at ringside, and the bell's going to be almost drowned out by the noise as the two exchange terrific punches. And there's not too much of a hiding place up there, Adam.
Listen, it's super entertaining in a really weird way from watching it behind the couch through your fingers, you know what I mean? Joe Joyce, I don't know how long you can fight like this, just defending shots with your face. It reminds me a lot, at the moment, of the Takam fight. We called that on talkSPORT, and I remember watching the Takam fight thinking, oh my days, this is the day that he gets finally found out, and he takes 5, 6 rounds of constant punishment and then delivered a knockout just out of absolutely nowhere, that relentless pressure. It feels a little bit like that Hrgovic could unravel, but he doesn't look like he's going yet.
Is it fair to say, though, that it feels like that, but now it feels like a different type of punishment? He's at a different stage of his career.
Yeah, massively.
Where we knew that he could rule through it and he had that durability, there's now a vulnerability about him.
You're 100% right.
And that's why you're sort of looking at it through your fingers, and we're commentating at it through our fingers.
You're listening to the main event of the night here on talkSPORT. Joe Joyce against Filip Hrgovic, who are now in the 5th round of this 10-round main event. And on our cards, it's close. I think Spenny has just about got Joe Joyce ahead.
Yeah, no, I've got it about levels at the moment. Both guys had success, but good work here from Filip Hrgovic as Joyce walks in. Hrgovic using the ropes, leaning back and counter-punching very, very well.
I tell you what, the Hrgovic corner's done a good job on that damaged left eye. Again, they've stopped the blood flow, and it's although it's still a target for Joe Joyce, they've done a really good job sorting out that wound. Oh, 2 good jabs to the head from Joyce and a left hook to the body. Hrgovic tries to respond with chopping rights off the ropes. That was a good attack from Joyce. The Hrgovic corner urge the man forward, or do they? Are they happy to let Joyce come and try and pin him with counter chops?
That's exactly what he's doing, just sitting there on the ropes. Hrgovic leaning back, rolling those shoulders and counter-punching well. Although Joyce is applying a lot of pressure, Hrgovic is having a lot of success. And Joyce's face is starting to tell the story now. It's starting to look very puffy and swollen. Very, very close here, looking at our monitors. And Cole Frampton has this 38 apiece after 4 rounds, exactly the same as me. This fight is to be won and lost here still.
Still a close fight, and we're not even quite at the halfway point yet. It's a 10-rounder as Joyce walks into another right hand and comes bulldozing forward, using that weight advantage to pin Hrgovic in a neutral corner. He weighed 275 pounds, Joe Joyce, a massive weight, not the heaviest of his career, but not far off and close on 20 stones. He is one mountain of a man.
Yeah, he really is a big guy. And Hrgovic again just happy to sit in that corner. Joyce not really throwing anything very effective, pushing forward. Both guys again get tied up, and this is becoming very, very physical and slightly psychological in there as well now. Both guys fighting down.
I think it's going to become a war of attrition, this one. 2 right hands from Hrgovic. He comes off the ropes, smack into the head of Joyce, who takes another one. And now Hrgovic walks forward and tries to take centre ring and tries to command the latter stages of this round. Joyce tries to hold on, and the referee tells Hrgovic about holding and pulling punches from the back of the head. And now Joyce onto the front foot again, aims big shots towards Hrgovic. There's an air of desperation about the work of Joe Joyce, but he will not back off, and he may just have done enough to win that round. It was a close one. Paul Smith, what do you reckon?
I saw Hrgovic in that round stay with his back on the ropes for 2.5 minutes in one corner. That to me says that he's comfortable in his own shoes to stay there. He's not opting to come out to the corner. You know that Joe Joyce is just going to keep coming and keep doing the same thing. He's coming in straight lines. He's easy to hit with the right hand. If he can keep staying out of trouble the way he's doing, Hrgovic, and more importantly, not get his heart broken by constantly hitting someone who just keeps coming at you, he is making a dent. And I think a couple more rounds, it'll be a totally different fight. But for now, Joyce is just too brave and stubborn for his own good. He's constantly coming towards Hrgovic, who seems comfortable staying on the back foot. But as I say, Joyce is taking far too much in the fight for me, but he's just not stopping. He's completely relentless.
Well, they call him the Juggernaut, and he needs a vintage performance if he's going to pull this one out of the bag now. As we move into the second half of the fight, and all around the ring, everybody is agreed that whichever way they have it, or edging it, it is close.
Yeah, very, very close here. I've got Filip Hrgovic just 1 round up. As Paul Smith said, he stood in the corner there for 2.5 minutes, but he was very comfortable in his own skin, counter-punching very well, and he was throwing the effective shots, and he's gone back to that corner again, that exact corner, through the left uppercut and whipped the right hand in. Joyce walks forward on stumbly sort of legs there. No real balance, no real rhythm about his work. Not very pleasant to watch, if I'm honest.
Both men are marked around the eyes. That swelling under the right eye of Joe Joyce is getting worse. There's a bit of scarring under the right eye as well of Filip Hrgovic, who, remember, at 32 is 7 years younger than Joe Joyce. And in the build-up to this fight, Hrgovic was very keen to emphasise the fact that Joyce had a lot of miles on the clock. Both of them coming back from defeats, remember. Hrgovic beaten by Daniel Dubois. Joe Joyce also on the wrong end of a verdict in his last fight against Derek Chisora. 2 solid right hands from Hrgovic, and Joyce again just ploughs forward, prepared to walk into more damage potentially to land something meaningful of his own.
Yeah, no real effective work coming from Joyce, and all the effective work, all the eye-catching stuff is coming here from Filip Hrgovic, who slams another right hand in again, followed by a short left hook.
You hear the crowd cheering. That's Joyce pushing forward, but nothing's really landing here. The effective work, the eye-catching work, the scoring work, all coming from Filip Hrgovic.
Joyce, the bigger man, the heavier man, goes bulldozing in again, misses with a right hand, taken on the arm, and then he has to soak up another headshot from Hrgovic. Now Joyce has him trapped in a corner, but can't find the energy or the openings to let his punches go. Good jab, though, then from Joyce, and the right hand. Hrgovic just sways along the ropes, right in forward again into that neutral corner where he spent much of his time in the last round and 3/4. Two of them swinging wildly and no clean punches landing. Body shot from Hrgovic, left hand, and then a big right hand from the Croatian. And I'm afraid to say, for all the bravery of Joe Joyce in this round, it's difficult to make a case for him having won it as we move into the last 15 seconds.
Yep, the cleaner shots coming from Filip Hrgovic here. 10 out of 10 for effort from Joe Joyce, who lands a double jab and a right hand, and that sort of catches the crowd's eye. They trying to get behind him here, but Hrgovic done the more effective work. Good body shot goes in, followed by the right hand, and another right hand on the bell of both guys. Walk back to the corner, slow, weary walk back to the corner, but another round. I've got a score there for Filip Hrgovic.
Those long rounds, long fights, tough fights of Joe Joyce's career will be weighing heavy now. Abel Sanchez in the Hrgovic corner is giving the advice. Let's go into the red corner and see if we can hear what they're saying.
Sedma runda, gle, do 4 runde ne može to stići. Samo nemoj te zveze. Kako si? Kako se osjećaš?
Gareth Davis not here tonight, so we'll go over into the other corner and hear what they're saying to Joe Joyce. No, we won't, because seconds are out and we're going to have more boxing now. I'll shut up. Tell me what's going on, Santa.
Well, I'll tell you exactly what's going on. Filip Hrgovic is just starting to pull away with this one. He seems to have Joe Joyce's number, and unless Joe can change this around and do something significantly different, he's in big trouble.
What do you reckon he does here, Joe Joyce, from a Joyce perspective? Paul, can he turn this round?
I don't know. I've been talking with Adam while you guys are chatting, and I'm trying to say, as long as Hrgovic doesn't get his heart broken by these constant pressure keep coming, even though Hrgovic for me is relatively okay in that corner, he's choosing to be there. If he wants to get out of the corner, he can, which he has now, but he cannot miss with the right hand or the left hook, in my opinion. And whether you're Joe Joyce, you can't keep taking these shots. It's only a matter of time before the door gets unlocked.
Well, one thing you know about Joe Joyce is that the bravery will just keep on coming. He's on the front foot all the time. Takes two more big shots from Hrgovic, right hand and a left hook, and they just brush off him. Joyce claims to be in the best condition that he's been in for some time, and now he's trying to unload again on Hrgovic in the corner to the left-hand side of where we're commentating, the neutral corner. Oh, big right hand from Hrgovic, and Joyce just shakes his head as spray goes up into the dark above the ring, and now Joyce is trying to land big shots. He senses perhaps he's the man in there, perhaps he's sensing that Hrgovic is tired.
Well, he will just keep going, Joe. That's what he does, and he's soaking up so many big shots here. He's trying to push forward, he's showing a lot of character, trying to turn it round. As I say that, Hrgovic slams another left hook into the side of the head, followed by a jab, body shot, right hand. He can't miss the juggernaut at the moment.
Joyce looking jaded, but he finds the energy and the speed to land on the bearded chin of Hrgovic with a right uppercut. A couple of body shots again from Joyce, then a straight right and a left hook from Hrgovic. Here comes Joyce again, has to take a left hook as he gets right onto his opponent's chest in the corner, and Howard Foster, who's actually not had too much to do tonight, he splits it.
Yeah, it's been a nice clean fight. Right hand, chopping right hand, again lands there from Hrgovic. How is Joe Joyce soaking these shots up? How is he taking them? Hrgovic's face starting to look a mess now. Blood pouring down the left side and the right side. Seems to have picked up another injury.
Here comes Hrgovic, good right hand into the final 20 seconds of this 7th round, and Hrgovic, for the first time almost, forces Joe Joyce into reverse, but Joyce plows forward once more into the final 10 seconds of the round. But Hrgovic off the ropes, runs the better punches, but Joyce keeps on coming, leans on with that near 20-stone bulk. But has he done enough to win the round? Back to his corner, must be feeling dog-tired now, Adam.
Oh, listen, absolutely. I think Paul Smith nailed it a couple of rounds ago, gentlemen. This is going to come down to Filip Hrgovic, whether he loses heart or not, in what is being put in front of him. What's the conditioning like? Can he keep going at this pace from now until the end of this fight? Because it doesn't look like Joe Joyce wants to go anywhere. He keeps coming forward. He's living up to the juggernaut moniker. But the clean, effective, just hard shots that are being landed are coming from Filip Hrgovic for me.
Listen, and the answer to your question, can he go another 4 rounds, can he go the 10-round distance, is yes. Filip Hrgovic can go that distance. He's got that experience, he's got that toughness. We've seen it in the Zhale Zhang fight when he had to tough it out. We saw it in the Dubois fight when he had to tough it out. They were long fights, tough fights, and he's got the stamina to go the distance. That's a big problem for Joe Joyce.
It's our main event here on talkSPORT. Joe Joyce, the juggernaut, against Filip Hrgovic. Hrgovic on our cards is ahead, but Joyce still keeps attacking, still bravely keeps coming forward, and still trying to work away to win this fight emphatically. It's a 10-rounder, remember, and we're now into the 8th, and Joyce not able to land a big shot so far in the opening 30 seconds. Aims a left jab to the body of Hrgovic, who throws one back himself. Both of them huge men standing around 6'6". Joyce short with a right end at the body, and on Carl Frampton's card I can tell you that he's got Joe Joyce just ahead.
Oh yeah, well that's totally different to the fight that I'm seeing right now, because I've got Filip Hrgovic in quite a comfortable lead right now. Joe Joyce walking forward, yeah, he's trying to force the pace, but look at the shots that he's getting hit with. Hrgovic throwing lovely short right hands, whipping the left hooks over, bowling the right hand up. There's variation coming from Hrgovic.
But it's always a fact in boxing that the man on the right foot, on the front foot rather, tends to catch the eye of the judges, and sometimes judges are more impressed by the aggressor than the man who fights off the ropes as the counter-puncher. We will see. There's still time for it to sway dramatically one way or the other. Left hand, right hand from Hrgovic. Now forward comes Joyce, leaning on, lands a clubbing left hand, and then Howard Foster has to split the midway stage of this 8th round.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Joyce pushing forward. He's got that will to win, isn't he? Biting down on his gum shield. Hrgovic, you know, he's got the game plan here, sitting on the ropes, rope-a-dope, like Muhammad Ali, George Foreman many years ago. Just sitting there, rolling the shoulders, whipping the uppercuts. Joyce lands a good right hand. Will he take encouragement from that?
And momentarily there, Hrgovic turned his back on Joyce, and Joyce sensed it, and now he's really starting to come on strong. Hrgovic is backing away, and Joyce is having his best little spell in the fight for some time. 45 seconds to go in the 8th round, and is the big Croatian suddenly starting to feel the pace that Joe Joyce shows no sign of slacking away from? It's Joyce who has his foot to the floor, trying to be the aggressor, trying to show that he's the man with the will, the desire and the power to take this one, if necessary, through the whole 10 rounds.
Yeah, he's got an incredible engine, as Joe Joyce, a huge man weighing at just under 20 stone. Big left hook there from Hrgovic on the 10-second clock. A right hand goes as well, and Joyce just leaning on. Has he been hurt? Hrgovic sensed it. Joyce is rocking.
He certainly has been hurt, and they go to the bell with Joyce, I think, relieved that that bell comes when it did. He was winning the round. He's probably won the round. That the man who was on top in the last 15 seconds was Filip Hrgovic. We're going to the Joyce corner now, and let's hear from Steve Broughton.
All right, there's a couple of little beautiful bits there where you put it on it. You got close. You've got to stop overthinking it. Yeah. All right. The only thing I do need you to do is when you move in, do it off the jab, but then don't overthink the combinations. Yeah. You throw the Mexico, come back left hook, stab this cunt in his body. He's got 30 seconds to give you. The rest of the time, it's got to be you. You need to take these 2 rounds. Use this, stop thinking about it. You've got to suffocate him, all right? Move him behind the jab, let him have it.
What a hard fight. What a tough fight. Joyce round, that last one, Spencer.
Yeah, Joyce done the better work. It was a great finish from Filip Hrgovic. Joyce comes out of the corner very, very fast, walks straight onto her right hand and left hook. We see the sweat spraying from Joyce's head there.
This is the penultimate round. Joyce again onto the front foot. Hrgovic sways back on the ropes. Joyce falls in. Howard Foster, who's done a good job keeping the action going, splits them. Left hook to the body from Joyce. Hrgovic tries to put together a combination close up. Falls short of the target. And again, the referee has to split them and just tells Hrgovic about pulling his man on and doing illegal work around the back of the head. Joyce, who's looking surprisingly sprightly at this stage of the fight, still up on his toes, and again there's a clinch, and again the referee comes in.
Yeah, incredible engine, Joe Joyce, as Hrgovic throws the right hand, left hook to the body, left hook to the head.
Is Joyce going to run out of gas as he takes yet more of these big headshots, or has he got the power and the stamina to keep going? Good work from Joyce. Good body shot. Takes 2 big right hands to throw a left hook of his own, and then back comes Hrgovic off the ropes. Lands a couple of chopping right hands, but Joyce absorbs them and throws a right of his own into the body of Hrgovic.
Where is he finding it, John? Both guys here feeling the pace, but Joyce just keeps storming forward. He must be so soul-destroying for Filip Hrgovic, who again whips in the right hand. You hear the cheers from the crowd. What a shot that was.
It's that sort of a fight. When Hrgovic lands, you get the oohs and ahs right up in the bleachers, but the man in the ring doesn't seem to worry about it. Joyce takes yet more to come through and land shots of his own, but it's the sort of fight at this stage which really begins to make you wince. Big headshots again from Hrgovic. Back comes Joyce, and the crowd is willing him forward. How they want to see Joyce come out of this victorious.
John rolling, both guys now rolling the dice. They're both holding centre of the ring, and they're letting the shots go simultaneously. It's knockout or get knocked out here as Hrgovic pushes forward. Big right hand. Joyce slumps over the ropes.
But he holds on and buys precious seconds in a clinch, which Howard Foster, the referee, who's been a very busy man up there in the... Oh, big right hand from Hrgovic. And Joyce was staggered by that one, but he stays upright. Hrgovic knows it, though, and he's looking for Joyce now. At this stage in the 9th round, can Joyce stay upright? Can he stay right in the face of Hrgovic as we move into the last 10 seconds of a dramatic 9th round? Hrgovic looked as though he was almost about to take him out, but he couldn't do so, and it's Joyce who ends this round, as so many before, on the front foot. Just 3 minutes to go. I think I need to have a little lie down here, Adam.
Well, I'm exactly the same, mate. It's exhausting watching what we're watching, isn't it? Again, like I said before, behind the couch and through your fingers. For me, I don't know where you're at, Paul, I think that Joe Joyce needs a knockout to win this fight now going into this last round of the 10th.
Absolutely. I've just said to you, Adam, then while we were off here, imagine having a bar fight with Joe Joyce. Imagine him finding that you've robbed his pint or something. He will just keep coming all night. But all jokes aside, it's quite uncomfortable how much he's taken and just keeps coming forward. His durability is obviously still there because Hrgovic is a puncher, but there's only so much you can take, and he's took so many right hands and left hooks in this fight.
3 minutes left, gentlemen.
Yep, and for me, Joe Joyce needs a knockout to ring up. I've got Filip Hrgovic 3 rounds up going into the 10th and final round.
A bar fight with Joe Joyce. What a frightening prospect that is. I tell you what, if I'm in the round, he can have as many pints as he wants. Here we go then into the final round, and Carl Frampton is now at this stage having Hrgovic ahead. We've certainly got Hrgovic ahead, but it's a close fight. Joyce has made it supremely competitive. Can he find something truly exceptional in these last 3 minutes? Hrgovic lands the first big shot of the final round. It was a left hand taken on the head by Joyce, who's been told by his corner, keep your gloves up, don't let him land big shots, wait for your opportunity, and when it comes, make the most of it.
Well, good advice, but I don't know if Joyce can get out of the way of any of those shots. He walks forward, and he's known for taking the shots, and he's took some tonight. That is for sure. Hrgovic standing there on the ropes, left hand held low.
It has been a savage fight. Joyce has shown amazing bravery and will to win. People have said to him, why don't you pack in? Haven't you had enough? And he says, this is what I do for a living, and it's a well-paid job. And I'm still in there, I'm still doing it, and he's still competitive. But there are people who will wince at the amount of headshots that he takes. This sort of stuff is damaging.
Oh, absolutely, but there will be people that absolutely love it as well. And there's people in here that love it. You can hear the crowd trying to get up behind Joe Joyce here, who's become a real fan favourite. The bravery, the courage that he shows is quite incredible. But I tell you what, guys, 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock, and for me, Joyce needs a knockout.
Joyce stumbled there and almost fell as he lunged forward. Now he takes more headshots as Hrgovic starts to unload again. Joyce managed to block one big right hand, but then absorbs another one and a left hook, and then falls into Hrgovic, still upright with 1 minute to go. Joyce perhaps needs the knockout. Big right hand from Hrgovic, huge right hand. Takes it well though, Joe Joyce, and he's still in there, still pitching.
John, just tell me, Paul, just tell me, how is he still in there? Only God knows that. He's taken some unbelievable shots. As I say that, another left hook slams into the side of his head. The crowd try and get behind him. 30 seconds left in the 10th round. Big right hand, followed by a left hook again from Hrgovic.
Into the final 20 seconds of the fight. And wherever they are in years to come, these two fellas are going to remember this one. Joe Joyce and Filip Hrgovic, whatever the result here, they have plumbed the depths of their belief, of their training, of their sheer fighting spirit. And as we move through the final 10 seconds, has Filip Hrgovic from Croatia done enough? The two of them touch gloves. Hrgovic raises his hand aloft. He thinks he's done enough to win. What a fight. What a fight.
Yeah, it really was. They both left it all in the ring, didn't they? And that's what the paying customer wants to see. Was that good for Joe Joyce? The answer is no, it wasn't good. Taking far too many punches. You can't continue doing that. And I tell you why you can't do that, John. It's not now. It's 10 years down the road. You've got a load of money in the bank, but you don't know where the bank is. You end up talking to lampposts. That sort of stuff is what I'm talking about. Too much punishment, and I don't like seeing it.
Well, he took an awful lot there. Paul Smith's nodding, I think, in agreement. Would you concur with that?
Absolutely, and listen, maybe that's because me and Spencer are not too far away in age and we're retired, and we know that the long-term effects of boxing. Listen, Spencer more so than anyone, it's not the place to overstay your welcome, and when the legs go and when the age creeps in, you need people around you to say to you, you're done, that's it. You're not fighting on, you're not risking your health because you're a long time retired. You want to see your kids and your grandkids, hopefully, and you don't want to be having to sit down with them and have people look after you alongside them, because you give your life to a sport that is very unforgiving and doesn't love you back. And ultimately, for the fans' enjoyment and for our enjoyment and for everyone else's enjoyment, you're risking your health by taking so many shots like that in this heavyweight division. But listen, unbelievable effort. We can't fault that. He's always going to keep coming, but he's too brave for his own good.
And John, can I just say, add something else here though? Taking nothing away from the performance of Joe Joyce, it was an incredibly brave performance. He entertained the fans, he entertained us. Both guys left it all in there, and that is what it's all about. I'm just talking about the long-term effects here. I don't like seeing the accumulation of punches fight after fight after fight. He's 39 years years of age now. He's getting on, and you have to look at that. You can't continue taking shots like that. Either keep your hands up, move your head. You don't have to stop boxing. The art of boxing is hit and don't be hit. You don't have to stop and move your face. And Joe Joyce seems to like doing that. Needs to work on the defence, but nevertheless, great performance from both guys.
Well, there's a lot of smiling faces in the Hrgovic corner. Thomas Schreiber has a piece of paper in his hand now, and in just a moment we're going to get the verdict when we've heard the Oasis track reach its conclusion, I suspect. Joe Joyce not looking terribly happy. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Steve Gray scores it 97-93. Judge John Latham scores it 96-95. And Judge Ron Kearney scores it 98-92. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And now the WBO International Heavyweight Champion, Filip El Animal Hrgovic.
Hrgovic takes it by a unanimous decision. One judge had it by 1 round, then we had it by 4, and we had it by 8. Listen, I think we're all in agreement on the commentary desk here on talkSPORT. Filip Hrgovic was cleaner, he was far more effective throughout the course of it, and he looks incredibly comfortable as that fight progressed. From a Joe Joyce point of view, listen, the chin's still there, the juggernaut is still there, but when you come up against a very capable boxer like he did this evening, he's always going to get found out because he just takes too much punishment, Paul.
He does, and as I said before, and I'm going to say it again now, I hope I never see Joe Joyce in a boxing ring again. And I'm not criticising him, I'm not having a go at him, it's not being cruel or unkind or harsh to him. I'm saying it for him, for Joe Joyce, because at the moment there doesn't seem to be anyone else around him that's willing to say it to him, because tonight that was not Joe Joyce that we all know, apart from the just coming forward and taking shots. He looks slower than what he usually is. He got caught a lot more in that fight than he usually does. And of someone of Filip Hrgovic's level also, it was very uncomfortable for me watching that, and we're wincing when shots are landing, and it's his health that we're all worried about. And this is an unforgiving sport, boxing.
Absolutely. And listen, it's a hard conversation though to have, isn't it? Because you know what it's like. You're a fighter. The fire doesn't go out, does it?
My brothers told me, "You're done." Did you feel old? And I said, "Yeah." I said, "You're done." Then that's it. In my last fight, I felt my age, and they sat down, and we all said to each other, "We will not let one of us fight on if you feel your age." Liam and Callum are still fighting it. The minute they feel old, the other 3 will tell them if they don't do it themselves. But you need someone around you to say, "You're done now. Please no more," because you've got to think about your long-term health.
Normally those right hand.
But when he's being offered fights like this that are going to be well recompensed, nights like this where the fans come out, it's a hard drug to let go of, isn't it?
It's the hardest drug in the world to let go of. That's why so many of us end up in a bad way after we retire, or you end up retiring, you end up with depression, or you used to look at athletes when they retire and see they get depression. You think, why has he gotten depression? He had a great career, and then you retire and you lose something. And the saying is, an athlete dies twice, and it's so true. And you have to mourn the loss of your career as if it's alive, so to speak. But it's fine after it. It's okay. But walking away sometimes is the most difficult thing to do. So you need talent to walk away by people who love you and who are close to you. And I might listen. That man might be being a bit cruel to him. I'll accept that, no problem. But I didn't like what I saw tonight in here from him. It was a great fight. It was so entertaining, but it's only entertaining because he's taken so many shots and just keeps coming.
And that's the key thing, John, as you were calling through that fight. It was it was super entertaining. The fans here have paid money to come here to watch the entertainment factor, and they'll go away satisfied with that, but they'll also be back in the back of their mind, they'll be thinking, he takes an awful amount of shots. What are the long-term effects of what we've seen this evening?
Well, there are people who've investigated this and written this. My friend Tris Dixon has written a book called Damage, which is a very, very good read, and it's telling about the sort of effects that boxing can have on people. And Joe Joyce, let's not kid ourselves, he's in that sort of territory now. And if Tris were here joining in this conversation, I'm sure he'd agree 100% with what Paul's just said. And even if he'd won tonight, I think there's a good argument that he should say enough's enough.
From a Filip Hrgovic point of view, Paul, obviously he's won tonight. He came here, he's got the job done over 10 rounds. It was a fight for relevance. It was a must-not-lose fight for him. I thought for large percentages of it, he looks absolutely fantastic. If it wasn't Joe Joyce in front of him, he would have probably stopped his opponent with the amount of clean shots that he was landing. He's now in the conversation to maybe get another top 10 heavyweight, isn't he, in one of those big fights?
Yeah, we were, but again, like, we're watching that fight and we're watching him land at will, and then we're both speaking to each other while John and Spencer were commentating and guiding us through the fight, and we're talking away from the microphone saying, I bet you his hands are sore tomorrow. He cannot miss with these shots, and you're hitting such a hard head and someone who's obviously tough and durable, and you're constantly hitting him, and he just keeps coming. I said earlier on in the fight, if Hrgovic's heart isn't broken, he's going to have to be careful, because when you just keep punching someone and they just keep coming, it's demoralising for you. But to what effect is that to Joe Joyce? He's now opened the door to himself. He can get a fight with someone in the top 10, and he can start trying to knock on the door to try and get a shot at the full world title with the smaller version of that title around his waist at the moment.
If that is it for Joe Joyce, or if that's going to be the decision, who's going to be advising him to make that decision? Does that come from Frank Warren, from Steve Broughton, from his mum maybe, from the rest of his family? You know, I mean, there are so many ears which you could, so many voices which you could potentially be listening to. When it comes to, you know, you've said it was your family in the end when you decided to walk away.
Yeah, and it wasn't, I was getting offered a good amount of money for, a really good amount of money for a local domestic fight, and the lad said to me, you're done, that's it. We all said, did you feel old? Now, my last fight, I could see the shot, I just couldn't pull the trigger on it, and that's age. And I saw that tonight as soon as Joe Joyce got in the ring. I'm seeing it in Joe Joyce, and I don't know him as well personally. I know him to say hello to and shake his hand. Now, the people around him need to see that. But listen, people will say I'm probably over-exaggerating, because he put up a great fight tonight. That was a brilliant effort. But if that's my friends or my family, I'm going to go in the dressing room and have a word with him straight away. And that's just me and how I see things.
It's also not isolated. How many fights has he had? A lot of them play out like that, don't they? He's taken a lot of punishment over a long period of time, is Joe Joyce.
He's an immensely likeable guy.
Oh, massively.
Well, you know,
so likeable.
And that's half of the problem, you know, because, you know, I can see it, you can see it, I'm sure Frank Warren can see it. He's talking in the ring now, and he may well be the one who says, look, come on, it might be time.
John, he's so likeable, and he's also, this is the worst thing about it all, he's also so fan-friendly.
Yeah.
Anyone is going to go and watch him fight. You would want to watch that type of fight than a chess match between two kg boxers who are fencing and trying to make a points decision. You'll watch someone like Joe Joyce every day of the week.
It's why Derek Chisora keeps on year after year after year, isn't it?
One more bout remains here.
Absolutely. Is Spence in the ring? Have we got him in there? Where is he? Oh, he's running in front of me now. Spence.
I'm here, mate. I'm here. I'm just running around the ring, and this is going to look like quite a funny shot, because he's a big geezer and I'm only a little geezer. Philip, can we describe a quick word? Well done, my man. What a performance there. Listen, you had to go soul-searching after that last defeat to Daniel Dubois, but you proved to yourself there in a brilliant performance.
Thank you, man. I wasn't so prepared. I had a short notice. I was in solid shape, but not my best shape, so I think it was a solid win, and I'm glad to be back.
Listen, it was a solid win, and, you know, we were talking about this fight as a must-win for both of you guys. You know, after your defeat to Dubois, to keep your name up there, you needed to win, and you went out there and you delivered.
Yeah, man, I beat him. I thought score was more in my favor that judges gave, but I'm in the UK and it's normal. And yeah, it was a great fight, man. He's tough. He's a beast.
And what next? Would you like that fight with Dubois again? Would you like to go over old ground?
What?
Would you like to fight Dubois again? Is that the fight that you would like?
Of course, man. He's a world champion. I would like to fight him again and have a proper camp without injuries, without illness, and I'm sure I can beat him.
Brilliant, Philip. Listen, you delivered tonight. Always great speaking to you. Well done, my friend. Well done. Listen, guys, good performance there from Filip Hrgovic. He's back.
Listen, he looked great tonight. For large percentages of that fight, he looked great. And as you were pointing out, Paul, he was comfortable in those moments. In those moments where Joe Joyce was trying to put it on him, was trying to shut those distances down, he looked good.
Yeah, and listen, I'm not trying to pull the wool over people's eyes. By comfortable, I mean he was comfortable being uncomfortable. He was comfortable in the corner with Joe Joyce keeping to come at him because Joe Joyce was quite predictable. So it's okay to stay in the corner. He never elected to really get out of the corner and get out of trouble. And if you feel like you're in trouble in the corner, you will easily get out the side door. He was choosing to stay in the corner because he was relatively comfortable against someone like Joe Joyce because of the predictiveness or because of it's just the same thing each time from Joyce, and it was relatively, you know, easy compared to normal other fights that Hrgovic has to counter and to land his shots at will against Joe Joyce tonight.
He navigated the cut as well, and that's obviously in the early doors of the fight.
His corner did a terrific job because it looked, when it happened, I think it was as early as the first round.
Yeah.
It looked as though it could have a real big influence on the direction of the fight, but Abel Sanchez in that corner.
Sanchez, obviously, John, very, very experienced, isn't he?
Just goes to show what a good trainer can do for a man, and that's why people go from trainer to trainer in search of that sort of expertise.
Just having that expertise and, more importantly, that experience in the corner. Sit down, son, I'm going to fix this cut. Don't worry about the cut. The cut's going to be okay. He's probably done countless cuts in his past on big level fights, and having experience in the corner is great. And in this day and age, it's sort of a breath of fresh air seeing a very experienced corner.
There was no hint of panic whatsoever.
No, none at all. Spencer Oliver's just about to come and rejoin us on the commentary desk after speaking to Filip Hrgovic. Spencer, if I could just grab you, I know that you were looking for Joe Joyce there, but I think he's gone back to his dressing room, hasn't he, to just have a little bit of time with family and maybe have a little bit of a look over from the doctor. We've just been chatting extensively there from a Filip Hrgovic point of view. Good performance, solid performance, came here, needed to win, got the win in good fashion, and obviously now moves forward for some big fights. Where are you at with Joe? Do you want to see him call time?
Yeah, it's time. It's time now. You know, he's lost 4 of his last 5. It's time. You know, when you lose him back-to-back performances to Zhale Zhang in the fashion, in the manner that he done them, you know, and then the way that he got beat against Derek Chisora, hit the ground, and that was another grueling, punishing contest. Joe Joyce has been great value. He's been a great character, a great ambassador for the sport of boxing. He will be remembered. He's left his mark there, but guys, enough is enough. You know, that's what I said to you, there's life after boxing. This just molds you for the next stage of your life, you know, and I said there in the commentary, I don't want to be seeing Joe Joyce in 10 years' time driving down the road and he's talking to a lamppost, or he's forgetting where the bank is and he's got a load of money in it. Because that's the reality here, guys. You can't take punishment like that and have no side effects. Factual.
Sorry, Paul, go on. We see it nowadays. Name some of the big American fighters now and listen to how they speak. Listen to Riddick Bowe, listen to James Toney, listen. Now, these were warriors, these were unbelievable fighters at higher levels than Joe Joyce. Yep. And they put it all on the line every time they got in the ring. And there's so many of them. I had a conversation. I'm obviously good friends with Buddy McGearty, who's my former coach. He's a good fighter. He's not in that bracket. But we're in LA on the Terence Crawford show, and we're sitting around the table, and I was lucky to be at that table with the likes of Oliver McCall and Evander Holyfield, a few other people. Yeah. And listening to how some of them are speaking and slurring the words so slow because of the wars that they've had. No one was around them to say, call time, please. That's it, you're done.
You mentioned Riddick Bowe. I mean, I did Riddick Bowe's fights at the peak of his career, and he was such a funny, entertaining, articulate man. He was a great guy to be around, and to see him as he is now, it really does. It almost makes you question being in the sport.
I could not agree more, but it comes back to what Paul was saying 2 moments ago. Who's going to have that conversation with Joe? You know, who's going to sit him down and have that conversation with him?
I tell you who would do that, mate. A friend. A friend would do that. It's not the guys that are standing there just want to nick another couple of quid, because that's what it is. They're all leeches. They're all leeches, mate, and that is the reality of it. You want a friend to tell you, listen, Joe, we've had our time, we've had our fun, you got a few quid in the bank, go and enjoy your life, mate. That a real true friend would do that. Anyone that says to you, go on, mate, one more fight, one more, what do we put him in with, like a young Moses Atoma to go and obliterate him? For what?
And the worst part, Spencer, is you know that's what will probably probably be offered next. And I'm not for 1 second saying that it's Frank Warren who's going to be to blame or anyone else to blame, but we see it with other fighters now. They're banging on the door and they want these fights because no one is telling them, and that will be the natural, logical fight.
Joe Joyce is a lovely guy. He's a beautiful human being, as we all know. We've got to know him. He's a big, soft teddy bear, you know. And like, you go, look, mate, you've had your time. You've done well. You got your Olympic silver medal. That you can't change history. You've done well as a professional, interim world champion. Time is time, you know. It's not an old man's sport. It's a young man's sport. He's an old man in boxing years now.
Yeah. The other takeaway from this evening, when we're talking heavyweights, gentlemen, is obviously going to be what happened in the David Adelaide and Jimmy TKV fight. It's important that the British Boxing Board of Control take that narrative, isn't it, over the next 24 to 48 hours and give us some type of clarity as what we saw. Because we all know what we saw, we all know what we heard, we all know that the ending of that fight is controversial and they need to take control of it.
They do. Now, listen, this is nothing personal. It never is with me. It's about boxing. I don't know which referees it is. I don't care which referees it is. If the referee does something wrong, I might know him and have a conversation and a cup of tea with him. I might never have met him. But tonight, the referee has a howler and then he judged the next fight.
Yeah.
And in no other line of work does it happen. An official will have a bad night at the office. A career-changing decision is made and then the work in the next fight as a judge. And it baffles me. But that's how it is and that's the rules. And unless there's a dissection of what happened and an inquest into what happened and something is done about it, then it's just brushed under the carpet again and it's the same. Next week, let's go again and a fresh new show, fresh new start, and let's go again. And it just doesn't sit right with me, and it never has. It's not impersonal to the Boxing Board of Control, to the referees or anyone. I just love boxing and I want to see it officiated fairly, correctly, and more importantly, competently by people and officials who know what they're doing.
Yep. I think everybody would stand by that, and on the fight specifically itself, there is a narrative there to answer for the British Boxing Board of Control, and they've got to jump on that over the next 24, 48 hours.
I totally agree with that, and I echo what Paul says there. You know, you can't make a decision like that. There's a career-changing, life-changing decision.
Not when you're crowning the British champion. No, you know what I mean? That's what we're doing here.
Yeah, but Paul picks up on it there. You see him judging on the next fight.
Yeah.
You go, come on, man. Like, that's why boxing needs to change. Do we need to see replays? Do we need to, you know, like, does that have to be the fight stopped, the referee looks at it and then overturns the decision? Because that's where it should be. Because if you can overturn the decision and go, actually, I made a wrong in there, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Overturn it there and then on the spot. Simple, done.
You're only
Why
human.
do we have to go back to the boxing board?
Well, people make mistakes, don't they?
Of course.
You know,
Jonathan,
he
fine
made
too.
a howler. He had a very, very bad night. Now, the secretary of the British Boxing Board of Control,
Robert Smith.
Robert Smith.
Smith's
He's not
everywhere, John.
Yeah, no, taking over the world, aren't they? But Robert, I mean, he wasn't here tonight.
No.
But he'd have been watching or maybe listening. He might be listening right now.
Yep.
And he's got the responsibility now to take control of the situation and actually look at it properly. They don't need to be having a meeting in 2 weeks' time or in 4 weeks' time. They need to be talking authoritatively right now.
But John, that's how the Boxing Board of Control work. They meet on the first Wednesday of every month. They send second-class mail out. You know, they send you photocopies of a letter to your door, and it's still very much archaic and old school, and this needs dealing with tomorrow, Monday morning.
You're 100% right, all of you. Gentlemen, listen, there's loads to take away from this evening's entertainment here in Manchester. Thank you very much for your company. Hopefully you've enjoyed it as well, tuning in wherever you are in the world, across the talkSPORT network and on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. A little bit of something different for you next, because on March 22nd we sadly lost a true giant of boxing journalism, Colin Hart. We were fortunate to speak with him just a few weeks earlier on February the 11th as he looked back on his remarkable life in the sport he loved. Our deepest condolences go out to Colin's family and friends. Earlier tonight at the Co-op Live Arena, the 10 bells rang out in his memory. Gareth A. Davis and Spencer Oliver had the privilege of sitting down with Colin for a very special edition of My Life in Boxing.
Welcome to My Life in Boxing with me, Gareth A. Davis, and him, Spencer the Omen Oliver. In this series, we interview fighters, ex-fighters, managers, promoters, and media personalities. Today on the show, sit back and relax because we've got something very special for you indeed. With us today, 7 decades in the sport, is legendary Hall of Fame boxing writer Colin Hart.
I've never seen a featherweight who punched harder than Nassim Hamid. Every fighter, whether they're 4 rounds or world champions, every time they do those 6 steps into the ring, they're risking their lives.
Would any of the boxers today, any of them, all of those out there have survived in the 60s and 70s?
I mean, Fury was clever enough to have, he wouldn't have won, he wouldn't have beaten Ali. People often ask me, who is the greatest fighter you've ever seen? Everybody expects me to say Ali. No. For me, pound for pound, the best fighter I've seen in the flesh was Sugar Ray Leonard.
Colin, you've covered everyone from Mike Tyson to Muhammad Ali to Tyson Fury today. Let's just get into it. What's your